Okay, just trying to do some, I'm having a day of it. Let me see. I have to turn this off. There we go. Um, so hi everybody, I'm Aspen Dracena, your friendly neighborhood Ice Dragon Bookworm VTuber. If you are new here, I don't usually stream at this time, but the Game Awards are on tonight, and I was not aware, and Panda wanted to do a stream together where we watch the Game Awards. So I'm starting early. Early for me. I usually stream at 8 Eastern time, and now I'm at 5, so that's just for today. I am also having problems with VTube Studio. So I was trying to let me work on something here while I'm talking. Um, I have been trying to get my stuff set up for using the iPhone to stream with instead of a webcam. And there we go. There's Power Wash. Um, I'm having a hard time getting it set up. And when I tried to switch back to using my regular VTube Studio model, it is now not moving. So much fun. I have to do PNG today because I ran out of time to fix it. It's just not connecting with my camera. I can try again. There's my camera. Okay, I think I have everything set. JPEG, yep, and then, yeah, camera on, calibrate, yeah, it's not calibrating. Okay, so I am going to have to not use my, hi Wit, how you doing? So yeah, I can't use my model at all today in VTube Studio, which really sucks because I've been stuck in PNG land for a while. Osha was very kind in trying to help me before stream. I just ran out of time. Essentially, my the iPhone is not connecting with my with my PC. I'm gonna have to download iTunes, I think, in order for it to work. I'm still not sure. Panda came home and went out to run an errand, and he will be back. So yeah. So I'm gonna stream without him for a little bit, and he may show up earlier than the Game Awards. He may not. I'm not really sure. So we're gonna start. I only have one option here. It's to clean the mayor's mansion. So I guess we're cleaning the mayor's mansion. And that is somebody must really hate the mayor. I mean, look at how messed up that is. Look at how messed up that is. Anyway, yeah. So, here, let me see. I can turn on. Okay, I have application audio on, but the game isn't making any noise, so that's fine. Okay. Okay. So I guess we can just start the job. Trust me, it's for a good reason. I have a feeling it is. Continue. Alright, so let me know if you can't hear anything. Any of the sound effects from the game. It looks like I'm not seeing them on UBS, or OBS. UBS, OBS, or whatever. So here, I'll do desktop audio because that seems to work. There we go. Okay, so yeah. I started off this morning kind of rough. You don't hear anything? Do you hear it now? Because it looks like it's coming up on the screen. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Now I'm really quiet. Okay, That's really weird. Let me check my settings. Okay. Do you hear me better now? Ba, 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 ba. Active. Okay. Okay. So I turned off desktop audio. I think desktop audio is my enemy. Properties. Oh, here we go. Wait, there we go. This should work now. Do you hear it now? Is that better? I think that should work. Do, 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 do. Okay, perfect. I think desktop audio, like I have application audio set and desktop audio, and I think application audio just works better. I think desktop audio competes with all the fun stuff. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I had plans on how to start my day. As you know, I sometimes I'm not a full-on planner, but I had plans, and they were abruptly disrupted. This morning, I got a phone call from Human Mother's foot surgeon. So, Human Mother was supposed to go in on, on Monday they want to look at her foot because there's been something going on with the bones in one of her feet. They think there's some sort of infection, and she's diabetic, so you have to be really careful with diabetic feet. And she went in. She thought she was well prepared, and the nurses essentially told the doctor that they were concerned about my mom's mental state, and they didn't think she was mentally prepared for the operation. So they canceled the operation. And weren't very clear with my mom why they canceled. So I spoke with the surgeon today. So there were several things that were of concern. My mom could not remember who the surgeon was who was working on her feet. So my mom has a tendency to bring lots of stuff with her when she goes to the hospital. And so my mom bought a suitcase with her because she didn't know what she was supposed to wear afterwards. And, if she would be, in a cast or have bandages. She didn't know what kind of pants she'd be wearing. So she came prepared with some clothes to change into and some other stuff because she tends to just carry lots of stuff with her. And they thought that she was going to be staying overnight at the hospital, but they didn't actually ask her about it. The reason why she brought a suitcase is because she's developed a lot of arthritis since the car accident, and she can't carry stuff on one side of her body, but she can pull something on wheels. So that's why she brought a suitcase rather than a purse. And the thing is, nobody spoke with her and asked her to clarify stuff. So she was ready to have the operation. But there was just bad communication all around. All right, let's see. Colossal number of eggs. Is it? Yes, it is. They don't like you, Mayor Jeff Jefferson. They don't. So yeah, I had to verify a bunch of things with the surgeon today, explaining a lot of stuff about, Human Mother, some of her behavior stuff since the car accident, etc., etc. And I'm like, they're like, can you come and be here with her when we reschedule the surgery? I'm like, I'm in another state now. I don't live close to human mother anymore. And my older brother, who does not want anything to do with helping her. So I'm like, well, great. You know, I pretty much everybody wants me to be human mother's caretaker, whether it's good for me to be that person or not. So we're trying to figure out, you know, how to make it so I can be at least available on phone and have everything scheduled to work with my work schedule too. And I'm like, come on, guys, please. But yeah. My family wants me to be my mom's caretaker. They don't ask me if I want to be. They don't offer to help. So it leaves me kind of very frustrated and very stuck. But I called my mom and I talked with her about it. And she was very upset. And so, like, you know, it's just been a hard day. You know, talking with, you know, having to explain stuff to my mom, her being angry and kind of, you know, getting mad at me on the phone when I'm just giving her information, you know. Anyway, yeah, it's hard when you have parents who are not, they're not, you know, in best health, and they need support. So yeah, fun morning. Anyway, work at Scales and Snowball is going well. It's going very well. Except that I am sore at the end of the day from standing. I know, Whit, you've worked in retail, so you know you have to do a lot of standing in retail, and I haven't done a standing job in a long time. Oh, it's so crazy to think about how long ago it was that I worked in retail and didn't have those issues with standing before, but now it's like, oh my gosh, I need to sit. But it's so nice selling books to people because, you know, we get all these, like, a lot of times they have me scheduled during the day. Oh, here. The sheer variety of hue in the yolks, from a rich ochre to an almost lemon yellow, quite mesmerizing, sit against my pure white alabaster pillars. Jeez. This guy. But yeah. So I wish I could say it was an easier day, but it's really not. It's yeah. But I'm here, and I am going to clean this building as well as I can. Okay, so let's see. Is there a way I can get in here to clean up the front of the building? Hi, Matt. Blah blah blah. Hi, Mystic. How are you? See, I can't even speak. Hang on. Why is my chat box weird? Okay. I hope you're doing well, Mystic. So I wanted to bring something up that's been going on in the VTuber world. Tired, yeah. I think the bookstore is very dry. Books absorb moisture, so any moisture in the building gets absorbed by the books, and my throat's been a little dry lately. So I feel like I'm kind of croaking a little bit when I talk, and I apologize for that. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, the bookstore has been really nice. My coworkers have all been really lovely and cool people, and so it's been kind of a relief to be able to work at a place where I don't have to worry too much about stuff. So am I gonna have to do the here? Let me check something here. Okay, E. E, E, E. I think I'm gonna have to use the long extension in order to get... Can I get through? Oh, that's not gonna go. Ooh. Okay. Ooh, so I have to get through there somehow. Somewhere. Okay. But yeah, like, you know, I've been helping elderly, like, you know, grandparents help find presents for their grandkids, and it's been kind of fun just being able to, you know, help people find presents, and you know, they seem to like me at Scales and Snowballs, so I think I'm in a good situation for now, although it's temporary seasonal work. So I still have to do some job hunting. Which is not, it's not my favorite thing in the world. I need to work on my attitude about job hunting because it's a little frustrating. But I am happy to find a new job. I hope to find a new job that pays me a decent amount so that Panda and I can move on with our lives. Okay, what does Stacy... Oh, I miss it. Stacy PG said. I'm sure you know my poor old Ulysses, the mayoral cat, is still missing. That cat's everywhere. The cat is everywhere, dude. We've all been frantic with worry. No, he's everywhere. That cat has been everywhere. Okay, so how do I get in this building? Okay. Okay, there's still more on here. Here. Let's do this. Get it from the side. Get it from... Oh, there's that. Wow, I was not paying attention. Okay. And here I am wondering how I'm going to get into that building, and I haven't even finished the outside yet. Good job, me. Okay. There it goes. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, I don't see... I don't really... I think I got all this stuff outside. Can I jump over stuff? Oh no, I need to get that. There we go. Can I go in? Oh my goodness. How do I do it? Mayor, if you want me to clean your frickin' house, you make it so I can clean your frickin' house. You know, you kind of have to let me in. Let me in, let me in. Here, let's see. E. Clothing. Okay. Power washer. That's the equipped one. Okay. Let's see. Warp. Oh, I need to get the extra long extension. Okay, hang on. In the shop. Bye. Okay. But I'm using the other one. Long extension. Bye. Extra long. Okay. Alright, so okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's tablet. Oh, so this is how I'm supposed to clean his house. That's insane. That is insane. That makes no sense. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm starting to think the mayor is a bit of a jerk. Because he won't let me past his gates to clean his freaking house. Is there a ladder or something I can climb over? Alright. That's it, as far as the eyes can see. Can I jump on top of my truck? Nope. Well, that's great. I'm not a fan of the mayor right now. You want me to clean your house? Make it easy for me. See, yeah, even with the extra long one, I can't get that far. I will have to ask Panda. Because I know he did this, because he finished the game. So... Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if there's any clue on how to get in there. Can I just walk through? No. See, yeah, that can't, even with an extra long extension. Wait. Oh, wait, here. Yeah, this is insane. Hi. Oh, Panda's here.
Hello.
So now I can't get my VTube Studio stuff to connect. So I'm like, yeah,
geez.
stuck with the PNG tuber.
The ping tuber, yeah.
The ping.
So if you want to mute real quick.
Oh, hang on a sec. Okay.
My apologies, everybody. Sorry, we had to talk about some stuff.
Right. Panda's gonna be right back. Oh my gosh, how am I... Ugh. Okay, I really hate the mayor. I think that's just what it is. Politicians are politicians. And I really heavily dislike the mayor right now. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is horrifying. Okay. Am I gonna have to do this all with the red nozzle? Are you kidding me? But yeah, my throat's been a little dry lately, so, and a lot of people around here have been losing their voices. I've been trying to be really careful, but if I lose my voice and have to cancel streaming for a little while, I will let y'all know. Okay. Nothing's coming up. Okay, we've got those guys. Alright. Wonder if I can... There we go. I like that one. That one's a good one for this kind of thing. Okay, let's see. Alright. God, somebody really dislikes the mayor, and I think it's me. I'm gonna have to look up, like, when I play this game, I'm gonna have to look up some, like... Okay, apparently other people from the town have reported missing cats, too. I don't know. Cats have been everywhere. It's the same when I started wearing chinos. What? What? The cats went missing because he wore chinos? Okay. Interesting. Interesting guess, Mayor. I applaud your weirdness, but hey, you do you. Enjoy your chinos. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look up and see if there's some music I can play that's that's unlicensed music. Oh, wait a moment. There is some music I can play that's unlicensed. The music from RuneScape is unlicensed, and I think I have it on my Spotify. I have a lot of music on Spotify for that, but I'll have to wait on that. I won't do that today, but I'll try and figure it out. Okay, it's 87% clean, so at least I must be doing something right. Ugh, this is evil. This is not my favorite Power Wash Simulator task to do. I do not like this. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am. Okay, come on. There we go. Oh my gosh. So yeah, oh, I was going to talk about the VTuber Awards and all the drama that's come up and everything. I'm like, dude, awards are not everything. And, like, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm playing Deadlock. No worries, Wit. No worries. Have fun. I think people are making a bigger deal about the video game, or the Gamer Awards, not the Video Game Awards, the Gamer Awards, and all this, the VTuber controversy. And it's like, can we just, like, not make things controversy? Like, chill out, people. And I don't think it's necessarily...
Hello there.
Hi, Mac, how you doing? I don't think it's necessarily the VTubers themselves who are making, you know, who are being fussy about it. I think it's the fans. But, you know, like, I think it's cool that people are really loyal to the VTubers that they watch. But I also think people need to keep in mind that awards are just awards. And they only indicate something about the people who run the awards and how they do their voting. The Oscars have been BS for decades. Like, seriously, the Oscars are nonsense. I know somebody who is a voting member. I know more than one person who is a voting member of the Academy. and it's nonsense. It's all politics. It is all Hollywood politics. So, it's nice when, good movies and good actors and everybody, get awards, but, it's also like it doesn't really tell you that you're the best at what you do. It just tells you what a few people think. So that's why I don't really like for my book, for example, I was second place in the book fest, and I was a finalist for the Indie Book Awards. I got sent a medal from the Indie Book Awards. The Book Fest and Indie Book Awards sent me stickers to put on the cover of my books to show that I won, which is cool. Sure, I have stickers on my books now, like the Caldecott medal that they have on all those kids' books and stuff. And that's all cool. It's good. It's fine. But it doesn't necessarily mean my books are gonna sell well. They're just, they're just awards. And they aren't necessarily a judgment of you as a character. I mean, it's nice to be recognized, but it's not everything. You have to have enough self-esteem to realize that you, as a person, are fine the way you are, and you don't need somebody else to tell you you're good. It's important that what matters is if you think you're good enough or not. And I don't take this all as an insult to VTubers, because, it's on us to decide what's important or not. Okay, fence walls and wall bases and windows. Fence walls. Okay, so let's do this. Let's try fence walls. Okay. Alright, it's this one. Okay. Let's turn that off. And okay. Alright. There's some stuff there. Yeah, I guess I just ultimately think, if, awards only mean something if we give them value, and like even things like star ratings on Amazon or stuff. Like I've had my books published in Amazon or my short stories published in Amazon best-selling anthologies. But again, it doesn't mean I'm great. It just means people bought at the right time. Okay, well, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yark, yark. Okay. There it is. Whatever that was, there it is. But yeah, I get people, the fans may be upset, but the reality is we keep streaming, we keep going, we do what makes us happy. And getting an award is not, it's a nice thing, but it's not something that, makes your life a certain way. It doesn't necessarily help you have, a better life or anything. Having a better life is being able to afford a nice home. Had to apply topical anesthetic because I'm having wisdom tooth pain recently. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is not fun. Okay, wall bases. Okay, a wall base is what? Ah, down there. Okay.
There, honey.
Oh, thank you. I just finished the
Perfect
mayor's.
time. I was going to say perfect timing.
Right. I did not like doing this one. You'd think the mayor would let me in.
I didn't like doing that one either. But,
Yeah.
you want to know what happened with me, honey, on this level? I didn't realize that you had the extension shafts
Right.
on the gun. So I was doing everything I could, and I'm exploiting every angle I possibly can, and it just didn't fucking work. And I did, but I beat it without using the extensions.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bought the extension, so.
Somehow I did it.
All right, so this says Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 13th. Maybe he's just unlucky. Many things for your work, Dirt Finder. That's more like the kind of magnificent mansion you'd conclude £1 million deal inside. Is it not? Much obliged, JJXIII.
It's JJ style.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you remember? You watched Yuri on Ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, I have.
It's been a very long time, but it
Same.
was one of the first anime that made me cry.
It's really good.
It's so good.
Yeah, I really like Yuri on Ice.
Also, hello to everybody. Hello, Mac. I see you there. Wit. Hello, Mystic. Oh my goodness, wisdom tooth pain. My goodness, I remember I had my wisdom teeth out. The last thing I said before I went under was, "God, hey, hey, Doc, this IV really hurts."
I've had one wisdom tooth removed.
Just one?
I have all four. I had all four of them now, and now I only have 3. But
The other 3 haven't erupted.
well, what happened was I had a cavity on my wisdom tooth, and they were like, "Look, it's in an awkward place. Your mouth is small. We can't really reach it very well."
Yeah, yeah.
So they recommended, because it's a very small wisdom tooth. They're like, let's just take it out. And I was like, you know what? Cool. That's fine.
That's fine.
I don't need my wisdom teeth. They're just there.
Yeah. I mean, you got plenty of wisdom without them. So.
Right. And at least they didn't take my really, really tiny one that looks like a baby tooth.
Yeah.
I'm a little proud of that one. Dentists always think it's adorable.
I worked for a guy who claimed that his wisdom teeth regenerated.
What?
Yeah, he said his wisdom teeth regenerated. He had, like, really shitty teeth, but...
That's crazy. Interesting. Because they say you're born with all your teeth. That's fascinating. All right. Looks like I'm doing the carousel.
I don't think anyone needs their wisdom teeth. It's actually shown to be, if I remember correctly, it's been shown to be beneficial to your health to actually remove your wisdom teeth.
What I've read is that more and more people are being born without wisdom teeth. They're just evolutionarily unnecessary.
Kind of like the appendix. But the appendix is still there. What the fuck?
Okay. Gotta finish my last bite for now. Right. Psst. Power washer. I've just joined the traveling carnal pitching up at the recreation ground. And you may have seen us. Purchased a beautiful classic carousel, but I'm worried about being outgunned by the owners of the bigger rides. It's pretty filthy. I was going to clean it myself, but then I thought, what would happen if I gave her a deep clean and really made her pop? Who'd want to slowly slide down a grubby helter-skelter when they can waltz around a pristine carousel, right? Make her ping and we'll both clean up. You'll arrive in a plain van, right? Don't want the competition to get the same idea.
As soon as you come in, it's like, power wash services!
Power wash!
Mystic says, because my adult canines started growing in, like a lot of my adult teeth before I lost my baby counterparts, my upper canines look like they're a little higher, so they're almost like fangs. I had a one of my co-teachers at my first job in Japan. She had the prototypical anime fang, and I was like, "Oh, Sensei, you are fitting every single anime thing." And I'm just like, "Yay!" I don't know why I liked that as much as I did. She was very athletic, though.
Digi, hi!
Hey, Digi!
So, my canines are so... Oh, wait, hang on. Kevin Bernard. My name is Kevin Bernard, proprietor of Wengerloof Carnival's Helter Skelter. Please state your business. No, I'm doing my thing.
My business.
My business is none
my
of
own.
yours.
My business is my own. Hey, Digi. Yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a stream tonight because we're gonna. I may take over really quick. I may commandeer Aspen's machine so we can get the thing. So we can get
The Game Awards set
going.
up.
Yeah, Game Awards set up and going and stuff like that. It's not gonna be so bad.
Not in the least. I think what we can do is we can pretty much go make a screen and watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, I know it's also going to be on Twitch, but I don't know if it's going to be on YouTube as well.
It is.
Oh, it is? Okay,
No,
good.
I actually found a link.
Mhm.
And, yeah, so what we'll do is we'll probably do a loading screen for a little bit while we get it
Yeah.
all set up.
Mhm.
And then we can watch it.
Yeah. And sad. Total War I can't play on my Mac laptop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but I mean, I've got a pretty good repertoire of games on GOG that I can play on Mac. All three Alone in the Darks. Let's see, Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. Although I wouldn't want to play many of these games on a trackpad. I'd want to play them on an actual mouse and keyboard. Oh,
Yeah.
It claims that I can play Cyberpunk 2077. It claims. I don't know how it's going to look. It's probably going to have like ultra low settings.
Right.
Honestly, I'm still not a fan of the VGAs, but I'll be here for at least a bit to hang with friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. We aren't even sure if we are going to be streaming the entirety of the Game Awards because we are working adults.
Yes.
It claims I can play. So the platform is GOG, and the system is an old M1 MacBook Air.
You see, part of the reason why I switched to PC was so that I could have access to playing more games. Because I got
Valid.
very frustrated with games not being available on Mac. I was a Mac user for quite some time. And part of that was because the college I went to was a Mac-friendly college. So I got
Like most educational institutions.
Right. So I got myself a MacBook when I was there and just used them until I don't know, when did I switch out? I think it was 2018 maybe?
Okay, so the real me says you might have a chance as all the updates actually improve Cyberpunk, most glitches are gone, and no major system crashes. The me that's dealt with Macs back in college. You know what? I need to find this out for myself, but I also need to find out what I've got for hard drive space here.
I had a friend in high school he used to call Macs Macintoshes.
Macintoshes. Well, here's the thing, is that the thing about Macs is that a lot of people don't have any reason to hate Mac aside from it's Mac. Yeah, it works better than my PC, but it's still Mac. It sucks. You know. You want something that blows your mind? Stadia could play Cyberpunk. I find that a little difficult to believe. I got plenty of hard drive space here. Most of my gigs are most of my storage is being taken up by documents. Is this system data? Is this something that I can actually...
Oh, we need the meme with the guy with the butterflies.
Dude, look up Re-Res and the Death of Stadia. Oh my god, Google Stadia was like... It was a good idea on paper, but like a lot of Google's good ideas, they decided to just not support it after launch. Thinking that... I don't know why. Probably thinking that everything would solve itself.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
I remember when Google Glass was like the next big thing, and then like it just disappeared.
That's the first thing I'm thinking of.
Right.
It's like Google, it's like, yeah, Google Glass, it's gonna be great. Oh, you want us to support it? We kinda don't feel like it.
Yeah.
Let's see, I got 141 gigs worth of documents on here.
Oh my goodness.
And I know what those documents are.
Oh, well, at least you know.
It's just about all of them are let me see. Yeah, just about all of them are things for the Mister.
Okay.
Just about everything, yeah. Like all of my biggest ones. Like I've got a zip archive that says like Python for beginners and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Oh, I don't think I need that. Got a virtual disk here for some reason.
I was almost tempted to order pizza tonight just because I didn't want to think about things too hard. And I was like, I don't know. Everything's like thinking too hard these days.
Yeah. Somehow, my system data went from 20 gigs to 40 gigs. And I've been wrestling with that recently at work. Alright, so here we go. Alright, this is a 2020 M1 MacBook Air with 8 gigs of memory.
Okay.
Once I update GOG Galaxy, we're going to see if Cyberpunk actually runs on this thing. It's not just not supported. The problem is Stadia was launched after programs like PlayStation Plus and Game Pass was able to stream next-gen games on current systems. The tech was already there. They just chose to be Google about it. Fun deadlock match? Good.
Good.
I know you've been having your psychoses about that with. Which sounds like my psychoses whenever I played Overwatch. You know, ironically, you want to know something that broke my Overwatch addiction? Moving to Korea. Now you'd think that moving to Korea would be like, oh, you should have been playing more Overwatch then. Not so. I was playing it on console, you see. And Korea is the land of the PC. If you're not playing on PC, you're playing on nothing. But yeah, that was the year of PUBG.
Yes, PUBG.
A game that was in early access and somehow got nominated for Game of the Year.
Such a weird game to get nominated.
Well, Battle Royale had just taken off. I think that was the year that Fortnite took off.
Right. Huh.
I got this, honey.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I went for a walk today. It's very cold. And
Blowing a gale is what it's doing.
oh yeah. No, it was quite windy. But I wanted to get some cough drops because my throat's just been dry.
Like lozenges or something like
that. Yeah. Just to have something to suck on if my throat goes a little wonky wonk.
Yeah.
But yeah, between the bookstore and the weather and everything, my throat's not happy.
Yeah. To me, the weird thing about this year's VGAs is Sonic 3 got snubbed in the adaptation nomination. Interesting.
Okay there. Are you free to come over to the national park? I have a treehouse that sorely needs de-sliming and de-griming if you can put the time in. Cool. I see you have commenced work and that you are a pressure watcher. Yes, yes, Kevin Bernard. Deal. Are you going to say anything else, Kevin? What is it, Kevin? Surely Stacy doesn't seriously think that cleaning her carousel will make it a more attractive prospect than my towering helter-skelter. Yeah, if it's clean, people will sit on it.
How many gigs is this? Let me see. Alright, it's loading right now. I'd rather be buried under several blankets, drinking hot cocoa, and watching TV or playing games than walking in the cold.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
But the thing is, I'm a little crazy. I like to go walking. I like to walk. It's a thing. I've always been a big walker. And, honestly, all the standing I have to do for work now because of working at the store, I actually have been dealing with a lot of lower back pain and some calf pain. So moving around kind of helps loosen everything up. And while my TENS unit helps a little bit, it doesn't solve everything. So, you know, sometimes you just have to move and stretch and...
Just gotta move it and groove. You know?
Yeah.
I saw Sonic 3, not gonna lie, this 43-year-old dude in the theater fanboyed and went, "They did the thing!" in several spots.
That's funny.
You know, I have hope that this will play Cyberpunk at a acceptable frame rate. Simply because I can play, I can run Civ 7 on this thing.
Nice.
Arguably a much more optimized game.
Right.
Because, like, I can't tell you, like, I haven't refunded very many digital purchases in my life, in terms of gaming. Cyberpunk was one of them. Like, as soon as Sony opened up refunds for Cyberpunk 2077, which was a first, Sony basically says, you buy it, you gotta live with it. You gotta roll with the bounce. Well, they refunded Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was a disaster. Oh, Destructoid has their game of the year, and it's Clear Obscure Expedition 33.
Being crazy is part of my charm, honey.
Oh, isn't it, though?
You know, I think part of the issue, and I think anybody would agree with me, is that there's so much pressure to put games out
Yep.
in a certain timeline, and I think they just need to stop doing that.
Yeah.
You know, don't tell people when you're putting out a game. Like, don't give them a date until you're absolutely sure it will come out by that date.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
The other thing is, why do people get refunds for Cyberpunk, but WWE 2K20 fans were still out to $50? Because Cyberpunk was probably the highest profile botched launch in gaming history. And I lived through the PlayStation 3. I was there. I was boots on the ground for the PlayStation 3's launch, and how many people really wanted it, but just as many people were really hating on Sony at the time. And it was kind of justified, considering that Sony was arrogant as fuck with their with how they in the run up to the PlayStation 3. It's like, you're gonna fucking buy it anyway. Fuck you. $600?
Yeah.
But-
So you see, this is why people are so annoyed with AAA games now.
Yep.
It's the releasing things too early. It's the bravado that they think people are going to buy their ridiculously expensive games, and not understanding that people do not want to spend money on ridiculously expensive games anymore unless it's really worth it.
Unless it has, or if it has enough hype behind it, let's be honest.
Right.
Because a lot of these games are, you know, basically fueled by the Silicon Valley .com bust thing of hype.
Right. And, like, you know, I mean, I like some AAA games. I do. Like, even though I feel like Resident Evil Village could have been reordered a little bit better to build up the story better, I liked it. You know?
It wasn't a bad game at all. It's
It was-
just that
it was good.
It's
It
just
just-
the pacing was off.
Right.
It wasn't bad pacing. It was just subpar pacing.
Right.
Stepping away from video games for a bit, one of my friends got one of those Hunt a Killer mysteries as a Christmas gift. You guys ever played one of them?
You
Never
know
heard of
what?
it.
I know what you're talking about. It's like one of those like board games where I've seen that work. We sell board games at work too. So we sell board games and Legos and chocolate and all kinds of little knickknacks and doodads and kids' toys and stuff.
Yeah. We gotta figure out how we're gonna get that Lego Baradur set.
I know, honey.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is I have to put in an order for it because
Yeah.
we don't have one in the store.
And it doesn't look like you're getting one in store.
As far as I know, there isn't an order to get one.
Okay. We'll figure it out. most people blame the devs when the managers/investors are the culprits. Yes.
Yes.
Stephanie Sterling has been railing against that for years and years and years, and only now has it become so nakedly apparent that only the most willfully blind can't see it.
Right. The mistake they make is they don't. So they think that they know better than the gamers who play their games.
Mm-hmm. And we saw this, and before Stephanie transitioned, when they were still known as Jim Sterling, Stephanie said, yeah, people, the market not the market decided. The market didn't decide that survival horror games were dead. The investors and the companies and the publishers decided survival horror games don't sell, therefore we're not going to make them anymore, even though people were screaming for a new Silent Hill.
Right.
Do you want to know something, honey? If you don't stop the carousel and you clean it all, you'll get an achievement.
Nice.
So if you want to go for the achievement, don't stop the carousel.
Okay.
I think you also there might be one where you let me boot up my own Steam because I have the achievements for this level. You might want to save the star for last, just to be safe.
Okay. Please check your job planner as a matter of urgency.
Blake Thrust.
Okay. Blake. Yes. My helter-skelter is filthy. Okay, Kevin. I don't care, Kevin. Unless you're hiring me, I don't care. Yes, this will affect performance. You think? Yes, the slide itself is beset by sticking spots, which take considerable arm strength and willpower to get past. Beef McLarge huge.
Big McLarge huge.
Yeah, tabletop sim.
Yeah, I have it. One of my buddies gifted it to me. Oops. You can't play Power Wash on Mac, but that's okay. Let me see. I have 59 out of 100 achievements. Which ones?
Okay. I need plastic. This is not doing...
Yeah, so completely clean the carousel. Yeah, completely clean the carousel without turning it off. That is a what is it? That's an achievement. The star is not an achievement though.
Okay. So I don't have to do the star last.
It doesn't look like it. I'm gonna keep on looking over the achievements that I have.
But yeah, I think the game industry needs to listen to the people who play games. You know, a lot of people play games because they see streamers playing games. And sometimes games even become kind of revived because a streamer has played a game. They need to pay attention to the fact that people, while longer games are enjoyable, people also want shorter games as well.
Shorter games at lower prices release more frequently.
Right. It's like the RPG Maker of board games, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Power Wash, or not Power Wash, excuse me, Tabletop Simulator is. I remember seeing Markiplier playing Sorry with his friends on it. So like you can put Sorry, you can put Trouble on it. There's all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
Oh, you know what else? Digi says, you know what else? If you're going to kill net support for the game, don't kill the game itself. That's actually part of the Stop Killing Games initiative that people have been trying to get put in front of the EU Regulatory Commission.
Right. Because, like, I bought crime site, and I can't play it because they took down the servers. So I have the game. I love the game, but I can't play it anymore.
Yep.
And I paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, well, thanks, but no thanks.
Ooh, there's workshop support for Tabletop Simulator, so there's a ton of games you could play. My buddy's been trying to get me to play Warhammer 40k with him on TTS for a long time. So I just haven't found the time. Because I'm always either playing something else or busy with something else.
Yeah, there's only so many hours in a day.
No. I need more time. And I can't have that time without being unemployed. And I kind of can't afford that right now.
Yeah. We'll just have to wait until we're old and crusty.
Yeah. We'll play all the chess we want in retirement, dear.
I'll play all the Pokemon.
All the Pokemon
I will
games.
catch them. I'll catch them all when I'm retired.
When I'm retired, I will finally become the very best like no one ever was. Well,
Yes.
I will reclaim the throne I won in Pokemon Red back in 1999.
So yeah, Panda was counting how many games he's finished.
Up to 215.
Yeah, and Jesus! I think I have completed maybe somewhere around 30 to 40 games. I didn't count as specifically as Panda has, but, I mean, I'm somebody with a lot of interests, so, like, games is just one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, because I'm such a movie buff, like, watching movies is a big part of it, and then reading books, and those are all things that take time. That's why I like to buy from GOG when I can. Almost all of their games have no DRM, so if you have the local files, you can still play the games you bought. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still launch the game locally
Right.
without needing GOG Galaxy open. GOG Galaxy is nice because it's very Steam-like setup. But, you can still buy games via GOG.com. Go to the website, get the installer, put the installer on your system, and you can still play them. And I would kill if they added Mac support. I would love to have Mac support for Alpha Centauri on my Mac.
Right. So I can clean the star.
Yes, you can clean the star whenever you like.
Okay.
Just don't turn off the carousel and clean the whole thing, and you will get the achievement.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to go over. I'm gonna take another look at some of the. Take a look at some of the games I have on my thing there.
Yeah. I may have to figure out how to set things up so I can use my Game Boy Advance or my my Switch to play some Pokemans on stream.
I was gonna say for the GBA, I'll just let you use my Mister. Because you can use any controller you'd like. You could play on a PlayStation controller if you wanted to. I know it's not accurate, but I do have Pokemon Emerald and stuff like that on there.
Pokemans. It's the Pokemans.
Pokemans.
They're our friends.
Robots are our friends. Robots are our friends.
They
sometimes accidentally kill, but always make amends. You remember that one?
That's from Futurama, right?
No.
No.
It was on Newgrounds way back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was from Albino Black Sheep.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw it on Newgrounds, but it was originally on Albino Black Sheep. Men's. Robots do cool things. Robots do cool things. They sometimes hack and slash and bang, but mostly dance and sing.
Goodness, I feel like the stuff on the yellow thing is
It's crusted on.
not coming.
There you
There
go,
it
you got
goes. I got it. Do, 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 do.
Robots help us out. Robots help us out. They sometimes zoom and flash, but they are friends, no doubt. Robots are our friends. Robots are our friends. Robots are our friends.
You know, Panda and I were talking about the days of when YouTube, all you could, the limit was 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, it's so interesting to see because now you have all these websites that are essentially doing what YouTube first did.
Yeah, and somehow, and they're more popular because it's like people just want their bite-sized content and stuff
Right,
like that.
right. Come on, Queen.
Like
Queen
there's
up.
there's a place for the, you know, for the 2-hour video essays and stuff like that. There's a place for that. But for some people that's just not what they want. They just want to consume the content, then click onto the next piece of content to consume.
Right.
And 135 some of those vids were the same movie.
Right, right.
I was telling Aspen, that's how I first saw Red Dawn.
Boing, 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 boing.
That was how I first saw Red Dawn. I was in between classes when I was in community college. I was like, you know what? I kind of want to watch Red Dawn. So I did. And I watched it all in like 10-minute chunks. It was better than playing 2 Human, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's crazy thinking of like older YouTube and things like the Duck Song and Charlie the Unicorn and Teen Girls Club.
Yeah.
Anything from Homestar Runner, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Homestar Runner had really fun stuff.
Homestar Runner was great.
Yeah. Teen Girls Club!
All right,
The
so
popular one!
would you like a breakdown of the games what systems I've beaten games on?
Sure.
Okay, so of the 215 games that I have, just in case someone from MGM is listening, as this is an Amazon site, Panda was kidding! Panda did not violate copyright! Ha 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 ha! I got the Jeep running and a guy ready to let you do in Canada in 3 days. Homestar Runner still is great. It's still going? Oh wow. I had no idea. Anyway, the breakdown. So 27.4% of the games I've finished have been on PlayStation 4.
Okay.
So, you know, it shows that the PlayStation 4 really has been my system of choice. I think it also says a lot about it was never the quantity of games that I was playing on Sega. It was just the amount of time that I played on Sega, and probably ended up playing the same 5 games over and over and over and over and over again. Instead of moving on to new experiences, because I didn't have the money to buy those new experiences, and I'd have to wait for Christmas.
Right, right.
Not as frequent as it once was, but every now and then they put out a Tomb or a SB email.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. The next game, the next system that I have the most on is surprisingly the Xbox 360 at 10.7%. So 10.7% of the games that I've beaten have been on Xbox 360. Which I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, there are a lot of games that were on PC that started on PC. Like, perfect example, all the Valve games. Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2. I finished all of those games on on Xbox 360 because that was what I had for a long time. Let's see. The number 3 system is unsurprisingly the Sega Genesis. I have beaten 10.2% of the games that I have finished in my life have been on Sega Genesis. So that's the final podium spot. And then creeping up behind on everybody is PC at 9.8%.
Okay.
Left 4 Dead. I should go back and play through that again. Yeah, find friends to play it with. Because Left 4 Dead was really that good. I counted Left 4 Dead as finished, even though there's no real win condition in Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2. You can beat all the campaigns, which I have. So I counted the game as finished after that.
Okay, I have to read this. Unfortunately, as we were winding through Willow Creek, we encountered a group of monks walking against the traffic, and I pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. My Jeet Kune Do instructor...
You can always go back to messages. Messages on the right.
My Jeet Kune Do instructor always says, in an emergency, hit the nearest thing as hard as you can. Oh, no.
That's objectively terrible for anyone watching at a later date.
That is objectively terrible advice. Oh, man. It's both objectively and subjectively terrible advice.
But officer, my teacher said those monks had it coming.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it,
I bet that you would have done the same. There we go. Let's see. Let me take a look at some of the PlayStation 4 games I've beaten. Now, the thing about the PlayStation 4 is that I think it just shows me playing enough PlayStation 4 games like that. It just showed how badly Xbox bottled it that generation.
Right.
Every time I hear about monks in a gag, I think back to one of my favorite commercials from when I was a kid in Michigan.
Can I get it through?
It's a row of monks walking and doing a Gregorian chant. Instead of prayers, they were going, use the wrong dry cleaners, should have checked the red yellow pages.
Horsies! Horsies!
Have you bought a better power washer?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the Prime Vista 3000. I also have the Urban U, but that's the medium pressure one.
Yeah.
This is the all-rounder
Okay.
heavy-duty one.
Which leads to all of them hitting their heads on the phone books, like Monty Python. It's revealed that the robe shrunk right before one final whack.
Alright, so medium duty, heavy duty, that's the one I'm using. Professional duty. I can't buy it yet.
Oh, you can't buy that yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you'll get there.
I will. I'm getting closer. I mean, I'm at the fair right now, so that means I'm getting closer to the end.
Okay.
Right? Right, honey?
Right.
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 See? I'm catching up.
Yeah, you're catching up.
I'm catching up. I'm catching up. I feel it in my soul to make my systems flow. Oh, wait.
Oh, you missed something?
Yeah, up here. And up here.
See that song? I thought they were saying "Welcome to the Doomsday," but they had like marbles in their mouth, so they couldn't say the D in Doomsday.
Welcome to it. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. The things that I heard at GameStop over and over and over and over again to the point of mental trauma. Because, so what originally happened, the way it used to be at GameStop was that every month we would get a new DVD for the players. Because we had a DVD player that would be on loop and would, play, the usual GameStop TV stuff like trailers. It would be this, it would be that, it'd be the other thing. There was, but the last month that we had that, it was just nothing but game trailers. And I'm like, this is what GameStop TV always should have been. Then we got the CBS Outernet, which was a partnership that GameStop had with CBS. And that had that updated by itself every month and stuff like that. And it was fine, but, it was like, it wasn't the same as, like, opening up the shipment that week. Opening up the shipment one day, and it's like, hey guys, new GameStop DVD! And everybody would be like, yeah! New trailers, new trivia! Stuff like that, so. I understand why they did it, because they got some money from CBS to do it, but nah, it's not the same as having It's not the same as having that DVD. It's almost like getting a Christmas gift,
Right.
All right, let's see how bad this is. Cyberpunk 2077 on an M1, a 2020 M1 MacBook Air.
Okay.
Let's see how this plays.
All right.
If it plays at all.
I kind of actually appreciate your sitting with me because it's giving my throat a little time to rest.
Well, considering the current work situation, yes, I don't get to talk to very many people because everybody's starting to clear out for the winter break.
Right.
Oh, it launched.
Well, that's helpful. It did something of use.
Yeah. Okay, it's running pretty good so far in the menus. I'm just amazed that they put it in the that they made it work on Mac.
Mac
Right.
compatible.
Mac compatible, yeah.
Whee.
Risk of seizure, yep.
So it's kind of interesting
God.
because Panda and I were messaging each other today and talking about, I think when you get into a relationship that works
Yeah.
and it's really good and it's really comfortable and, sometimes it's hard to believe that you're in a good relationship because everything's going so well,
Yeah.
And, I think, like I've been saying this lately, but it's like there's so much just bad juju in the world.
Yeah.
There's just so much negativity in the world, and like I feel like it's so important to celebrate love right now
Yeah, exactly.
because I feel like in some ways that's gonna save us a lot more than anger. Because if you want things to be better, you have to love things enough to make them better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I've had enough, I've been having enough problems, with even believing that this is real.
Yeah. Yeah. I told Panda today, part of the reason why I hug him so often is because it reminds me that he's actually there,
Yeah. All right, we're gonna run a benchmark and see what happens here.
All right. So Disney got a Disney.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying they're gonna.
Oh, I've missed some chat. Hang on just a sec. All right. So
Sorry about that. I've just
just
been...
like that, I'm back in 2014. Okay. But like, hang on a sec. Let me go back again.
Let's see.
Okay.
Wow.
So, I saw that so after Disney said they're going to invest in OpenAI, they're now suing Google for all the stuff OpenAI did namely using their stuff for training. And this is why I'm an optimist. Going in and out of the world, angry and negative, doesn't get you anything. Yes, exactly.
See, I tried that for a long time, and
You had friends who called you out on it.
yep,
And thank you for those friends.
yeah,
You know. It's funny because Panda's family members have been saying, like, you know, my being here has kind of helped soften some of Panda's edges.
yeah. That was my sister, mostly.
Yeah. Well, your sister's pretty smart.
She is. I'm kind of,
I really like Panda's sister.
yes, yeah, my sister is, she keeps me in line, you know?
Yeah.
Oof.
She keeps things real.
Choppy.
Chip, chop, chip. Oh, that
20
is
frames per second. 20
choppy.
frames per second.
Oh, no.
I can play this. This is just the benchmark we're running. This is not actual gameplay. But it's topped out at 30 frames per second. And I'm just thinking to myself, I can play this, but why would I want to? Texture quality low. VSync. No maximum FPS. No frame generation because I'm pretty sure I can't do that. My Mac can't do that. No ray tracing because I'm pretty sure my Mac can't do that.
Wait, yeah. There we go.
So it's confirmed that yes, I can at least boot Cyberpunk 2077 on this Mac.
Does it look great?
No, not at all. Why would I play this when I have my good computer upstairs and why my computer that was made specifically for gaming? Mm-hmm. Why would I do that to myself?
Right.
I was just curious.
Well, it's interesting to test. Like, you know, sometimes they'll make things compatible with a system, but it won't necessarily be as compatible as you want it to be.
Yeah. So we're gonna uninstall it because I'm like, nah, there's literally no point in having this. Oh, allow.
I should play some of the Nancy Drew games sometime. They're really fun.
I remember seeing a lot of those Nancy Drew games.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's like over 30.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to me.
I mean, they're fun. They're point and click explore puzzle games. Some are better than others.
Yeah.
I will say that. One of the best one is Ghosts of Thornton Hall. That is absolutely one of the best ones. It's really good. And it genuinely has some good scares.
Yeah, you know, it's a guilty pleasure for me. The Dynasty/Samurai Warriors franchise. Those are guilty pleasures. They're not beat 'em ups in the way that I know them, which would be, you know, like Golden Axe or Streets of Rage or anything like that. But you know, I could see why people like them.
Okay, where's
There's
the...
about as much. Oh no, you're gonna do this to me. Now GOG Galaxy won't launch.
It's this one. Okay. No.
I was having a massive Lando Calrissian. They fixed it moment.
There we go. All right.
Nobody gets a Warriors game because it's deep. They're not. Yeah.
Yeah, this one needs some attention because the thingamahoosit wasn't connecting. No, I need that one over here.
No,
Thank you.
nobody gets a Warriors game or a Muso game, as they are known in Japan, because they are like, you know, the deepest gaming experiences you'll ever see. No. They do it because they just want to kill tons of enemies and carve through them like Sauron was carving through the Last Alliance.
Right. It's clean. Is that one clean? Yeah, it's clean. Oh, this one's not clean. This one's not clean. Well, how dare they not be clean? There we go.
I mean,
Okay.
Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes is kind of deep in terms of the character's politics, but that's because it's set in the same world as Fire Emblem Three Houses. So
Outer
Yeah.
platform.
we're not talking. Yeah, we're talking about like the standard. What is it? The standard. Warriors games like Dynasty Warriors 1 through 8. Stuff like that. The Dynasty Warriors games that are on, or the Warriors games that are on like Nintendo consoles, those are actually really good because they offer something for the timeline and all that stuff. Like Hyrule Warriors, excellent, just excellent. There's so many reasons to play Hyrule Warriors. Absolutely, I will. Like that's actually a glaring omission in my Switch collection right now. Is the Hyrule Warriors games.
Yeah, Nancy Drew games are fun. There's usually a different theme to each one, which kind of lines up with the books. There's one that's, and there's, I would say they are somewhat educational. Let's see, the Ghost of Thornton Hall gives you some history about the cotton industry. One of them has a lot of stuff about Nikola Tesla. One of them takes place in Scotland. So, like, each one kind of has some interesting stuff to it. One takes place in Japan. You have to ride around on the train system, which is kind of cool. They understood the assignment when it came to Japan. They knew you had to go on the train.
Yeah, I said Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3 is probably the best non-Nintendo Musou game. That's what I believe, anyway. So I gotta install
Ooh,
this up
outer
here.
platform is clean. I did it. Oh, no, 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 no. No, let me off.
Stop the carousel. I
I'm
want to
not-
get off.
I'm not going to turn it off, though. I want the cheese. No, no. Okay, I just want to step over a little bit so I can do that. Thank you. Carousel. Carousel. Dankeschön, darling, Dankeschön. Woo. Okay. Do, 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 do. I need to say something. It's getting quiet.
I have all three, and it's a tie between 2 and 3 for me. I love how they were able to blend everybody into
No, no,
different
no.
Gundam
Get me
story-
off, get me off, get me off.
into different Gundam storylines. I got a chuckle when Char met the Char clones.
So, all right. So we're planning on making a lot of cookies and holiday treats. So
get on that soon,
we're
actually,
we're
'cause-
gonna have to make some decisions though, which ones we want to make and how many different things we want to do.
Yeah.
So you know those peanut butter Hershey Kiss blossoms.
Yeah.
So we're going to make the ones with the cherry cordial and have a chocolate cookie to put that on,
Yeah.
like that. But I'm trying to decide on the other ones. How many different kinds of cookies should we make? Like I'm trying to like. Oh, Mystic! Oh, that's awesome.
Almost times 600 malt. Wow.
That is awesome, Mystic. That is so cool.
I need to know your Joker loadout.
But yeah, so I'm thinking the cherry cordial Hershey's Kiss cookies. We're planning on making 2 different kinds of like candy bark, like peppermint bark and like a pecan kind of bark.
Mm-hmm.
The colors on this carousel, especially on these poles, makes me think of McDonald's. So there's a few cookies we can make that I have recipes that I invented.
Mm-hmm.
We can do orange cardamom cookies. No, don't, no, stop it. I have to go all the way back. Thank you.
Foil raised fist, holographic Wily Joker, flower pot, sock and buskin. That'll do it. That's the one everybody wants and needs, is sock and buskin.
No, no, no. Okay, there we go. Okay. No. 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 So yeah, so I have the orange cardamom cookies recipe, which is in my head. I can make almond cookies. I could make the mocha chocolate chip cookies. I can make peanut butter chocolate, or not peanut, well, I can make peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. I can make pumpkin chocolate chip cookies. I can do cherry chocolate chip cookies. I'm like, we need to figure out how many types of cookies we're gonna make.
Yeah, right?
Because I can't make all of them. And hearing about cookies is making you hungry. I'm sorry. Pull base. It needs help. It needs help. There we go. Pull base. Pull. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick run around. Okay. Outer platform. Steps. The steps aren't... Okay. Alright. Oh, I see.
All that work with that loadout, and I got defeated by the anti-7 boss. No! Oh, man.
No.
What was the one big thing that you were working on there? Like your big Mystic. The one big... did you throw all of your multipliers into like flushes, straights, threes of kind? What?
Give us the deets. Give us the deets. You know, I'm really proud of myself that I haven't just, like, taken advantage of working at the bookstore and bought, like, a bunch of books with my 50% off discount. I'm like, I went told him, But I think what's gone on is because I lived away from any major bookstores for so long, is that I don't know what books are out. Except for the, like, main ones you'll see, like, displayed at, like, Walgreens in the book and magazine section. Or at Walmart in the book and magazine section. Like, that was kind of the limit. Or if I went to a used bookstore, which doesn't usually have the latest books. So, like, a lot of the authors that I follow, I can't find their books on the shelves, so I don't know if they're even writing anymore, or where they're even classified, because fantasy romance has taken over
Yeah.
so much. It used to be urban fantasy. That was the big thing, but no longer. There's no urban fantasy section anymore. It's fantasy romance.
Wow.
It's all the, like, Court of Thrones and Roses, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
The Sarah J. Maas stuff, and Fourth Wing, and... One thing that's kind of cool is I've been seeing more books with last names of authors that are not of European descent. And that's kind of cool. Like, I've been seeing a lot more books, and I wonder how many authors have been encouraged by their publishers to write under a pen name that sounds Western, just to get things to sell, you know? Which sucks, but they do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get on.
And the big hand I pulled earlier was a full house, and I think it made up of kings and jacks. Some of the cards on my deck were glass, which added extra multipliers, and I even had a glass polychrome jack. A glass polychrome jack? Oh my goodness. Which itself was a 2 malt followed by a 1.5 malt. Jeez. Crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to get those individually while I'm here. Okay, so. Alright, let's try the long extension. I think that will help. I can get all of these insides. Okay. Do. No, I need to get off. So, when I go to amusement parks or fairs, I'm not really big on roller coasters.
You know what? Neither am I.
I'd rather, like, do the carousel, you know, maybe those swings that go pretty high, because I'm not afraid of heights. I think I don't...
Yep. I was restarting.
Right,
See if
right.
I could wipe some system data. I
Okay.
need to go to bed soonish. My last official day with my original support worker in the morning. She's essentially having to medically retire from working with me, but she's going to stay in touch as a family friend. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nice.
Oh boy. This is dizzying.
You can also press C to just stay in place and aim the thing. See, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Please with C. Please with C.
Seesaw. Which there should be in this.
Uh-oh.
What?
Alright, I gotta wipe some,
What uh-ohs?
I gotta wipe some fucking, system data. Find it.
No. No. Come on. Alright, clean up. Oh, there we go.
Also, because she's not going to be working with me anymore, we can trade Discord info and do shit like play online together.
Nice.
Very nice there.
Yeah, that's the hard thing when working in, like, social science type fields where you're actually like a caseworker or something. You can't really be friends with people until you're not working in that area anymore.
Exactly.
I think in some ways that's why I prefer to work with kids and teenagers. It's like, I know I'm not going to be tempted to be their friends. No, because it helps me to maintain a boundary. But like with adults, like sometimes you just meet somebody who's really cool and you're like, dude, I would totally like play video games with you, or so it's kind of challenging sometimes when you're dealing with people who are actually like, more age and interest compatible. I think with me the professional boundary was more important because my brain listed her as a person to call in a crisis. That would have been helpful in the middle of the night. Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's good if you're also setting healthy boundaries for yourself when working with somebody who's helping you in that kind of situation, because it helps you to not get overly dependent on somebody who's there as it's their job. It's not a friendship situation until, and they may be friendly, but it's complex to try to maintain that vibe of friendly and helpful but not friends. It's very complicated. It's not an easy part of working in those kinds of fields at all. I am dependent on her in terms of my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Well, I mean, that's okay. I feel like that's okay. She's basically guiding me through the game to get the best endings for the characters and such. Ah, nice. Okay. But yeah, it's very tricky. I feel like with kids, it's a lot easier to make boundaries because it's like, they're kids. What are you going to do? Like, you are a different age. There's a different power dynamic anyway because you're the adult and they're children. But it's a little different with adults because there's many ways in which you are on the same page. Especially if you're, working with an adult who has similar interests to you.
Oh, everybody. I introduced Aspen to Summoning Salt.
Yes. Yes, we were watching the video on Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
The Mike Tyson 159 fight.
Which is insane and we didn't finish the video, and I was like, how do you get faster than this?
Yeah.
Like, realistically, how do you get faster than this? Oh, my feet are so cold right now. And I'm wearing plush socks.
I made it funny on Blue Sky.
Oh no, what did you say? What did you say?
Let me find it. Everybody's co-streaming the Game Awards.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to duck. Yep, I knew it. I knew there was a rim that I had to get under.
Our artificial intelligence can generate art of your characters for whatever you want. Disney, great, but how did your AI learn what our characters look like? And it's just the monkey looking away.
That's funny. But yeah, like seriously. I've been trying to get the word out to authors that there's this one AI company that there's been a class action lawsuit against.
Oh, was that Anthropic?
Yeah, and that, everybody's owed money from them
Yeah.
after they used their books without permission.
To train models.
Yeah. I think a lot of
I'll be right
people,
back.
okay, just don't realize how much copyright infringement goes into this stuff, Alright, although my shoe-like reflexes saved the lives of the monks, thank goodness, my helter-skelter fell off the toe and rolled down the entire creek. Kevin, if you want me to do the job, just tell me you want me to do the job. Hire me. Bad news, it's covered in everything from tertiary chalk to Permian mudstone. Well, that's not my fault. Unless, if you want me to clean it, Kevin, just ask me to clean it. And pay me all the monies. Pay me the monies. Pay me the monies. Pay me the monies. Pay me all the monies in the world. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. It's funny. Like, I think about the financial health of the world right now, and I'm just like, the crazier things get, the more I'm like, I do not need to be rich. Being comfortably middle class is fine. I just don't want to feel like I have to go into debt if I have a medical emergency, I want to live in a decent house. I do not need to live in a crazy mansion. I just want to live in a house that functions well. Yeah, oh my god, if Disney burst the AI bubble, that would be amazing. Okay, sleep well, Mystic. But yeah, I don't feel like I need all the money in the world. I don't need to be wealthy. I just want to, live in a nice little house. Panda and I can have a 3-bedroom house, so we each have an office that can be converted to a guest room if somebody comes to visit. And then we'd have our bedroom. And then we'd have, a nice cozy living room to sit and watch movies in. And a nice kitchen with enough space that we can cook and bake together. And, maybe a nice yard to have a little fire pit in. Or, oh, I have my timer went off. Okay. So I think what this means, so that's 7 o'clock. So the Gamer Awards are starting in a moment. So what I'm going to do, since I'm not finished with this, let's see. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to YouTube. YouTube. I'm going to find the Game Awards. Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay, it's starting at 7:30. Okay, so we've got some time. So I've pulled it up. Here, let me do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a new window. I am going to switch. I'm going to go to YouTube.
Yep,
I'm going to go...
Your alarm's going off.
I know, yeah. I'm going to go to...
The Game Awards.
I don't know why I'm in caps.
Yeah, there.
Okay.
That's the
Right.
official stream right there. Yeah.
Right. So, I'm going to
then
turn that off.
click.
It doesn't start until... Yeah. It doesn't start until 7:30.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I'm going to put that away. I'm going to put that away. I'm going to put that away. And then we'll just switch once it hits 7:30. I have to go do something really quick, so Panda will talk with you all.
Exactly. We have candy canes on the tree if you'd like one.
I want a candy cane.
I had a feeling you'd want a candy cane.
Oh my gosh, my back is sore.
Poor thing. Okay. Set your reminder for the pre-show. Yeah, we have one. We have one going, and I hope everybody's having a good time. It's just gonna be a few of us. I mean, I will. Actually, there's something I gotta check. So I don't know if you guys know Almontes, but Almontes just started taking commissions again for his calligraphy, which is really, really fucking cool if you ask me. So I gotta go to Ko-fi and see if he got back to me today. Oh, that's right. It's up to me to get back to him. Durr. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Come on, sit. Hey, how you doing? Come on in, sit down, say hi to Christopher Walken. Hello. Just gonna get through tomorrow's shift and the weekend is mine. Same. Except my shift is gonna be shortened because I have that big interview tomorrow. I have half a day. Oh, you got one of the Skittles candy canes. Nice.
Yeah, I wanted to try it.
I got to... Oh, I was going to say, could you break off, like, a piece of the top of the candy cane for me?
Like a piece from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I haven't had any yet, and I'm sticking with my traditional peppermint.
Ah.
Granted, my shift's only 5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, my shifts are 4.5 at work, and I get really tired.
Ooh, they smell good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never tried the Skittles candy canes before.
But if they are Skittles, that's immediate hope right there.
But it's all 5 flavors.
Yeah. Well, then again, how many people eat just one Skittle?
Right. I like to, pick and choose which flavors I put together.
That's about right.
Like,
That's about right.
I like the cherry with the lemon, because then it's like cherry lemonade. So yeah. Okay, anyway. Escape.
Escape.
Escape. Okay.
Yeah, I told the good people about Almontes and his calligraphy.
Yeah. Almontes is really nice calligraphy.
And he's a really nice guy.
He is. He is very chill and very smart. Yeah, so my shifts at work are 4.5 hours. I get a 15-minute break. And because we have a cafe, I also get one free drink a shift if I want it, which I haven't really been taking advantage of much. And I get 50% off books and 40% off cafe purchases. And I get 30% off Legos. Where am I standing? Oh, I'm on the blue thing, that's why. And I think the 50% off is also like, so anything that's food is 40% off. So if I want to get the chocolate, it's 40% off. But I think, I don't know, the toys and puzzles and stuff, I don't remember if they're 50% or if they're 30% as well, like the Legos and stuff. Not that I've bought a lot of those things. But I think the only things I've bought are things for the advent calendar and some chocolate and the A's for Alien book, which I love so much. I saw the A's for Alien book. Okay, bye, Mac. And I, like, damn near lost my mind. I was like, F is for face hugger. You don't want him to hug you. I'm like, no, you actually don't. The Skittles candy canes are good, but I like the kind of like the original cherry ones. Those are pretty decent. Sometimes I like getting the ones that are specific flavored. I'm definitely a green apple kind of girl. So, yeah. I like getting the green apple candy canes. I think I'm trying to remember what company makes them. I don't think Starburst does it. There's another company that does it.
I miss my Starbursts terribly.
Aw. We should get you Starburst candy canes then, because at least they'll taste the same.
Starburst candy canes, Starburst jelly beans also do the trick. Because the Starburst jelly beans taste like really, really close to the real thing.
Yeah, maybe we should try to get the Starburst candy canes. I think Jelly Belly makes candy canes too.
Well, if it's from Jelly Belly, then it's probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah. Have you played, what's the game? It's like a, kind of like Among Us, but takes place, it's kind of Art Deco and it takes place on like a space yacht or something.
If it's like Among Us, then it's very likely I haven't played it.
I keep forgetting what it's called. But that's a game that might be fun to play sometime. If we could get a group of people who want to play it. Because it's very, visually it's really interesting.
Yeah. Are you thinking of Space Channel 5?
No,
It's a different
no, it's not Space Channel 5. It's very much a multiplayer game. Oof. I'm trying to remember. It's hard. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Center pole frames. Okay, I'm 99% done. Okay, center pole frame. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. This one. Okay, got that center pole ring. Okay. Ah, that. Okay.
Guilty as sock. Yeah, that would be a good community, that game.
Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, and then center pole ring. Why is it not? Okay, maybe I need to step out. Ah, yeah, I'm missing some parts. Okay, there we go. Center pole ring is done. Center pole topper. Okay. In some ways, it's easier to let it just turn. Okay. Now let's see. Horse rod tops. Okay. Okay. Did I get all of them? I think I did. Okay, so horse rod bases. Those things. Okay. Okay. When I was a little girl, I wanted to have a carousel horse in my room. I thought that would be like the coolest thing ever. I think I watched too many TV shows where little girls had carousel horses in their rooms. Did you ever want to run away to the circus, Panda? Okay. I don't think I ever wanted to either. But I did want to run away to a museum after reading the mixed up files of Miss Basil E. Frankweiler, because that book is so good. I was actually talking about it with somebody the other day at work, and I pointed out the book to them, and they're like, "Oh, that sounds really cool." And then a customer's like, "That sounds good. Maybe I'll get that for my kid for their Christmas present." So I'm good. I'm good advertising for books. Oh, Rift Tracks.
Yep, Rift Track. Yeah, the downside of us playing Rift Tracks is that I'll just win every time. You know, it's gonna come down to either Wit or Digi.
Yeah. do. Pony. That is a very orange pony. Oh, I just realized the ponies do go up and down like carousel ponies do. I always feel like it's a ripoff when you go on a carousel and you get a pony that doesn't go up and down.
Yeah.
It's like that's not what
ripoff.
you go on a carousel for. You want to go up and down on the carousel
That
horse.
is a ripoff.
Very much so. So I have 8 horses and 8 horse rods.
Horse rods.
I'm Ruby Rod. Okay. So the horse rods are the things that they're on. Okay. I'm just gonna be methodical like I usually am. We've got about 15 minutes. Maybe I'll finish this up in that time. Yes, we talked about that the other night. Gynax is it Gynax?
Gynax.
Gynax is closed, yeah.
Yeah, Gynax. It was end of an era, but they'd been a husk for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have to admit, I've never really gotten into Evangelion. Gelion or Gelion?
Evangelion. Hard G.
Gelion, okay. I think I've watched the first couple of episodes, but I just never really got all that into it.
Mm-hmm.
Although I know it's supposed to be really good.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of one of those things where it's like there's certain things in anime that you have to kind of invest in.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, you have to take the time to really watch everything and, you know, participate in the story essentially as you watch it and be there and, you know.
Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames left and right now.
Oh no. That's weird. Why now? Okay. Horse butt.
Come on, you piece of shit. What the fuck?
Ugh. I'm just trying to stream. Goodness. Oh, my kingdom for fiber internet.
Fuck you, Verizon.
Yeah. You know, I think we stand in the way of our own advancement with technology. You know? Like, people get either, like, they get so caught up in the wrong things, or they just don't want to innovate because it costs money, or, like, they think, oh, this is the next big thing and nobody wants it.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, stabilized, okay.
Okay.
But yeah, Gynax has been dead for a long time.
Okay. Oh, horses. Oh, no, get me off there, thank you. Kind of feel like it's an end of an era as I watch NGE and love well, Gurren Lagann is pretty
Gurren Lagann is pretty
pretty
legendary.
classic, yeah. I will miss Gurren Lagann. Doop, 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 doo. Okay. Horse. Horse.
Horse's butt.
Horse butt.
What horse butt?
Plop, plop. Kerplop, kerplop. Have you ever been horseback riding, Panda?
Maybe once. Closer
Yeah.
it gets to the Game Awards, the more it's gonna eat things up. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Because everybody's doing the exact same thing. You know,
Right.
we are not unique in wanting to stream the Game Awards.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But they've done this for so many years, you figure it'd be okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to get around.
Yeah, check
To the outside.
Check the undersides too.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's one of them.
Yeah. Oh, no. I want to be here. But I think I have to be outside completely and just kind of make passes over them. And I should also probably... Oh, this is what makes it hard. This is the part when you need to, you know... when you need the carousel to be turned off. Oh, this is fun. Here.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, just use the C button, please. With C. Take it from someone with experience. Nobody is prepared for events they think they are.
Right, right.
You got this one, honey. You can do it.
Me. I want the achievement. Wee. Okay. Can it go slower? Alright, I'm gonna have to reverse and do this. Get them when they come by. Whee! Okay.
You guys know I watched The Last Drive-In, right? Yeah, absolutely. Is that with Joe Bob or whatever his name is? Or is that Svengoolie I'm thinking of?
Alright, I'm gonna do E. I'm gonna put it down to the stubby gun. I think that'll make it easier. There we go. We're getting there. There we go. 6 horses to go. 5.
Okay, well, originally The Last Drive-In was that, Joe Bob's Farewell. 2.5 days of drive-in and B movies to send him off to retirement. I signed up for Shudder just for that, and I've been a fan of his since Monster Vision. Okay.
4 horses.
4 horsemen.
Very soon. Come on. Come in. 3. Not that one. That one. Where is it? And that one. Alright, 2. 1.
Oh, close.
Oh.
Oops.
It's that one. There we go. Now we just have to do the rods that they're on.
Get the tops of them because that stuff can come and the dirt there can come and go.
Right.
Okay. Last drive-in is Joe Bob Briggs. Whenever I go to Let's Get to Them drive-in totals, it's for him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first last drive-in I watched the Mad God episode, which was a mistake because Phil Tippett would not shut the fuck up even when Joe Bob signaled to cut back to the movie.
Come on. These are the worst.
Yeah, that really sucked. I remember that part. You may have to go on the other side too.
Yeah. I tried to get them as much as I could on the other side, but they're tricky. Oh, you know what? I should switch, I'm gonna switch extension to that one.
Yeah, you're gonna have to either follow it around or or circle around.
Yeah.
It took me a day and a half just to get to the middle of the 2.5-day marathon. Oh God.
There's somebody, I don't go on Facebook very often, but I've been going on a little bit more lately, and I think somebody in my friends is talking about Svengoolie as well,
Yeah.
and that they really enjoy it. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Can I change? Oh, it won't let me change, will it? I have to use up all my plastic soap. Okay, well, I'll just spray it around. Ah, here we go. No. Escape. I don't want that.
Did you get it?
No.
Yeah.
It just switched. Okay, back. Escape. E. Switch to middle cleaner.
Got one.
There you go.
I have a feeling it's gonna be towards the top there.
But I think I need to get the bottoms too.
Joe Bob even joked on Twitter that AMC servers are powered by a Sega Genesis and got their best voodoo priest on it. Yet, yeah, everybody thought he'd just draw a cult audience. He drew a bigger audience than thought. Even beat reruns of Channel Zero, which AMC was betting the network on. Would have been better if it didn't cut every 10 minutes to Phil Tippett talking about how he didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, it's the bottom parts as well. Okay, let's go inside. Okay. This one, pull. This pull is done. Alright, that pull. That one needs to be done. There we go. This pull. Yep, this one needs it. Oh, there we go. 3 left. Okay. That one. 2 left.
1 left.
1 left.
Is that the one? No, it's not.
Oh. It's the one after.
TGA is doing the same thing. Yeah, so it's happening to VGAs because so many are watching on Twitch. Servers are going, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can.
There we go.
Yay!
Yes, and I got the achievement. Whee! Showtime. Oh, yes.
It is showtime.
And I just finished this.
Perfect timing.
Yay. Okay. All right. Let us exit the game. The drill in the treehouse. I remember helping you with that. Okay. So let's see what we need to do here. All right, so I'm going to pull up my... Let's see. I had it up. Oh.
Maybe you closed it?
Maybe I closed it instead of... Okay. Hang on.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, and now we...
And then... Alright, close that. I need to go into... Nope. I need to go into OBS.
OBS.
Window capture.
Oh, I can't see it.
Properties.
Okay. Game Awards, there it is.
All right.
All right.
There we go.
There we go, yeah. So it's the two of us.
And let's do the volume.
So people
Okay.
can hear, yeah. Oh, you're going to need desktop.
I'm gonna.
Welcome to the 2025 Game Awards opening act.
Here, let me know.
I'm Sydney Goodman, here to start us off on gaming's biggest night, streaming all around the world. We are coming to you live from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles to celebrate the year in games, with special performances including from the Game Awards Orchestra and Evanescence, surprise guests, and world premieres like Resident Evil Requiem, Phantom Blade Zero, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, and many more. Plus, over 20 brand new games you haven't heard about yet. It will make you believe the universe is conspiring for you. And you know what? I don't think I can wait any longer. Let's just get started right now. Tonight is a very special Game Awards because 3 of our Game of the Year nominees are from indie studios.
How's that?
So we're going to start
That's a
things
little too
off with the
How about that?
announcement of a
There we go.
beautiful new game
So you
from
guys sure
the
you won't get in
Burlington,
trouble?
Vermont-based
Yes, I
Frame
verified
Interactive
with
Studios.
another streamer, Espera,
This is The
and
Free
they
Shepherd.
are also doing. They're also doing pretty much the same thing. Burlington, Vermont-based Frame Interactive Studios. This is The Free Shepherd. Well, it looks very Vermont already with lots of sheep.
Right.
Is that what you do? You get to play as a dog?
I guess so. Do you, if you want me to turn the mic up more, just let me know. So, it's interesting that they're showing a company from Burlington, Vermont, because one of the artists that I found for Balance of Seven is a Vermont artist
Don't.
who went on to do art for
Okay,
a video
I'll
game.
say it. The protagonist
company
is
in
not
Vermont.
only powerful, but I'm proud to also confirm it is adorable. And now it's time to give out our very first Game Award. Here are the
Especially since we've got
nominees for
subtitles.
Best Family Game. Donkey Kong Bonanza,
That's family game. Okay.
Lego Party.
I guess is
Lego Voyagers,
Lego Party.
Mario Kart World, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
Sonic Racing
And-
World, cheers.
And the Game Award goes to
She didn't even say Split Fiction.
Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Okay.
Oh, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Okay.
Yep.
Yay. Is that Doug Bowser?
On behalf of all of us
Yeah.
at
It's Doug
Nintendo,
Bowser,
and
the outgoing
especially
president of
the
Nintendo.
Donkey Kong Bonanza development team, thank you. With this game, the team had an objective
Oh,
of
man, look at
creating
how
a
empty so
thrilling
many of those
game
seats are.
where players
Oh,
could feel
yeah.
the strength of Donkey Kong as he smashed through obstacles and discovered how music would shape his overall journey. As a lifetime fan of Donkey Kong, I think they delivered on that and so much more. We're grateful to the fans and to the Game Awards for this honor.
Interesting.
Looks like smashing things is kind of fun. Thank you very much.
Well, there was just like a weird little jump where it
Congratulations.
repeated itself.
And now we have 2 more. Congratulations. And
Yep, she
now
just
we
did it
have
again.
2 more world premieres ready to go. Up first is another independent game that hails from a solo developer in Sweden who's a hardcore Souls fan. He's built a brutal melee combat experience backdrop. Spooky. This is Decrepit.
Oh my god, what a mess. Look at all the...
Oh my god, what happened? What happened to
Oh,
this?
no.
What happened to the closed captioning?
Can I reload?
Yeah, just close it. Just close it and open it up. No. Close the closed captioning. There it is.
Oh. That's how I do it on my Aspen. Oh my god.
Rawr. This kind of looks like Dark Messiah, Might and Magic.
It does look a little Souls-like, for sure.
Souls fan. Uh-oh.
So it's someone from Sweden. They all look like different kinds of Gollum. Except for the, spiders. It's the Gollum game. Decrepit.
First person Souls. Has that been done before? I think so.
It's Souls. Oh, is this gonna be like Beat Saber? You want me to take my...
About that face.
No travel. Sounds very depressional. This looks very like extras like Beat Saber taken to like the next level. It's cold. Audio Mech, your music transformed. Interesting.
That was Audio Mech, the new game from Dylan Fitter, the creator of Audio Surf. And starting tomorrow, you can play an Audio
Visuals are
Mech
pretty
demo
cool.
available on Steam. If you want to
That's
check
cool.
out
Oh,
that
great,
demo,
Audio Surf.
other
Okay,
Game
that's
Awards
an old school
demos,
game.
and
can
wish
try
list
that tomorrow
games
if you want.
showcased tonight, we made it easy for you. Check out the Game Awards page on Steam. We'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that tonight's Game Awards broadcast is available on YouTube with dedicated ASL and descriptive audio feeds. And in that spirit, it's now time for our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. This year's nominees
Just the
have
Game
all
Awards.
demonstrated their commitment to making games that are as playable as possible by as many players as possible. And they are. Assassin's
Okay,
Creed
innovation
Shadows,
and accessibility.
Adamfall, Doom: The Dark Ages, EA Sports FC 26, and South of Midnight.
Oh, I've heard a lot of good things about South of Midnight.
And the Game Award goes to
Yeah. I know Mary was playing it.
Doom: The Dark Ages.
People were cheering a lot for South of Midnight, actually.
Doom the Dark Ages won.
Thank you so much. This is such an honor. You know, Hugo set the vision for this with the idea of creating Doom for all Slayers, a Doom for all Slayers, and we couldn't be more proud of the team for executing on that. It takes such commitment. Thank you also to Xbox for their commitment to accessibility and the support of the game, and as well as our partners at ZeniMax.
won that, I'll cry. BS on the
User
ground.
research,
If one has EA
QA, our
game,
dev
then
team,
accessible to
our
anybody.
accessibility
Yeah.
consultants. We couldn't have
No,
done
it's
it
not
without
yet.
you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've been talking
Congratulations,
with,
Doom:
customers
The Dark
lately because
Ages. Still
lot
to
of
come,
the,
more brand new game announcements,
point
awards,
of
and at the
sale
top of the hour,
things that
maybe
you
Jeff will
use with your
finally
credit
reveal
card.
what that
A
statue in
lot
the
of those
desert
are
is all
not
about.
designed to be very accessible.
I'm thinking it's probably not
Like, if they
related to
have
Miss Piggy,
things
who will
that
also
you
be here
have
later.
to,
We'll be right back.
Like if they have to sign something or sign up for something or check their email, the print is so small. And we have a lot of elderly
The best
customers.
time for you to play Guild Wars
know.
2 is now.
and they can't
Immerse yourself in a realm of magic,
Okay, you want me to turn it up a
and
little bit more?
boundless adventure. Heed the clarion call as you join a community of millions.
All right,
Guild Wars
hope
2.
that helps.
Guild Wars 2, that is old school.
Dive deep and explore a wealth of lore.
Not this extension.
Celebrate the release of Guild Wars 2's newest expansion, Visions of Eternity.
It brings to mind Final Fantasy a
Download
bit.
and play now.
Ooh, they have a QR code. Okay, who are these guys?
Team Soda.
I'm automatically like, they're little guys. I want to know what's going on. Look at them. They're just little guys. And it's okay. It looks kind of like, what's the one? The zombie one. Operation Zomboid? Is it Operation Zomboid? Yeah. That looks kind of like it. No, they're just like little guys. You don't want them fighting. They look like little petite. No, they look little petite. Damn it. Oh, they're little ducks.
Escape from Duckhoff.
Oh my god, they're cute. They're little ducks.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act. We are counting down to the big show, so I signed an NDA, but I'm going to risk it all just for you. So here's a hint about what's coming up. There will be lots of new game announcements, including Lara Croft's return in the next Tomb Raider, a deeper look at Resident Evil Requiem, the announcement of the release date for Phantom Blade Zero, and the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lorne Balfe, will pay tribute to our 6 Game of the Year nominees. And rest easy, I'm able to confirm Flute Guy will be back.
Okay.
But for now, it's time for our 3 esports awards.
Flute Guy will be back.
The first up is Best Esports Game,
Best
presented by
esports game.
Game. And the nominees are
Probably gonna be.
Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of
Counter-Strike
Legends,
2, if I had to guess.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I'm gonna guess,
And
guess
Valorant.
Dota. I don't know.
And the
why.
Game Award goes
Dota
to Counter-Strike 2.
You're right. I'm
The
gonna just
nominees for
randomly
Best
guess
Esports
stuff. Some of these
Athlete are
names I don't really.
Raw,
So am I.
Chovy, Forsaken,
Okay, best Kakaru.
Mena
Kakaru.
RD,
Best esports
and
athlete.
Yes.
Zywoo.
Mena RD.
And the Game Award goes to Chovy.
Chovy. Okay,
I
you-
have
both of us
no
were
clue who
wrong.
that
The
is.
nominees for Best Esports Team
Best
are
esports team.
Gen G, NRG, Team
Liquid
Falcon.
PH.
I'm gonna say Team
Team Liquid
Vitality.
PH, and Team Vitality.
These are all the things that.
I have
And the Game
no idea
Award
about any of
goes
them.
to Team Vitality.
I was right.
Yay!
I won.
Congratulations to all our
About
winners.
I was right about something. Thank goodness.
Okay.
Good job,
I want
honey.
to
You
take a
win the
minute
door
to
prize.
remind
The door.
everyone that we are streaming live around the world on more than 30 platforms, including for the first time on Prime Video. While you're watching, you can head on over to TikTok to share your favorite moments using #TheGameAwards. We can't wait to see your videos. And now I have yet another world
Yep,
premiere
get your
and new
TikTok.
look for all you real ones.
Slop
Here's
in.
some important news about Capcom's
Yeah, jeez.
Pragmata.
Oh, Capcom. This might be. Hopefully this.
Pragmata.
No. Pragmata. Okay. So this is something new. This isn't. Oh my God! It looks like Darkwood. Like the same
It
kind of
looks
thing.
cool.
Of course I have. Got a house with a view
It
into
Looks kind of Death Stranding-ish.
You just gonna stay here when this is all
With
done?
the well, Dark Void was a game that
What do you want?
really kind of was the definition of me. Oh my goodness. It also
wow.
kind of looks like. Are you playing as the girl?
No, I think you have the girl with you. A little, you know, Death Stranding, a little cyberpunk.
I can't do anything.
Hello, unregistered guests. Your presence here is a violation of Cradle Security Protocol.
It's the Stay Puft Monster,
This
man.
really, like, soft music is so counter to what this game looks like.
Monster Hunter?
It's
but third person?
It's practically Enya music.
Didn't know Megan was getting a video game. Violation of
High
Security Protocol.
five.
April 24th, 2026. And on Nintendo Switch 2. Cool.
It looks
Gameplay
interesting.
demo. Oh, gameplay demo available today. On PC, coming later for consoles.
Stunning!
Cool.
I have the same beach
Alright.
in my research station
very
back
happy
home.
when games say,
and
yes, we have
surprise,
demos
you can
available,
play
please
a
play.
demo of Pragmata on Steam right now. See, we're giving
I'm
you
gonna
lots
open up
of goodies
Steam
tonight.
and see if there's
and
anything
trust me,
interesting
there's more to
to-
come.
Okay.
And now I have
'Cause Pragmata
another
looks
award.
good.
Yeah.
These nominees are games that never leave you because they're on your phone. Here are the nominees for Best Mobile
And,
Game.
the demo.
Destiny Rising,
It's not up
Persona
yet. I
5,
think we'll probably
The
do it
Phantom
after
X.
the-
After the show, yeah.
Sonic
just
Rumble,
add
Best mobile game. Destiny
Umama
Rising, Persona
Sume,
5, Phantom
Pretty
X,
Derby.
Umamusume.
Uma
and
Musume.
Yeah.
Wuthering
Wuthering
Waves.
Say
And the
although
Game
Wuthering
Award
Waves
goes
is pretty
to-
popular.
Umamusume was mimetic, though.
Umama Sume, Pretty Derby.
Yay!
She said it so wrong. She said Umamusume.
Musume.
Umamusume.
It is a tremendous honor to receive
well, the
this
snap really just
amazing
came and went, huh?
award.
I guess
This was
so.
only possible
Cygames,
with the
yeah,
support
Cygames
of
has a lot of
fans.
stuff.
I
Old
deeply
stuff.
appreciate all the Umamusume trainers out there. To the people who are not familiar with Cygames, we are dedicated to being the
Just
best.
looking at what could have been. Red Bull,
Entertainment.
Simply Cola.
We will promise
so
you
good.
more wild contents coming, so stay tuned.
good.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Resident Evil 4. I
Congratulations.
finished that on console. It's just not as
All right,
fun
I think
as
I
the
have to
original
take a
RE4.
quick break and play Umama Sume. It's not my ADHD. It's professional development
She's not
and my
saying
ADHD.
it
But there's so much more to come, including two brand new
did you
game
get a message
announcements
from,
from two
Almontes today?
brand new
Yes.
game
Okay.
studios right after this.
Okay. So they're and I'm looking at Steam.
My
Tactical
dear
Adventures.
children,
Yep,
I
very
write this letter
interactive.
to you as testimony of my undying love.
Interesting.
Theorcus, my beloved, you will honor our goddess more than I ever could. Rickard, my cherished, find your father's steel and face the challenges ahead.
What happened?
She knew Marike was coming for her.
Never forget, the bonds
Face
that
challenge
tie the
ahead
six of you
just
will be
slowly
your
Back
strength.
away.
You should have saved her.
She deserves the peace of death.
Oh, these are actual
the
names.
voice
of
actors.
family you
The
must
voice
have.
actors are actual names. Keep the noise down.
That fear I sense.
Stay
Sorry,
in the
game,
light.
you're just kind of throwing names at.
Yeah, I don't know these people.
It's a SRPG.
I
Never
hope they're.
give in to darkness.
They sound like good voice actors. I just don't know who they are.
Your loving mother, Marhin.
Solasta 2. I am not familiar with the first one, but it looks okay.
Yeah,
You know,
it looks
hopefully
pretty
there's
cool.
It says early access. Kepler
We're interactive
Interactive.
again. An
An
alpha.
Alpha Channel game.
It has tanks. It has tanks and bombs guns.
And like spider tanks.
I know we've never quite seen eye to eye.
Oh, it's the thing from the
Believe it or
Martian.
not, Whitaker, we want
Oh,
the
it's the
same
thing from Nier Automata.
It's all out there in the zone.
Oh, I guess you know who bought this ad space.
Never know
Right,
what you
Kepler
might
Interactive.
Oh my god, seizure vision. Oh, so do you like build your own tank and shit?
Yeah, I think so.
It could be fun.
Yeah. In a kind of a Fortnite, except you're fighting tanks instead of as characters.
That's the name of the game, Tank Rat.
Yeah, Tank Rat.
Something tells me that could be
Welcome
a
back.
FTK
We
kind of
are
game, though.
oh so close to the top of the hour. Everybody,
Don't be
go
another
tell
Modern
your
Warfare.
friends
Don't
to
be
tune
another
in
Modern
and
Warfare.
get ready for a night of
another Modern
awards, world
I don't know.
premieres, musical performances, and
so
lots
close
of
to the
surprise
top of the
guests we
hour.
haven't told you about. Because then they
Yeah,
wouldn't
this is
be
the pre-show right
surprises.
here.
But now it's
World
time to
premieres,
honor
musical
another
performances.
game studio with an award.
Surprise guess we haven't
and
told
it's
you
one
about
of my
because they
favorite
would be
categories.
surprises. But everything got
Best
fucking
independent
leaked,
game.
so who cares?
Yeah.
This year, there have been
Because that's what I
so
was hearing. I
many
had to stay away from
incredible
leaks.
independent titles from studios around the world, and our global jury of media selected these
best
6
independent
as the
games, yeah.
best.
Let's see if there's any names we know.
Absolute.
Oh, Absolum,
Ball Pit.
Blueprints.
Oh, it's probably
Blueprints.
going to be either Claire
Claire
Obscure
Obscure
or Hollow Knight
Expedition
Silk
33.
Song.
Absolum was really good.
Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silk
Claire
Song.
Obscure Expedition 30. Probably Claire Obscure.
And the Game Award goes to
I mean, I kind of feel like
Claire Obscure
Yeah,
Claire
Expedition
Obscure.
33.
Clearly, congratulations, Claire Obscure. You got your
Congratulations.
first of hopefully many. Parlez-vous français?
Oh, they look so French.
Thank you.
François
I remember
Leroy
Sunfall
and Tom
beginnings in early 21. Just 4
I
of
have
us
this on
painting
PlayStation
the
5, I
walls
still
of the
need to play
small
it.
office we had just rented. We wanted to make a small game then, but with big ambition and creative independence. It was challenging every day. For most of our team, present here tonight, Expedition 33 is the first game we've ever shipped.
We
I
couldn't
mean,
be
it's-
prouder of what this
let's
team
be honest
has achieved,
it
and we
was
dedicate
going
this
up
award to
against
all the
Claire
indie teams
Obscure, which
around
is
the
even
world,
in
to those who
the
put
Game of the
creativity
Year
first,
conversation.
to those who
Has
push
been in the,
forward with limited resources,
Game of the Year
also to those who
conversation.
never make it to the release, and also
I'd
to
have to
those who
ask
bring
Evie.
extraordinary games to
Actually,
life
you know
every
what?
year.
That's something I'll talk
You
about
make
tomorrow,
our art form richer,
with Evie
and you
for our
continue to
stream.
inspire generations of creators and players. Thank
It's
you.
on sale right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very good.
Congratulations.
$39.99.
Speaking of independent teams, this next game is a special one from a brand new
So the thing about
independent
Claire
studio.
Obscure
It comes
is
from
that,
Day for Night, a new studio
it's kinda
from
like
the
it's
lead
basically the
designer
best
of
of
Red Dead
JRPGs without
Redemption
actually
and
being a
the
JRPG.
creative director of Mario plus Rabbids. We're excited to share this global announcement with you for this action-adventure game that blends exploration
Creative
with
director of Mario
mind-bending
plus Rabbids.
free-form puzzles.
Oh, if it's from the creative to Day 4 Night. What do we got here?
I
looks like
love
a
a new game.
mascot platform. You get to play as a raccoon.
Okay, sunshine.
That's
Check. Back.
Is it a raccoon? I'm not
Check.
sure. Or
Time
is it-
for a
or
new
is it like a badger?
platforming
It
adventure.
looks like a badger.
My village was poof, gone. All I wanted was to go back
Alright, so in
home.
5 months they sold 5 million
Badger
copies
born.
of Claire Obscure.
Tried exploring.
Oh,
did some jumping around. You know, the
This
classics.
was a
It's what I do.
Oh my god. Finish him
Everywhere
with
I went
a
looked
finish him
strange,
with a frying
weirdly
pan.
unfinished. And that's when I found it. And everything changed. Literally. Oh yeah! Make your own platform game, baby! Now we're talking! I had a new grasp on things. I learned tricks that blew my mind.
Cyber Badger.
This is just making fun.
This is just gonna be
Okay.
meta. This game's just gonna be
Made a
Yeah.
bunch of new friends.
The last badger.
Picked up new wheels. Figured out how to think big and small. I had it
Can
all.
you tell us what it really is?
Yeah, you tell Greenwood's Games. Okay. Can you please tell it? Oh.
Oh, wait a moment. What?
I am the video game.
I am Badger.
Really?
Please don't be stupid, Netta.
And that's when I found you.
They're eating her! And then they're gonna eat me! Bradley the Badger.
Let's look up what they say about Bradley the Badger.
Okay, so I always expected it to be the AI chatbots that achieve
Bradley the
sentience first,
Badger.
but I'm down for an
Bradley, the beloved
animated badger
platforming icon, finds
singularity.
himself lost in
And
strange
yes,
movement,
that
new
is
lands, and
actor
decides to fight
Evan
back.
Peters
Shape
playing the
unfinished
role
worlds
of
with
Bradley
great
the
development powers,
Badger.
explored a genre-bending
I have
story,
one
and
more
save your home
world
in the scenic
premiere for
action
you.
adventure.
It comes from an incredible brand new studio
I mean, it
in
looks
Osaka,
cute.
Japan. This is a wholly original new world coming in 2026.
Okay.
And we're
Well, from an
excited to
incredible
share
brand new
the
studio in
announcement
Osaka.
and the first
Okay.
look at gameplay
You got my
with you.
you got my attention because it's from
Oh,
Osaka.
now you can download the sketch.
Now you can download it. Oh. Zombie game.
In love, first sight to alone despair. Fiercely blaze my heart, even these frozen air. Dark and cold, the place that's on your face, I fell in love.
It looks a little bit Borderlands.
It's kind of like Lollipop Shooting Star. Playing the air guitar and the sniper rifle, okay.
This song sounds very Fallout Boyish.
Well, it does have that punk rock kind of aesthetic there. Slaves.
We purchased Cardinal.
Yeah. I want to play that demo.
Yeah.
I wish more of these games Stupid never dies.
Nice.
I love it. Okay, alright.
Okay,
Please be. Oh, okay, it looks like a pretty standard people game.
World monsters that carve everyday life, a bottom-rung zombie named Davey who craves a deadly dungeon to bring back Julia, the frozen king he loved. Gear up for a delightfully wild, blazing fast growth action RPG. Stupid never dies. It looks fun.
I'll give it a try. I mean, here's the thing: is that this is what I was saying when I was working at GameStop. Right? Too many games are exactly the fucking same, and I need a game that just has a lot of great ideas like this. Just go crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, if that doesn't get you hyped for the
I
main
was
show,
thinking-
then maybe you're the
that was kind of
problem.
what I was getting at with the.
That was
Lollipop
Stupid Never
Chainsaw
Dies from
reference, 'cause
GP
I'm
Track
like,
50,
well,
a
if,
studio made up
this looks
of
like something
action
that they
game
could
lovers
definitely
who have worked on titles such as Devil May Cry, Dragon's Dogma, and Resident Evil, creating
Studio made
action
up of
games
action
for
gamers who
action
worked
game
at
fans.
Devil May Cry, Dragon's
Okay,
Dogma. So they're
we're minutes
former
away from the main
Capcom
event.
guys.
We
Okay.
have one more award for you. A category that celebrates other media that took
former
video game
Capcom
IP
guys.
and
Wow.
made movie
Me
and
behind the
TV
screen, I got on my
magic.
Fire TV. Oh.
Here are the nominees for
Well,
Best
pause your
Adaptation.
stream.
A
Best
Minecraft
adaptation.
Devil May Cry,
Last of Us
Splinter
season two.
Cell
I think it's
Death
gonna be The
Watch.
Last of Us season
The
2.
Last of Us Season 2, and Until
Devil May
Dawn.
Cry got an adaptation.
And the Game
Yeah, it
Awards
was an
goes
anime
to
on Netflix.
The Last of Us Season 2.
Yep, The Last of Us season 2. That was kind
Actually,
of a no-brainer.
yeah, I just watched it recently too. It's pretty good.
Gabe?
One of those guys is Neil Druckmann. I think the guy with the curly hair.
I want to thank all the original devs that worked on the last
Gray
of Us
curly
Part
hair.
2, all
Neil
my
Druckmann,
homies
yeah.
back at
He
Naughty
can't
Dog,
pace a video
our
game.
outsourced partners,
He cannot
our
pace
fans,
a video
our
game.
video game fans. This opportunity
Fallout
wouldn't
didn't
exist
make the
without
list.
you.
Yeah. Well, it's been pretty good.
Thanks to all the
eating
support
for
we
people
got from
who were looking
PlayStation
for
Productions,
video game adaptations
Sony
that aren't the
Pictures,
1993 Super Mario
HBO,
Brothers movie.
Right.
we need to thank Netflix or Paramount or whoever our streaming overlord is now.
Like seriously, play Uncharted.
But most of all, I
4, and then,
really
like,
want to
play
give a big
one of the
shout
older
out to our
Uncharted games
crew,
and,
our
like,
incredible cast led by Pedro,
night and
Bella,
day how
Isabella,
the
Gabe.
game just like how
They really threw themselves
Uncharted
at
4
this
just
and
pulls
did
the
their
drag
best to
chute
bring
when
our
it
world to life in
absolutely
live
should not.
action. and we're super
I
proud of
think
what
it'd
they've
be
done.
funny if
Thank you to
somebody
Game
shows
Awards.
up on the
Thank you very
stream
much.
who's never seen any of my streams before, and they're like,
Congratulations,
"Who is that
The Last of Us."
girl dragon that sounds like a guy?"
Okay, my guys, we have reached the end of the opening act, which means it's time for a new beginning. The Game Awards main event is imminent. With big awards, even more world premieres, and amazing performances, surprise guests that even I don't know about, because if you guys remember, I violated my NDA earlier, and they decided I couldn't be trusted. But you know you can trust me to be absolutely losing my mind when we get to Lara Croft's long-awaited return, the announcement of the next Tomb Raider, which is just minutes away. And that's just one of the announcements we've told you about. There are a lot of other ones that are so secret, all I get to see completely serious. Anyway, thank you for going on this journey with me, and congratulations again to all the winners so far. Trust me, the fun is just beginning, so buckle up. The
Okay, it
2025
sounds like we're
Game
getting ready to
Awards
start the show
starts
proper. I'm gonna
now.
take this opportunity for a restroom break.
Yes.
Please eat some drinks, kids. We're almost started.
As soon as Panda comes back, I'm gonna go grab some cough drops because I need them. Okay, it's Evanescence, I think.
Je t'aimerai toujours. Dans ce pinceau qui te s'étoile. Je prendrai toujours. Arrête de prendre. Lâche le pinceau qui te s'étoile.
I wonder if I should switch to Prime. Because they're showing it on Prime. But maybe it's better to do it.
TV.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some cough drops. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna be the judge as this on top of adults, on top of kids, God knows that are watching Evanescence right now. In case you didn't know, that's what it said.
I like Snap. Yeah, me and my Ricolas. I got Berry Medley Ricolas, and I got Vitamin C cough drops. And they're a knockoff of the Halls ones because they were cheaper. Because you know we're all looking to save money here.
Yeah,
and there.
yeah.
Perfection is not attainable or affordable. Excellence is.
Living things can help but change.
It's Death Stranding.
They can't
More
stay the
Death
same
Stranding,
forever.
because that
Death
is
That's what living is.
okay. Yep.
To
There's
change
Clear
and to
Obscure,
embrace change.
Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come. Yep. Oh yeah. No, this is just the sizzle reel.
Bars of our own prison.
You chose a hard road for yourself.
So for anyone who's never played Clair Obscura, in an alternative world, an entity known as the Paintress wipes out people who are the age of members that are currently up in the air in the middle of France.
changed the world.
Mysterious masterpiece, the universe just turned free. Huh, interesting.
Say the thing you're afraid to say.
Yep. That's why they call it Expedition 33.
We can work with this.
To new beginnings.
Ring the bell, sharks, baby!
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
See, I
You
always
know me,
like
headmistress.
the sense of humor in video games.
I know enough to get into
It's
trouble.
just so much fun. There's like,
Is this what my
it's like,
tomorrow will be?
Okay. Here's
For those who come after.
And occasionally, here's a scene.
Welcome to the Game
break.
Awards 2025. Now, here's your host, the creator of the Game Awards,
Keighley.
Jeff Keighley.
Good
Keighley started
evening,
to get a little
everyone.
gray.
Welcome to the Game Awards, a night
Yes.
to celebrate the best and discover what's
older than I
next
thought he
in
was.
video games. Tonight, we are connected through our love of games. Thousands of us here at Peacock Theater and millions more
He is
watching
47.
around the world in places like China, India, Brazil, in the middle of the night in Europe. I know
You
it's
can
late.
join
I
me.
see you guys. Thank you for showing up for
I'm a
this
gray-haired
show.
dragon.
And first of all, thank you to Elise Dupont-Percier,
Get some-
Lorian
get some
Testard,
gray
and the
on
music of Claire Obscure. Expedition 33 kicked
Oh, look
off
at all
the
the-
show
look at all the,
in
um,
amazing
Oh,
performance.
they all
Berets.
dressed
and
in
of course, that is the
brazen,
most nominated
striped
game
shirts to
in the
represent
history
France.
of
like
the
the
Game
love child of
Awards.
Elon Musk
and
and
many
Tom
members of the team
Bergeron.
from
Oh
San
my
Paul,
God,
Iraq
you're right.
are here with us tonight.
I
I
can
think you can
definitely
identify
see
them
the Tom
based on their
Bergeron.
attire tonight. Welcome, guys.
wait,
it's great
have
to
you ever
have
seen
you
that
here.
part from,
you know, every year this show reminds us why video
Hollywood
games
Squares,
matter.
where everybody's
they are
everybody
worlds
tries,
we
like,
share,
people try, like,
stories
5
we
times to
live,
get the center,
communities
to
we
get
build,
Gilbert Gottfried
and
for the win.
experiences that
And, like,
challenge
they
and
are all
inspire
wrong.
and
You
connect us
fool!
like nothing else. Especially
Gilbert
when
Gottfried just
life
keeps on
gets
going,
hard.
"You fool!"
I don't usually open up
My-
about personal
my
things
favorite
on
Gilbert
stage, but
Gottfried moment
2025 tested me
was when
in
he
ways I
was,
didn't expect. In
when he was
January, my home
reading,
burned down to nothing but ashes
50
here in the
Shades
Los
of
Angeles
Grey.
fires. And just a few months ago, I lost my dad, who quietly sat in this audience every single year,
no, he
proud,
lost his
supportive, always
no.
cheering
And his
us
dad
on.
died.
My
Oh,
mom's here
no.
tonight, and we've left an empty seat beside her in his honor.
Nice.
Oh, this was
Yes,
this
you
was
got-
at the beginning of the year with the Los Angeles Fires, right?
Right.
But in the middle of all that loss
they
and
felt like
rebuilding,
this
this show and all of you became a
Aspen
source
and
of
I were
strength for me. I think
absolute-
about
we're
this
in
night, this
hysterics
moment, and this
watching it.
community, and it gave me something to look forward to. It reminded
mean,
me how
who
important it
doesn't
is
have
to celebrate
a game
games.
show moment where they're
Games
like,
have
"Oh,
this
you fool,
incredible
no!"
ability to hold us when we're hurting, to lift
You know
us up
something
when
we
we
gotta
feel
bring back?
small,
Booing
to give
bad
us
answers
somewhere
in
to
Family
go
Feud.
when the real world feels unsteady. I know I'm not alone in knowing that. All of you watching tonight, you've felt that power too. And that's
Here
why
comes
we're
the
all
rah-rah
connected
video
in this
games
moment. We're
speech.
here to celebrate the artists, technicians, and storytellers who help this medium soar to new heights.
Yeah, see,
Tonight,
we're in, like,
we're going
the
to honor
striped
over
shirts and
100
berets.
nominees and celebrate a record-setting 3
favorite Gottfried clip is
independent
when he's on the
titles
Weird Al
up for
show as
Game of the
Al's
Year.
imaginary friend.
That's right. And we are going to have some fun, of course, too, with a whole slate of brand new game announcements that will hopefully get you excited about the limitless future ahead. So let's get going. To present our first award, a father and son, 2 remarkable actors. He is one of the finest performers working today, from Isaac in The Last of Us to Chase in Dispatch, and his son brings young Chase to life in Dispatch as well. Please welcome to the Game Awards, Jeffrey and Elijah Wright.
Alright, so this is going to be our first award of the night, I think.
I know I watched The Last of Us, so I know I've seen Jeffrey Wright ultimately.
Wow, this is incredible. I'm so excited to be here tonight in the company of so many incredible artists and gaming fans. Particularly as games increasingly explore new frontiers of storytelling. But the reason I'm here really is standing next to me. My son Elijah. It was Elijah who brought me into the world of modern games, emphatically encouraging me to join the cast of The Last of Us Part 2.
It makes me think of Ruby.
Yeah, it does make me think of Ruby. It makes me think of other stuff.
And now he's joined me in voicing Chase and Trackstar in Dispatch. Some Dispatch fans out there, I think. Yeah, cool.
Dispatch is awesome. No spoilers. No spoilers.
If it weren't for Elijah, I'd still be playing Pong on an Atari.
That's right. Keep up.
For Elijah, I'd still be playing Pong.
I can't believe I'm standing on this stage today. As an artist, I'm thrilled. I grew up with video games, and getting to work in the world of gaming has been a dream of mine. I mean, I guess it's nice that you're here too, Dad.
Dispatch, pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you, Elijah.
Gotcha, I
I
got
know
you.
that
The next award honors games that are high octane, high action, and combat
everybody was
heavy.
playing it. I'm like, well, this
Here are
is
the
a modern streamer
nominees for the
game, so let's
best
see.
action game.
Honors game.
Best action
Best action
game.
game. Okay. Battlefield 6. Never played it. Doom the Dark Age. Very good. Very good. Hades 2. Yeah. Front on lines. And the guy in Thor. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Yeah. 2D action games. Hell yeah. Hades 2 is probably going to win, but I would not complain.
The
if
winner
it was
is
Hades 2.
Hades 2, yep.
Now, it's interesting thinking about the evolution of Doom, because there are games that are being made now that look like the original Doom. And they've changed. It's what it is
Thank
grown
you.
so much from the beginning.
The seven of us who worked on our first action game, Bastion, all still work together at Supergiant
Once
Games.
you left, that was when GameSpot went down.
We've been joined by so many people who helped make Hades 2 and the original Hades what it is on behalf of the entire group of us
And this
who
is
worked on the
actually a
game.
big win for gaming
We just
culture
want to express our
because,
gratitude
Supergiant
to the
Games
other
doesn't do
teams
crunch
who make such
like
incredible
most
work
other,
in this industry
like
and
most
inspire
other,
us. And we want to say
game
thank you to our
studios do.
players who literally
they
helped
have to
make
get
this
rid of
game what it
crunch.
is
It's so
through its
bad.
early
Yeah, it's
access.
terrible.
Thank you so much.
People should not be overworked to do their jobs.
Yeah. Well, you got some people who are like, oh, it's just part of the industry. No, but it doesn't
It
have to
doesn't
be.
have to be. None of that has to be.
That's a better things aren't possible.
Amir, Greg, and the whole Super
That
Giant
is
team.
a
That's
choice,
amazing.
a conscious choice.
All right, now we move
to
into
make
one of my
people do
favorite and yes,
crunch.
sometimes very dangerous parts of the evening. The moment where we look ahead at what's coming
So,
next from some of the
any
world's
win
most
for a
talented game
Supergiant
creators.
game is a win
All year
for
long, there's
games
speculation
industry
online about what may or may
I
not
say that
appear
as I'm
on that
crunching
screen
my,
tonight.
cough
And as
drops.
always, my only advice is enjoy the journey. Maybe you'll witness the birth of a brand new universe or the long-awaited return of a legend. That's the magic of this show. Anything can happen. So, let's get started. It's time
Honestly, if you're gonna play
for our
We'll
very
Fix It as an
first
update
world
card, use it
premiere,
that way,
something
use it that way to
truly
make the
special
games. Give your team
that
a
we're
chance to go at
honored
their
to
own pace.
debut
If Fix It
here
as an update, you're doing that
at the Game Awards.
Right.
World premiere. What do we got here?
Space, the final frontier. Okay.
All right. An expansion to Starfield, maybe?
Oh,
Death Stranding in space.
That's gorgeous.
That does look good, but this is probably all pre-rendered. It's probably not in engine.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pre-rendered. Gonna call it Star Wars? Yeah, it's Star Wars.
Star Wars.
That's Star Wars. That's the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the Millennium Falcon, all right.
All I had to see was actually all I had to see was the bun, and I was like, yeah, that's Star Wars.
I just saw the hatch, and I'm like, yeah, that's the Millennium Falcon. Hey, it's a giant claw, crab claw. A stranger from the outside.
And then actually the music is sounding Star Wars too. There we go.
Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic. From Casey Hudson. Oh, Casey Hudson was from worked at BioWare. Okay, so if it's Mass
Boom!
Effect meets
Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic is a brand new single-player action role-playing game set in the Old Republic era, of course, and directed by Casey Hudson, who's joining us here tonight. Casey was, of course, the director on Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and the Mass Effect series. And we and Star Wars are back together again.
Oh, he's the director on Knights of the Old Republic.
All right,
and
we
Mass
have
Effect.
many more game announcements to come.
The first
Many
Mass
more
Effect game
game
was also
announcements to come.
way
It'll
back
be hard
in
to top
2007,
that one,
almost
but right
20 years
now
ago, so.
we have a very special
I can
guest
feel
I'd
myself
like to
turning
bring
to
out.
dust as I
Please
say
welcome Miss Piggy.
Miss Piggy! Oh my god, what if we got like a really good Muppets video game?
I would be very happy about that.
I would love
Jeffy Poo.
Jeffy Poo.
Piggy, it is so great to have you here at the Game Awards, and thank you for accepting our invitation.
No, I would be thrilled if somebody made like a top-notch Muppets video game. Oh man, I would play the heck out of that.
Which, by the way, was certainly not a
AAA game companies, that's what you need to get on top of. A Muppets video game. Everyone will be into
someone's being shot.
Basically, you need like a Muppets
Miss Piggy, I
dispatch.
should be open. My mom is right there. I mean, more importantly, let's move on to what you're going to do something later. You got a really special moment later in the show.
I
You're
don't
gonna
know.
be
I'd
doing
take a
something,
remake
right?
of the one where they turned into the
right.
Universal monsters, just how batshit bonkers it got.
and Boo, Jeffy Poo.
Okay, well, I can't wait, Miss Piggy. We'll see you later.
I am so excited. Yes, gotta run. Want to make
Okay.
sure this performance is just perfect. Kissy, kissy, everybody.
Kissy, kissy.
Miss Piggy, everybody. We'll see her a little bit later, and you guys are going to love it. All right, we
love
have
Miss
so much Game Awards ahead. The surprises do keep coming, I promise you. More awards, and later, Evanescence rocks the stage.
All right.
Here for survival training.
training.
Of course you are. Pathetic.
See a Mega Man
Now,
helmet.
we've compiled
Oh, it's
survival
Max
training
in the back right.
materials, so you can stand a chance against the hungry
Oh, this is
undead.
from Capcom. This is Capcom
we can
Sizzle
just
Reel.
run around those, right?
Silence, both of you. Out there,
So she's
you'll
the
need
actress
more
who
than
did
your
the voice
foolish
of,
instincts to escape the monster's claws.
what's her
Or to
face
pick a
from
fight with a
Resident
martial
Village?
arts master.
I do.
There's
love a
Max.
good fight.
But do you like winning
That's
them?
why they're making her all big.
Yeah.
You'll face samurai
Shatu,
and
yeah.
demons and
Chefs.
viruses.
Mega Man
like to talk
Battle
more
Network
about
Legacy
the
Collection.
samurai
Yeah, I
and
missed out on that one.
Well, this is survival training, not survival tucking. And lucky for all you helpless half-wits, we've cut the price on some top-notch materials. So study up, fools.
Capcom sale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good for Max.
This
that
isn't
he got into
Conquest.
something.
It's Red Sec. It's a lot of fun. Dad, it's free. Free Red Sex? Do you think anyone here said sex? He said sex. You said free. Redacted Sector. Really? Is that the name? It is. We gotta jump. Am I supposed to have a big gun? No. You're gonna find big guns down there, and we might even get a tank, noob. Oh, a tank? We're not getting a tank if we don't jump. Oh, we need to jump. Yes. Go, go, go. Red Sex. It's
Battlefield
Red Sex.
Red Sack.
Oh, Digital Extremes.
Okay, pretty.
Okay, this looks like it's in engine. I didn't know they commissioned College Humor for this ad. Yeah, this looks like it's rendered in engine. Oh no, you killed the birdie!
Betray me again.
Soulframe Founders. Okay, looks like a free-to-play game. Oh, Focus Entertainment. Is it a new?
I've got bad news for you. Yeah, of course you do.
This is the Halloween game.
Zombies are real. I need new pants.
Famous last words in a zombie apocalypse.
They can't hurt us if they can't catch us.
We gotta get out of here right now!
Let's go, Commando!
Zombie game. Yeah, it sounds about right.
I prefer.
Although it's not as bad as it was last
It really was kind of the original zombie game. This alien zombie game. Like, every game has their variation of something that it's like, you know? In Last of Us, but like...
John Carpenter's Toxic Commando.
All right,
Last of
now
Us
it's
is
time to put an
mycelium
end
zombies.
to gaming's most
Don't get me wrong, I
controversial
want to see info on the new
mystery.
Halloween game too, but I love the idea of Carpenter putting his mind to a new zombie game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's this? It's time to put an end to gaming's most controversial mystery. Nah, the most controversial mystery was the Zelda timeline. That was solved years and years ago. Somebody's on wires. You can see the wires. You can see the wires already. Not exactly the best or most flattering shot. More wires. Elder Scrolls, hopefully.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, it is a live show.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
like
I'm
they would
being
have
a little
to.
harsh.
Yeah, you are. I think you are being a little harsh. I mean, look, they can't just change gravity for an award show.
Come on, this is about video games, dear.
I know, but these are real people, not video games.
Oh, please be Elder Scrolls 6. I was thinking if it is Elder Scrolls 6, they would save it until the end of the show or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a very Elder Scrolls kind of beginning. You usually start in prison in Elder Scrolls games. Looks very Elder Scrolls. Oh god.
Ew! I'm not eating that ham.
As a matter of fact, I'm not eating anything. That's when this is going to be like at the end of Spaceballs, where you have like where check please.
It's Burning Man. It's medieval Burning Man.
Given the crown and the land, I'm guessing an Elder Scrolls 4 direct continuation. That'd be cool. It would make sense considering that we just did Elder Scrolls. We got a remaster of Elder Scrolls 4 stealth dropped on us over the summer.
It's Burning Man. Oh, you know what? It's kind of so the guy is inside one of those.
Oh, not the bees! Not the bees!
Exactly.
It's the Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man.
It's modest.
Yeah, but only just barely.
And I do mean barely.
I want to see the execution, Mommy! I need to see the death!
Orgies. Oh, ew. Oh my god. Is that... Oh. Oh, this isn't Elder Scrolls.
Are like people purposely vomiting for the pigs to eat it?
I don't know. Ew. What is this?
Can we have some answers, please?
At least
It's
tell us
kind
the
of
name.
creepy.
Yeah.
Is it a horror game or a fantasy game?
Fantasy horror.
Yeah.
Maybe. Larian Studios. Oh, it's from the guys that did Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay. But what is it? New Souls game?
No, not from Larian.
No.
Now it just kind of looks like Legion from Castlevania. That's what they've been teasing the last 2 weeks. What's the name of it? Divinity. Oh, it's a new Divinity game. Okay. Yeah, because Larian's had Divinity is what Larian's was known for before Baldur's
What a
Gate
moment.
3.
That statue
This
or
is where all the
monument that has
Baldur's Gate 3
fascinated the
money's
internet now has a name, the Hellstone. And yes, Larian, winners of Game of the Year in 2023 for Baldur's Gate 3, are hard at work on
that's
their
what they mean
next
about
role-playing
Gaming's
game,
Greatest Mystery, the
a
teaser they were
continuation
building
of the
for this.
Divinity
Okay,
saga.
cool.
Divinity is their
I can dig it.
biggest game ever. That's right, even larger than Baldur's Gate 3, promising more breadth and depth than ever before.
Divinity
And we
is
cannot
their
wait
biggest
to tell
game
you
ever.
more.
That's right,
in
even
the
larger
future.
than Baldur's Gate
To present
3.
our next
Okay.
award,
One of
please
these days
welcome
there will
two
be a premiere
previous
for
winners
something
of Best
like that.
Performance here at the Game Awards,
I feel the
Maggie
same
Robertson
way.
and Neil Newbon.
Two previous ones. Sorry, I don't know who they are.
Maggie Robinson did the voice of Lady Dimitrescu.
I knew she looked familiar because I've seen her. I saw the mocap of her, and I knew she looked familiar.
Yep.
For the record, Neil said that he was wearing the dress this year, so I wash my hands of this. Anyway.
I just don't know why they keep pairing us up. All right.
Right.
He's handsome.
Acting. They
Earrings are
say
a nice touch.
acting is
You're
the
both
art
very handsome.
of pretending.
Well, actually, Mags, I personally think it's the highly disciplined craft of being dramatically truthful on purpose.
Convincing strangers you're someone else and then winning awards
And pretty much
for
the only person
lying.
who isn't
I actually based my entire career on this. We really need to have a chat.
Neil, it's called
Arcus
comedy.
and Rikami. Everybody else is doing the Game Awards.
Okay,
And-
so
and,
we're here today
Kota.
to recognize the amazing performers who convinced us through their lies and deceit, really, that they were warriors on a quest for vengeance in feudal Japan.
Dashing archaeologists with a penchant for fedoras and whips.
Pseudo-French revolutionaries holding
couldn't
baguettes
tell
for
you.
some
I'm sorry.
And teenage girls forced to survive extraordinary psychological and physical terror.
The point is, acting is serious
baguettes for some
business,
reason.
and we are serious actors here to talk about acting seriously, really.
I'm pretty sure Claire Obscure is going to win Game of the Year because they, to get
Here
dressed up
are
like
the
that
nominees for
nothing.
Best Liar. I mean, Actor.
Best performance.
Best performance.
I didn't make the rules between you
Then
two.
Star, Claire Obscure Expedition.
We'll break the cycle so she can't steal anyone else's future.
I will find every member of the Yote Six. I swear it.
I thought I was used to losing people.
Also from Claire Obscure, okay. Konatsu Kato from Sound.
These relics hold a force
Troy
that
Baker,
could change the
Indiana Jones
course of
and Great
history.
I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to go up against Troy Baker, though.
And the
You've got
Game Award
three
goes
people
to
there for Claire Obscure.
Jennifer English!
Goes to who? Jennifer England.
English.
Or Jennifer English from
Claire Obscure.
yeah. Okay, so Claire Obscure picks up its second award of the night.
Just so you know, you all know, I can hear this, but Panda can't, so he's relying on the subtitles.
Yeah,
And they're behind.
Yeah, I'm relying on the closed caption.
Yeah.
Either Maggie Robertson is really tall, or
She's really
Jennifer's really short.
Thank you to
Which
everyone
Troy Baker,
who
he is a
voted.
very nice.
Wow,
he's a
this is
gentleman.
loud.
I met him. I met him right when
This is not just my award.
The Last of Us.
This takes
came
a
out.
village.
Yeah.
And,
And,
oh
he
my
was
God,
very
I
generous
love my passionate, beautiful-souled, artistic, clever,
She was so shocked she
beret-wearing
was going up against
village.
Troy Baker, wouldn't you
Every
be?
single
Yeah.
one of you.
Yeah.
Guillaume, Jen, special shout out to Charlotte and Adeline, and of course, my wonderful Ben, who has been my ride or die throughout all of this, my big brother, thank you. Thank you to my beautiful girlfriend. And I just want to say to every neurodivergent person watching this in this room, because I know there's probably quite a lot of you, and at home,
she's neurodivergent.
to all of you that feel like life is stuck on hard mode, this one is for you, and thank you so much to the games community and industry for giving us, so many of us, a home. For those who come after, thank you.
I wonder if that could be why she was so startled.
Yeah.
Incredible. Congratulations, Jennifer.
yeah,
From
well,
Bad
shit, now
Robot
I kinda have
Games,
to play
please
her
welcome
game.
J.J. Abrams and the creator of Left 4 Dead, Mike Booth.
We've been so lucky at Bad Robot to get to work with some incredible
J.J. Abrams?
artists
Oh, Mike
to
Booth,
tell
Left 4
stories
Dead.
on stage, TV, and film. And it's been an absolute thrill and honor to have spent the last few years working with the brilliant Mike Booth on an original universe that brings our passion for great storytelling to the PlayStation and PC.
Thank you, JJ.
I wonder if him being there might.
At our
be
Bad
maybe
Robot Game studio, working with our friends at PlayStation, we've been creating a new kind of co-op
I'd be
game
more- I'd be
that builds
more,
upon what I learned
encouraged if it was James
making
Gunn that
Left
was
4
there.
Dead.
Right, right.
The
That,
result
like,
is
they
something
have,
entirely
you know,
different.
so
An
many-
unpredictable, challenging
they
combat
have
sandbox
directors
where you succeed through cooperation and improvisation. And now I am excited to share a glimpse into what we've been working on. In fact, we're also inviting all of you to sign up for early playtesting and check it out for yourselves.
But first, welcome to For
J.J.
Loop.
Abrams looks like my HR guy at work.
Welcome back, team. Now, I need you to brace yourselves.
Bad Robot Games.
Earth was invaded. Lost in less than a minute. All of this was our fault. We're the only ones left who can fix it. And you must use our machine, the same machine that broke the world, to unbreak it. Now, I know what you're thinking. This bloke's gone insane. This plan sounds impossible, and we're probably going to die. But that's where you're wrong. You're definitely going to die. Reprinting. It's all part of my new plan. Every time you fail, I will use our machine to bring you back.
Reprinting. Reprinting.
If you can relentlessly experiment.
Reprinting. 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 Reprinting.
Test strategies. Learn from your failures. You will become the world-saving team humanity needs you to be. Trust me. The voice in my head hasn't been wrong yet. From now on, nothing is impossible. Now get out there and fail to save the world.
Fail to save the world.
Up next, we have a new game announcement from some of the developers who helped put The Last of Us and Uncharted into our hands. This new, small, independent studio is charting its own course, focused on crafting uniquely styled, artful games that are pushing the evolution of companion characters. Enjoy.
Evolution of companion characters.
Oh, okay. Art style has me already.
It's Yogi Bear.
Oh, a Metal Gear like game where you go around stealing picnic baskets.
Picnic baskets, yes. Oh no, only you can prevent forest fires, Smokey Bear.
Yeah, you go around as Smokey Bear puncturing people in the face trying to start forest fires.
Is she hungry? What is that? Interesting. It looks like a spider sheep.
Interactive. Damn it, they ate the good stuff. Oh, you get to play as Sophie, old Sophie in
Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah.
I do not mind a video game where the playable character is elderly. I kind of appreciate that.
Yeah. This looks like something kind of like The Last Guardian or something.
Yeah, I feel like we need more stories with main characters who have like a range of ages rather than everybody just being young and in their like, 20s to 30s.
Or protagonists where it's like it's a good guy with nothing, no fucks left to give, nothing to lose. Coven of the Chicken Foot. I'm interested.
It's kind of why I wrote my short story on my Patreon, 4 minutes to 9. Because I wanted to write a story that had an elderly main character. And it just worked.
Wishlist now on Steam.
So what
You
was
got
that called again?
Coven of the Chicken Foot.
Please! Over here!
Oh, Kepler Interactive again.
Come, talk to me first!
That's weird.
Frictional.
I can explain what's going on!
Frictional also made
There's 4 loops right here.
What is existence,
Oh, look at
really?
how gorgeous that looks.
Surely a question without an answer. Your father thought he knew,
What?
and it inspired him to
Why is
grant
this giving me,
wishes.
Who's that? No.
That's why all of us are here. You want to understand, to know.
Okay,
Then
maybe
you have
not
to
do
step
those bites
beyond
anymore. Forget it.
the walls surround you.
Thinking something close.
Play your father's game. Push the very limits. Until even reality itself breaks.
It looks interesting enough, ONTOS.
That was Ontos from Fractional Games, a sci-fi mystery
I bet
and
you a lot of
spiritual
these games
successor
show
to
up,
Soma, set on a
during-
repurposed
either
hotel
during
on the
or
moon.
after the show.
And yes, the unmistakable Stellan Skarsgård will star in the game.
Sci-fi mystery
All right,
and
there's more Game
spiritual
Awards
successor
ahead,
to
but right
Soma,
now it's time
set
to
on a
reveal a
repurposed
new
hotel
forceful
on the
Void
moon.
Hunter and Hoyoverse's hit urban fantasy ARPG, Zenless Zone Zero. Meet Ye Shuangguan, the first ever dual-form agent.
Yep. Nope, it's Hoyoverse. Yeah, those games do not.
Every chosen heir of the Jingming sword is expected to become a hero.
There,
Tread carefully. One step further and you may shed your mortal sins. But the gate to the
So yeah, it
final
looks like
domain
on,
does not open without refinement.
I'm gonna wish list these all down.
Yeah, it looks like on Steam they're listing all of them. If you go and if you click on the Game Awards banner, they're listing all of the winners, and they're listing the just announced. We have Decrepit, Audiometh, The
I
Free
was all a lie from the
Shepherd,
start.
Bradley the Badger,
We never had a choice.
Stupid Never Dies,
I'm
and
not
Four
fighting
League,
alone.
Coven of the Chicken.
From within this sword, many others are fighting beside me. The more noble the excuse, the uglier the truth behind it. One instant, 1,000 visions!
Actually, Audiometh.
Yeah, it's from the guys that made Audio Surf, so I am very excited about that one. Because Audio Surf was a great game. Granted, that is ancient history.
Angels of Delusion.
Yeah, it's part of Zenless Zone Zero. Switch 2. Oh. It's probably just something for. Yeah, just stuff coming out for the Switch 2. Nintendo doesn't really participate in this sort of stuff. Just Worlds. They, that was already shown in a previous Nintendo Direct. Something between Final Fantasy VII and basically Oh, it's free. Well, it better be free with all the time they spent developing it. This is the League of Legends fight. Something trying to fill the void that Marvel vs. Capcom left years ago.
Sheriff Kiriman, sighting target.
2026 2XKO coming to consoles.
For a limited time only, Prime members can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to save up to 25% on select nominees, including Split Fiction, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and Final Fantasy Tactics.
From the award-winning games Journey and Sky, Children of the Light, please welcome That Game Company's CEO and Creative Director, Genova Chen.
At That Game Company, our mission has always been about creating the experiences that will inspire human connection. And tonight's Game for Impact nominees embody that spirit. Through stories of nostalgic childhood memories, diverse culture and identity, and grief and healings, these games remind us how interactive art brings us closer together. Here are the nominees.
Games for Impact.
Julian! I've never had any friends like you. We forgot for a reason.
It's not safe out there, Hazel.
South of
If I was the
Midnight.
one missing, she wouldn't stop looking.
I'd actually like to play that.
Wonderstop, yeah.
Wonderstop.
That's a cozy team.
I'm good.
And the game goes for Cells of Midnight.
There we go.
South of Midnight win? Yep.
Yep.
Basically the only game that Xbox Game Studios has published that's been working for the last like 5 years.
Thank you so much to all the nominees. I would like to share this award with all of you, and of course to our incredible team back home, and every single players who's been part of this journey with us. And from the start, we listened to stories passed down porch to porch,
Fate of the Old
kitchen
Republic
to
is a
kitchen,
single-player game.
to build a world that would feel as warm and
Just
as
keep an
rich
eye
as
on,
the South.
Wario 64 on
A world that would be filled with
Blue Sky.
compassion, kindness, and courage. So we're incredibly excited to launch this spring South of Midnight on PlayStation 5 and Switch 2. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Merci.
So they're going to release South of Midnight on PlayStation 5 and Switch. That's awesome.
Tonight, one of the most iconic survival horror franchises returns to the Game Awards stage. For nearly 3 decades, Resident Evil has defined what it means to face the unknown, to survive against impossible odds. This next installment, Resident Evil Requiem, is a nominee for Most Anticipated Game, and tonight we're excited to dive
Doom
deeper
is-
into the game and some of the
Doom's already
surprises
Right.
that await.
Oh, we got ourselves a trailer, maybe a new one for Resident Evil 9.
I hope it's new. It would be nice if it was.
I'm assuming it is.
I think the animation of women's faces are getting a lot better in the Resident Evil games because they've looked very samey for a while and kind of flat.
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Miss Ashcroft?
Talk to me. Is this one like the others? And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No, I'm thinking of another name from Resident Evil.
Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found.
You know what I need? I kind of need a police procedural Resident Evil.
Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Yeah.
Grace! Grace!
Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. I'll send you the address.
Oh my god, another mansion.
Welcome.
This isn't this.
Dr. Gideon
is
has
this
been
like
expecting
the
you.
rebuilt Barclay mansion?
You there, Leon?
Yeah.
Hey,
over here.
See him again.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Would you like to
Leon's
see
looking
what's
old.
hidden under the hood?
Well,
Don't
once
do
again,
anything
Raccoon
stupid.
City, back to where it all started.
Me? Never.
It's interesting how they're coming up with names that they
One second.
I was just thinking.
that will
Oh, sure. That's coming out soon.
Yes, the internet was right. Leon
Leon
Kennedy,
is
one of
back.
gaming's most
Yeah, which
iconic
makes me
characters, is back for
Resident
Resident
Evil 2
Evil
is the best
Requiem.
Resident
The
Evil.
story in Requiem will intertwine the fate of 2 playable characters. Grace's storyline takes players through a unique survival horror experience, while Leon delivers explosive action to the game. It's going to be exciting. It's coming out in February. All right. This year has been an incredible
doing
one
the
for
same thing they
independent
did with
games
Resident
we've been
Evil
talking
6,
about all
though.
night. Bold original titles created outside
Two
the
different
traditional
people,
big
two
publisher
different-
system.
two completely
So we
different
felt it was
styles of
important to
gameplay.
spotlight
Though
those
it looks
visionary
like they are
projects
trying to channel
tonight,
some of
right
Resident
alongside
Evil
the big
2,
franchise.
with, like, the Claire
This next
side
game
and
is a
the
good example. It
Leon
comes
side.
from a
Have you
legendary
played
name
RE2, honey?
in the
No, I
independent
haven't,
scene.
but I've seen
Someone
a
I
lot
first
of
met back in
gameplay.
2007, and it's a project that has been
RE2
10
remake is the
years
best video game
in the
remake
making.
ever.
Let us begin.
Okay,
Template
Jonathan Blow.
for
Let's see how
Combiner.
far up his own ass he
North,
goes this time.
a world of heroes.
Can you charm that goblin?
It's too far.
I'll swap him out.
East, the Mirror Isles.
Will the mirrors repair my soul?
Okay, so it's a puzzle
Will I
game.
pass the test?
I hope you actually get some
West,
feedback, unlike
endless
the Witness.
caverns, beams of light.
Nobody else could get this old mind suit working. So all the rewards go to me.
Skipping stones to lonely homes.
I'm close to the treasure. Just a few more minutes.
If you don't get back before that storm hits, we're both dead.
Fuse and grow. We will it so.
Who are
It's
you?
interesting
What are these?
how much
They're very useful.
games
Watch
that
this.
are on a grid
Push a
like
stone
that
back across the water?
is a really conscious choice now, rather than necessity. You know.
I can see how good these.
When the portal
puzzles can
appeared
get.
and I
Like
stepped
said,
into
need
this
feedback.
overworld,
power.
I had never imagined
Unlike
such a
the way
device
it
could
sounds like.
fuse
You know,
reality.
I had a vague idea of what
Not
to
just
do with
mashing
most of the
together
puzzles,
terrains,
but the thing
it
is,
weaves the very
when
laws of
I
nature
didn't
into a
get the
composite whole.
solution, there was never any.
The result surprises me constantly.
There was never
But
any.
who has done all this?
Or any indication
What do
of
they
what
want
I
with
had done.
me?
Order of the Sinking Star. I like that one. I'll give it a try. Yeah, that was what I hated the most about The Witness, was just, it's just
Order
you're
of the
wrong.
Sinking Star
And I'm
is an
like,
amazing
well,
puzzle adventure with over 1,400 puzzles and a
tell me
big
why?
story
Am I
wrapped
even on
all
the right
around it.
track with this puzzle?
I'm very excited to play it.
Am
All
I
right,
even
next up, we're
supposed to do
traveling
am I
40,000
even
years into
doing
the
it right?
future
You know?
for a brand new look at Exodus, the upcoming sci-fi action RPG from Wizards of the Coast
And it's like,
and
nope.
Archetype
It's like,
Entertainment.
nope, fuck
For
you,
decades,
you're-
Wizards
fuck
has
you,
built
figure it out
worlds where
yourself,
players
scrub.
define their own legacies. Exodus carries that tradition into the stars. It's time
This is what
to
Wizards of
step
the Coast
forward.
abandoned Larian for. Let's see if this is any good.
Who are you? I'm a friend. Celestials are the enemy of humanity.
I need to get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay,
A
honey.
I know you
relentless
can keep
threat to our
everybody
very survival.
enchanted.
We've got a very small party here, so, we can.
Can't do this anymore.
Just the four of us.
Salvaging scraps just to get by.
So, if this is indeed something akin to Baldur's Gate 3, I really do appreciate that they didn't just go with
Sons of
sorcery
Orion,
like most
fulfill the
RPGs.
purpose for which you were crafted.
Any more sci-fi RPGs?
And seize your destiny.
Problem is, we're getting a lot of. Oh, no sooner than I was about to say it.
Dying.
Looks like it's an action game from that little
You
snippet
are
we
the
saw.
only one who can wield celestial tech and find a cure. Well, that's fucking terrifying. But with the right
It's
ship
not an RPG.
and
It
the
looks
right
like an
crew,
action game. I need more sci-fi
you
RPG.
could save
Yeah.
all of us.
It
I was on
feels
an
like
alien
there's
world.
a Darth.
Felt like I was finally
Like,
doing
you
what I
know,
was made for.
It's an area that deserves some RPGs.
Thank you, June.
Like, who wouldn't want to play?
We are the
D20
defenders of
style
Leiden's
RPG
future.
and, say, actually,
And we
they did
will
have something
fight
like
to
that in
protect
Star
it.
Trek. It was on
The fight for survival has
Deacon Sundry series,
consequences.
Shield of Tomorrow.
How
It was,
far
big
are
game
you
in Star
willing to
Trek
venture?
Adventures.
How much are you willing to sacrifice to save your world?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, isn't these days.
Damn, kid. No pressure there.
Although sometimes the games that aren't as visually gorgeous are still cool to look at, you know?
Exodus, early 2027. Okay. I do like how it's gone from pre-ordering.
Exodus
to
is coming in
wish
early
listing.
2027,
Wish listing
and I'm
doesn't
very
cost you a
excited to
thing.
play it. But
Right.
that's
You don't have
not
to go to the
all for
store
Wizards of the Coast
to,
tonight.
cancel
Now
the
to share
pre-order.
something
But a lot of
brand
these
new,
are available
please
on
welcome
pre-order, too.
Trisha Helfer.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
wish listing doesn't cost a thing.
It's nice to have options. Oh, have you ever seen Battlestar Galactica? Oh,
Hello, everyone, and thank
Oh
you,
my
Jeff.
god. Okay,
It's
okay,
great to
okay.
be here celebrating
If
gaming's biggest
anybody
night
here
with everyone.
has watched
I've been working with
Battlestar
the team at
Galactica
Invoke Studios,
and
the
has,
new
or
Wizards
if
of the
you
Coast
haven't,
studio,
you have to.
where I play the main character that's unlike anything I've done before.
Invoke Studios, a new Wizards of
Tonight,
the Coast
we're
studio.
giving you a first tease of what we've been working on. Let's take a look.
Trisha Helfer is never not gorgeous.
Right here, nice to see she's still doing great sci-fi.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
We're forged.
I'd like to see more gameplay and less pre-rendered scenes, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Flower, eyeball, fuel for the flower, worms, fuel for the
Maggots.
flower. This looks like, it's magic. I guess that's kind of why I like Warhammer so much, because it's sword and sorcery with sci-fi. Or sci-fi with sword and sorcery. it's a
D&D
D&D
game.
game. Gameplay reveal not until summer. But this is what they kicked Larry into the curb for.
More on Warlock coming in summer 2026. All right, still to come
So
tonight, the
you'll
return
pardon me
of
for
Tomb
being a
Raider,
little
Phantom
bitter,
Blade Zero, and a performance
Larry
by
was doing a
Evanescence,
phenomenal
who are
job
also releasing a new
with,
version of their hit song Afterlife
Baldur's Gate
today
3
on
and Wizards
Spotify,
of the Coast,
alongside
just
new
decided to
video
say, "No, no
game-inspired singles from Labyrinth with Sonic the Hedgehog and Bill Murray, not that Bill Murray, different one, with Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Here's your first listen.
I need to finish watching Devil May Cry. I have not fully watched it, or Cyberpunk Edge. But yeah, Digi, we have to get Hannah to watch Battlestar. It's just,
An old cowboy went
it's
riding
such good
out
sci-fi.
one dark and windy day. Up on a ridge he rested as he went along his way. Once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw.
Oh, it's Halo.
Ragged sky.
Oh, there's Halo back there, Expedition 33.
And up a cloudy draw.
Oh, is it his job to clean up after video games? Poor
Brands were
guy.
still on fire and their hoods were made of steel. Their horns were black and shiny and their hot breath he could
This is
feel.
stuff in this Red Cleanup Detail 2 trailer.
A
Maybe.
bolt of fear went through him as they thundered through the sky. For he saw the riders coming hard.
Ghost Riders in the sky.
And he heard their mournful cry.
This song is a classic.
Yippee-yi-oh, Ghost riders in
The sky.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, Susan.
Yippee-yi-oh,
He's here. It's him. It's Gabrielle.
Okay.
We need cars.
What are we on now?
They were showing some stuff from
We have touched your anger, tasted your fury, has sharpened
the
you.
series.
It is your
Maybe they're
greatest
going to
weapon.
be talking about adaptations next or something.
リツコも言いたいことある？リツコ？
A Screamer tournament is about to be announced. Held by a Mr.
Yeah.
A.
Battlestar
Consider
Galactica.
this
Oh, Battlestar
your
Galactica.
personal invitation.
Burn alive, you piece of shit!
And ironically, so Battlestar Galactica was originally like a early 80s show. And then they remade it, but usually remakes are not the best thing. The remake was the best thing that could possibly have happened to Battlestar Galactica.
Welcome back to the Game Awards,
It's
and
so
now it's
good.
time for a game announcement from a studio that continually pushes the limits of storytelling. They captivate us with worlds that bend reality and stories that blur the line between ordinary and the impossible. They're one of the most distinct voices in our industry, and whenever they show up, you know you're about to see something unlike anything else.
I kind of like his suit.
Oh, Achilles?
Yeah, it's
not bad.
it's you know, a little bit different, but it's not, you know,
it's one of the guys that they raptured earlier.
Ooh. Golden secret.
Not exactly, but okay. Now I'm getting it. Right. We already saw Divinity. That trailer was bloody fun, but. Oh, Control. Oh, Control 2? Please. First Control was really good. I haven't finished it yet, but it's really good.
Do you feel it?
I've never played Control.
It's
Something
really good.
is
It's from the
coming.
guys that made Alan Wake.
Okay.
Now for the Grateful Dead concert.
It's a Spirograph game.
Oh, contains a mixture of cinematic and gameplay footage.
You use a
An
Spirograph to
intrusive
make
pattern.
Interesting.
So pattern.
Oh, the world's glitching.
Of staggering power. Reshaping reality as we know it.
Inception? Or San Francisco?
I was gonna say.
Everything
I was gonna
we
say it's a
tried
little
to
late
keep
for an
inside.
Inception game. Inception basically should have been like
worms its
an
way out.
Necrophilic.
Just to warn you guys, there's an ad break
must
coming in
have had
like
good
2 minutes.
reasons.
Actually, oh, okay. Sorry, I misread the ad break. I thought it was going right
We're
now.
not
No.
prepared.
You get a 3-minute warning.
Yeah. Oh! She killed him.
For what would follow.
Rise
Rise and shine. The siblings have gone rogue fishing. They're fishing for rogues? Look at that. You know what that is?
What is it?
That's the Exit 8. He made it!
Yay!
He got out the Exit 8!
So this is what happens when you finally escape.
This is what happens.
So, Control 2, Go to Hell? Control 2, Dead by Dawn? Control Resonant. Okay, so this is Control 2.
Yep. Pace yourself. It's gonna get
Oh,
weird.
next year. Nice. Okay. Control Resonant. You better. You better.
That is a good one. Control Resonant is coming in 2026 from the masters at Remedy Entertainment in Finland, whose last game, Alan Wake 2, won multiple awards here at the Game Awards in 2023, including Best Game Direction. It is always exciting to have past TGA winners return to our show to showcase their upcoming projects. Still to come tonight, we'll have a performance from Evanescence, plus awards including Best Score in Music, Best Narrative, Best Game Direction, and Game of the Year. Plus, we'll introduce you to this year's TGA Game Changer recipient. And of course, there are more new game announcements ahead as well from studios big and small, including an extended new look at Phantom Blade Zero and Lara Croft's return in Tomb Raider. But right now, we've got a brand new original game to share with you. This global announcement comes all the way from Tokyo, Japan, and a legendary game developer. He's working on an ambitious new project, and we are honored he chose TGA as the place to share the first details and in-engine footage with the world.
This is in-engine, you can just tell.
Motherfucker!
Nagoshi Studio. Oh, that's from the former head of the Yakuza franchise.
I was looking at that one and I was thinking this before you said that. I was thinking Yakuza.
Yeah.
Time to settle up.
How many awards has this award show given? Like 3 so far?
Hey, Daiki, when'd you make it back? Excuse
I mean,
me,
let's
sir.
be real.
Shut your mouth.
We don't usually watch the video game awards for the awards. We watch them to see what games are coming out.
Samoa Joe gets the news he's still in AEW.
Son of a... Fuck it! Just kill him!
Oh. Punch. He does kind of look like Samoa Joe.
I was just why not make a preview show instead of award show? True.
This
It
looks
would be a lot shorter.
This looks almost exactly like Yakuza.
But it's gorgeous. That man is stocky.
Yep, that's Kamado. Gang of Dragon.
Gang of Dragon is deep into development. Nagoshi-san, thank you for that announcement. All right, next up is something very cool and very unexpected. Get your quarters ready because one of the most iconic game series of all time is coming to the big screen. We're taking it back to the 90s when the ultimate rivalries were settled in the arcade. Right now, we have a special sneak peek of Street Fighter. Let's take a look.
Oh, Street Fighter. Or Street Fighter 6. Probably for the next season. Oh no. This is a TV show? Movie?
Wait, was that?
That was the worst
Matthew
looking.
Broderick.
I was gonna say that was the worst looking bison I think I've ever seen in my life.
It's Matthew Broderick. This is all made with AI.
How do you tell?
No, you can't tell. I'm just saying, unless it's made with AI and they put Matthew Broderick.
David Dasmalchian is a bison. Only in theaters 2026. Okay, so another Street Fighter movie is gonna give it a try. It looks more Street Fighter than any other Street Fighter
fighters have gathered to stake their claim. Now, it's time to meet some of the warriors stepping into the ring. Please welcome to the arena, Noah Centineo as Ken. Andrew Koji as Ryu. Kalina Liang as Chun-Li. Joe Roman Reigns Anoa'i as Akuma.
Perfect.
David Desmalchin as M. Bison. Cody Rhodes as Guile.
Cody Rhodes, yeah.
Andrew Scholes as Dan Hibiki. Bid-Yu Jamwal as Dalcine.
You win.
Orville Peck as Vega. Olivier Richters as Zangief. Reyna Vallandigham as Yuli. Mel Jarnson as Cammy. And Jason Momoa as Blanca. Ladies and gentlemen, the cast of Street Fighter.
doing instead of wrestling.
It's the wrestling to movie.
What
pipeline.
a game award!
Character Andre's on too, apparently. Yeah, I saw.
Now, I know our movie comes out like a year from now, but there was no way we were showing up without a sneak peek.
We just wrapped a few weeks
Yeah,
ago,
there's
and
only two ways
fortunately
this
for
can go.
me,
This is
I
either
had the
going to
distinct
be
pleasure
the
of kicking
best
half
thing
these
ever,
guys
or
in
it's
the
going to be
face.
terrible.
Legally, on camera.
There will no.
I kind of miss that, guys.
There's
We
no
miss
way
it
this
too.
could be mediocre.
As a lifelong Street Fighter fan, like legitimately obsessed, it's the only time in my career where I threatened to kill Kale if he didn't hire me to play Blanca. True story, words matter. Fucking believe it. Tell him, Ryu.
It's Ryu! It's Ryu! Not Ryu, Ryu!
Ryu, not Ryu.
Okay, we're also here tonight to present the award for Best Ongoing Game.
Best ongoing game?
Yep, probably for a game. A lot of fighting.
The games in this category are the ones that never quit delivering all year long. They keep us looking forward to what's next.
But
Cody, I told you, the dedication, the passion, the resilience.
Yeah.
We need more presenters. This ain't enough, you know what I'm saying?
David, guys, it's so important that we appreciate you all here for being great patrons of Street
God, he
Fighter,
does look
okay?
so much
If you
like
played the
Matthew
game, make
Broderick.
some noise in your life.
Come on!
To me, the only advice in the world would be
This movie is not possible without you guys. We are so grateful, and we're not the only game that appreciates your patronage.
Something the matter,
There's another
Colonel?
game out there. They also flew from around the world to be here because they appreciate you. So give it up for the whole cast of Mortal Kombat 2!
Come on out! Yes!
I'm just kidding. They didn't come. They don't care about you. They
It
only
looked
care
like
about money.
disinterested she looked when she was
Okay?
clapping.
We
She's like,
care about money and you. Street Fighter forever!
Schultz cannot be
Forever,
joking with
baby, forever!
Kidding.
He's joking.
All right, okay, so these are the nominees for Best Ongoing Game.
Best ongoing game.
Best ongoing game.
I'll protect my
Final Fantasy 14, okay, yep,
to the
seen
last.
a lot of MMOs and stuff like that.
Fortnite, yeah. Like I said, Fortnite.
Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 has a good shot.
Rivals.
Nursing.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh, the mic's not coming out of the floor. I thought it was coming out of the floor. And the game award goes to No Man's Sky!
No Man's Sky. Okay, all right. I don't know. You could have just thrown the names out. You could have just thrown names at them, and it could have been any of them.
Yeah.
Hey, well, this is wild.
Imagine if half this stuff was
I
in
guess,
the game at
so
launch. It
thank
would have been
you.
the greatest game.
I would say a massive thank you on behalf of the whole team at Hello Games who have poured so much into No Man's Sky. And I also want to especially say a thank you from Sean, who for family reasons wasn't able to be here tonight. But I know he's probably watching this in whatever time zone it is where he is. I'm slightly jet-lagged myself. And he'd be very sorry he isn't here. And I'm also slightly sorry he's not here because this is way more nerve-wracking than he makes it look when he gets up. But, just that our tiny, massive, impossible space game still means something to so many people, that we get to keep on making a game that we love. That is a real privilege. That we are able to be here on a stage surrounded by so many incredible games. That is really special. And, the whole team is so grateful. It means the world to our team. So thank you so much.
lot of handshakes. Congratulations, No Man's Sky. And how about the Street Fighter cast? That was absolutely wild. All right. There's lots more Game Awards ahead, including a very special announcement.
No Man's Sky.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, we'll pick it up, I guess. Hello? Hello? Live from the Batcave, all the way from Gotham City, Batman, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy? It's great to see you tonight. You having a good time?
Commissioner Keeley, sorry I couldn't make it in person. I've been trying to decide what batsuit to wear. Abs or no abs? Anyway, great show so far.
Abs or no
It's
abs.
about to get even better, because it's time for a new look at my upcoming game, Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight.
To improve my physique.
Batman out.
Lego Batman.
Legacy of the Dark Knight. I wonder if we would get like Lego Arkham boots. That would be cool.
Make sure he stays secured at all
Yeah,
times.
it's Lego Arkham.
You want to see a magic trick?
The city has become a breeding ground for suffering and injustice.
It's like
I love how the Lego bad guys. They're
It
so
must be destroyed.
It's like they're not bad guys. It's not really. They're too cute to be bad guys.
I'm not bad. I'm just built that
Let's
way.
get to work.
Who are you?
Decapitation.
Yeah.
I think we can help each other.
This town deserves a better class of criminal.
Good evening, Gotham. Join us
Robin.
in a
I still think Lego
celebration
Arkham City.
of absolute chaos.
Abs or no abs, whichever one you pick, so long as it's not that nipples. It's even adapting Batman Rubber and Batman and Robin. Brave choices. Well, the sense of humor for this actually really makes sense with that.
We don't do that.
Sorry.
Curses.
Oh, you're still
Let's forecast. The freeze is coming.
This is my favorite part.
Okay. Switch to launch date to be announced.
Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight launches on May 29th, 2026. Now it is time to recognize a number of teams across the industry with the announcement of the winners in a few categories. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design.
Best Audio
Battlefield
Design.
6, Claire Obscure, Expedition
Death Stranding
33,
2's gotta win something.
Death
It's
Stranding
Jeff
2
Healey's
on the
Jeff
Beach,
Healey and Cody.
Ghost of Yote, and Silent Hill F. This
Say
year,
Death
the
Stranding
Game
2.
Award goes to Battlefield 6. Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year. Cadril, Kai Sanat, Moist Critical, Sakura Miko, and The Burnt Peanut.
Oh God,
And the
if
Game
Burnt
Award
Peanut
goes
gets it,
to
people are gonna lose
Moist
their
Critical. Congratulations.
Yay.
All right. Here are the nominees for Best Fighting Game. 2XKO, Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Fatal Fury City of the
This year,
Wolves,
I can
Mortal
see your charm
Kombat
now.
Legacy
Yes.
Collection, and Virtua
Yes.
Fighter 5 Revo World Stage.
so
The Game Award goes to Fatal Fury City of the Wolves.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only one.
Now, the nominees for Most Anticipated Game. 007 First Light, Grand Theft
Witcher
Auto
4,
6,
yeah.
Marvel's
Which I
Wolverine,
need
Resident
right
Evil
now.
I need
Requiem,
yesterday.
and
Yeah.
The Witcher 4.
But I feel like it might be Resident
The
Evil.
Game Award goes to
GTA 6.
Grand Theft Auto 6.
How clear does
Stick
that?
around
You know,
for
I've
more
never
of the
been
Game Awards.
excited
Some
about
of tonight's
GTA,
biggest
and
surprises
also-
are still ahead. And of course, later, the Game Awards Orchestra and Lauren Balfe pay tribute to our Game of the Year nominees.
Ready for action.
She-Hulk smash!
Oh, is this Team Playable Superheroes? Oh, so it's a beat 'em up, okay? X-Men beat 'em up?
Now
Or Marvel
that's
beat 'em up?
power.
That's Cosmic Swap.
Come on, Web.
That looks so 90s and I love it.
Feel true power.
Cosmic Invasion.
Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That looks like a good time. Something you gather your friends with. commercials.
Nothing beats a Bota holiday.
Yeah.
And now you can play Rust Mobile for free. 100 strapped off to the oil rig.
Oh, another satisfaction. Honestly, I gotta say, this looks more fun than some of the games we've seen already. If it is a game.
At least it looks goofy. Mella. Okay.
Here's my loot!
Here's Johnny.
Wait. Anyone got a power bank?
Rust Mobile first global
it's
test
Rust Mobile.
begins now. Join the test. Unlock the TGA limited skin.
Because it's Rust. It's one of those open world games.
I
where
wonder
everybody
what the
hates
real one
everybody else
feels
unless
like.
you're like friends with the.
Please welcome actress, writer, and gaming creator, Felicia Day.
Felicia Day. She's forever nerd.
Hi, friends. I am thrilled to be here tonight to present the TGA Game Changer Award, an award that recognizes an individual or organization that has demonstrated positive social progress in the gaming industry.
TGA Game Changer
And I'm even
Award.
more
What
thrilled
is
that
this,
tonight's
like 4
honoree is one of the
awards
most
in, like, 3
impactful
minutes?
organizations uplifting girls
Demonstrated
today,
positive social
and one that I'm
progress in the
honored to
gaming
represent as an ambassador. Girls Make Games.
Girls Make Games.
Over the past 12 years, Girls Make Games has empowered over 8,000 girls aged 8 to 18 from all around the world to create and share their own video games through summer camps, workshops, and game jams. In 2022, GMG established a college scholarship to bridge the gap for young women as they entered college and careers in the games industry. True to their mission statement, the founders of this incredible organization chose 2 inspiring members of their community to accept the award on behalf of Girls Make Games. And I'd like to invite them to the stage and hear how GMG truly has been a game changer in their lives. Please welcome Ellie Friedman and Monica Paredes.
My first experience with Felicia Day was actually Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh, she was in Buffy?
Yes. At the end of Buffy.
Hey, you guys.
Or I think a couple of episodes.
Hi. So, Ellie, you've been going to GMG summer camps for several years now. And this past summer, you and 3 friends created a game that won the grand prize. Is that right?
Yeah, our game is called Paper Trail, and the premise is you're a kid who's stuck in the hospital with a broken arm. You draw when you're bored, and your drawings that you've made
Okay,
have
that's
now
a
come to
studio
life
name
and start
choice.
attacking you. You have to go from room to room, solving puzzles in order to escape. And we wanted this game to be creepy, but not too scary, so that everyone can play.
I love it. And what is next for Paper Trail?
Soon we're going to start working with professionals to fully publish our game on Steam and PlayStation.
Very
I'm personally super excited to
Felicia
see
Day
the
for 2 things.
prototype we made at camp
Torturing-
turn into a
torturing Jonah
full-fledged
Heston
game.
in
I mean, it
MST3K.
sounds amazing. I
Oh, that
can't wait
was
to
the
play
Netflix
it. I
revival,
mean, hopefully
yes.
with my daughter because she's actually the brave scary girl, games girl, not me. I like to play cozy games and grow virtual turnips. Do you have turnips in your game? Okay, you can work on that. So Monica, your journey is a little bit different with GMG. You never went to the camp, but you actually were one of the first recipients of the college scholarship back in 2022. Is that right?
Yeah, so I grew up loving video games, love all that you do. And then my high school robotics teacher actually encouraged me to apply for the scholarship. He knew I was interested in game development. Then I got it. Now I'm attending USC, and I've been doing some game development. And now I've actually had some game development experience with our club there, Open Alpha at USC. Yeah.
That's amazing. It sounds like it's really helped you set you up for success. Is there any message that you'd like to give girls out there who might dream of making their own video games one day?
Yeah, I think if you're someone out there with an interest in making a video game, explore it, give it a shot. You never know where that interest could take you, and there's a ton of amazing programs like Girls Make Games who want to see you succeed.
Yeah, well, obviously, I really wish that there had been an organization like this when I was a kid, but I'm very excited that starting next year, my 8-year-old daughter can go to GMG and express her love of gaming. You guys are very inspirational. Thank you. And now, oh my God, she's thick. Okay, it is my honor to present the TGA Game Changer Award to Girls Make Games. Congratulations and a huge thanks to Monica Paredes and Ellie Freeman for accepting on behalf of GMG.
Thank you so much, Felicia, and congratulations to Girls Make Games. It's an incredible program. I've had the chance to visit their summer camps in the past, and it is truly inspiring to see the passion and the creativity that these young developers bring to the medium. Initiatives like that don't just open doors, they shape the future of our industry in a positive way. And I have no doubt that some of the girls in that program today will be on this stage in the years ahead accepting awards for the games they helped create. Now, it's time to move on to our next announcement here at Game Awards.
Not actual
The entire world knows your legend.
I could tell that.
You survived.
Oh, it's
the
Lara
Dragon's
Croft.
Triangle.
Tomb Raider in
Cross
season
the
13 of
threshold
Gizmo
to
Plex, aka the
Atlantis.
Gizmoplex. Okay.
I've heard a dozen tall tales that say you're unstoppable. But I say, all legends must come to an end.
That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting started.
Tomb Raider Catalyst. Interesting.
Tomb Raider Catalyst, 2027.
As I looked down
This
at
Amazon
an
Game
ancient
Studios,
world reawaken,
that's trouble right there.
my mind traveled back to where this story began. And everything changed. It's been years, but the events are still etched in my memory. Lost worlds,
Producer
frozen
just said,
in
"See,
time.
I don't know how to feel about this. On the one hand, it does feel like Tomb Raider just from the
New
trailer.
discoveries.
But on the other hand, I like where it was
Waiting
going with
behind
previous
every door.
It looks like they're kind of doing
Across every chasm.
what they were doing with the trilogy, but making Lara, not shit like she did it constantly.
I didn't know then
like she did
the path
in,
this adventure would send me on.
in the remake trilogy. She looks much closer. This looks much closer to the original trilogy.
That it lit a fire that still burns.
Yeah, it's a lot closer.
I
I'm
need
actually
to
glad I
see
played
more.
Tomb Raider 1 before this happened.
I
before
need
Saw the
to go
trailer.
further. To uncover the secrets of Atlantis. Some legends are destined to be retold.
I'd like to see that.
Antics. So now they're making two Tomb Raiders coming out in consecutive years.
Right.
I don't know how I feel about that.
There you have it, not one but two Tomb Raider games. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, a reimagining of Lara's iconic debut from 1996 for the 30th anniversary in 2026 next
Okay,
year.
so it's a
and Tomb
remake
Raider
of her.
Catalyst, a brand new game
It's a remake
and
of the
Lara's
original.
biggest
Oh,
adventure
okay.
yet
Well,
in
that makes sense.
2027.
That's why she
And
looks
now
like
for
she did
something
when she was in,
completely
96, okay.
unexpected.
only an engine. Forest 3. What happened to Forest 1 and 2?
Hi, I'm Robert Kirkman, co-creator of Invincible, and I'm here to introduce a brand new character to...
Hey, Game
Maybe
Awards!
it's the Forest,
Sorry,
the Sons
Robbie
of the
K.
Forest,
I
and
got
Forest
this.
3.
I see you, Keeley. Love what you've done with the place.
Rex, I was just here to introduce a world premiere.
Look, I am the world premiere. Cue the lights, cue the orchestra, cue the seething jealousy, and meet the second best character in our 3v3 fighter, Invincible Versus. Roll it, Kirky.
What the
I said roll it, Kirkman.
Roll it.
All right, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
All right.
You don't know my name now, but you will once this is over.
I never been to jail. Tell niggas that I'm in here with jail.
Who is she? She may be some minor Earth hero.
My name is Elemental. You seem pretty cool. Robot! But that won't stop me from kicking your ass.
You call this minor?
Here's a solution. Go away. Let me show you what the elements can do. You want to escape?
All right, next we're excited to share the global announcement of an upcoming game coming exclusively to Nintendo Switch 2.
Orbitals.
Doesn't that look fun? A two-player co-op game starring Maki and Omura with a retro anime universe aesthetic. Orbitals is coming in 2026.
It does not
Now
look
it's time
fun.
to present some other...
Chef!
Yes, Piggy?
Chef, Rolf isn't here yet.
Rolf the dog?
Yes, my accompanist, my companion, the piano player.
Yeah, I thought you guys were rehearsing for later. You know, we're actually live in the middle of the show.
Not here yet. We're not rehearsed. He doesn't know the song. What am I going to do?
Piggy, we have awards, we have announcements. You know what? Go with this guy. He's going to help you. Get you ready for later in the show, okay? Yeah, exactly. Right there, Piggy.
I just realized.
And scene. All right, well, I'm sure that's going to work out. Ralph's probably just stuck in traffic.
That's better.
It's
I was
okay,
blocking
Piggy.
the,
It's okay. All right.
Subtitles
More of
a
that
little
later.
bit.
Now we're here to honor another group of nominees and winners. First up, here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game. Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei,
Death Stranding
Hollow
2
Knight
has to win
Silk
some.
Song, Indiana
Legends
Jones
here.
and the Great
How could it
Circle,
not?
and Split Fiction. And the Game Award goes to Hollow Knight Silksong. See, you guys won. All right, here are the nominees for Best Art Direction. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Death Stranding 2, On the Beach. Ghost of Yote, Hades 2, and Hollow Knight Silksong. And the Game Award goes to Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Now, another genre, the nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game. Those are Final Fantasy Tactics, The Ivalice Chronicles, Jurassic World Evolution 3, Sid Meier's Civilization 7, Tempest Rising, The Alters, and 2 Point Museum. This year, the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy Tactics, The Ivalice Chronicles. Congratulations, Square.
Granted.
Now the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game. Blueprints, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Despelote, and Dispatch. And the Game Award goes to Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Congratulations to all the winners. We'll have much more Game Awards ahead. But right now, here's a first official reveal of Wuthering Waves 3.0 coming on Christmas Day, and a nominee tonight for both Player's Voice and Best Mobile Game.
Wuthering Waves 3.0 coming out on Christmas Day. It's a Hoyoverse game. I'm just not interested in those. I have a natural suspicion of
All I did was add a turbocharger, tweak the suspension, and upgrade the brakes. Hardly a violation, wouldn't you say?
So, this trip seems back to school, huh?
Welcome to Star Torch Academy.
I gotta take a look.
We did promise to witness it together, didn't we?
I want you there to witness it. The rise of the new sun.
13 nominations, the most in the show's history.
Initiating criticality protocol.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Don't blink! You'll miss the best part!
The way to the High Roy is open. It's time for you to return.
3 other
Journeyman.
things that Claire Obscure has been nominated for: Game of the Year, Best Game Direction, Best Narrative, and it's also got best. It's also up for Best Score in Music.
Are we getting some Santa stuff?
So, Metroid Prime 4 did just come out. Came out this weekend. It is not scored for Claire Obscure. They didn't win Best Audio Design. That one went down 1-6. It is out on Switch and Switch 2, so you don't have to worry about not owning a Switch 2 just to play Metroid Prime 4. A game that's been a decade in making. Alright, let's see what we got here. We've got...
There it is. The Google
They don't
Play
need to
Point.
do commercials
The most
because they're
valuable
doing
jewel in the game.
This is a commercial.
Earn them by
I mean,
playing the
it's all
stuff you love.
commercials.
Then trade them in for the sweetest in-game items.
So, best game,
Score the latest
best
IRL
VR
swag.
game,
Or up your game with limited edition merch.
best sports racing game, best multiplayer game.
Victory is yours, and so are rewards. With Google Play Points. Go reward yourself.
There's not too many left.
Go play.
But, you know, how much of this is... There's like... Let me see here. If we're just going by what's on the Wikipedia page.
Step into the sunrise now. Never dreams of us. Are you walk mountains high and oceans wide? There's a fire. I feel inside.
8, 9... So there's still 10. There's still 10. We'll be here for a reason.
9. Yeah. So it's not like I'm doing much.
Yeah, this is actually the first time I've ever done something like this, too. Animo. Anemo?
Enough! With every celebration of hubris, your hatred grows. Look around to would-be heroes, influencers, executives. You! How far would you go for that trophy? Death decapitation. And you streamers are no better. Riker, Shroud, you've corrupted more minds than even I can imagine. Oh, if it isn't Jeff Keighley, creator of this crucible of jealousy. Impressive. As for the rest of you, who of you is worthy of facing me? For I'm Mephisto, Lord of Hatred, and you are nothing.
This is starting to look like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra performance. Blizzard.
Hey, I was called it. I was right.
The path to domination is paved with the souls of the willing. Soon, all of Sanctuary will be bathed in hatred. And none shall escape the
Yep,
flood.
it's Diablo 4. We're talking about Sanctuary.
Mephisto, you shall darken the world no longer. There will be those who believe that they alone can stand against the inevitable.
Oh, that's yeah. You took me out into all the nice places, man.
And Diablo itself. Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Okay. And it's coming out next spring. I haven't even
Diablo
finished the
players,
main
your
game
wait
of
is
the first
over. Get in
Diablo.
the fight and play as Paladin today. And get ready
I
for
was
Lord of
told
Hatred
years
coming
ago
in April.
when
It is
I
great to have
when I did
Blizzard
not
here
have
at
a
the Game
PC,
Awards.
it wasn't a
Want to know who
PC
else
gamer.
is here? Well,
One of
it's
my
time
buddies
for an
said,
update
Diablo
from
is not a
Marvel
game, it's a
Rivals, a nominee
lifestyle.
tonight for Best Ongoing Game about the latest Marvel
Now that
heroes
I've
set to
played
join the
enough of
game
Diablo to
in
know,
2026.
Yeah, I can definitely say that that is a true statement.
What's up, Game
Best
Awards?
ongoing
It's about time I made Marvel Rivals the most hero-packed shooter ever.
Deadpool.
But first, my redhead is trying to blast my ass a few new holes, and I got a surprise for her. Hit it! Boy, this is gonna be fun.
Okay, so they're bringing Deadpool to Marvel
Whoa,
Rivals.
easy now, fellas. I'm the one who set you free.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this was not the
I'm sure
plan.
people have been waiting.
Yep. Badass.
All right, you rejects. Get Tyrannosaurus Rex! Come on! I'm not even a...
I mean, they had to do it eventually.
What's this game's tagline? Ignite the battle! And that's why I have 3 movies, baby! Yeah!
Now, why'd I do this again?
Oh, right. She's my rival.
Rogue, yeah. Rogue was just announced.
Yeah.
Please welcome
Just
actress,
Rogue and
producer,
Gambit
and
both.
activist
Yeah.
Gemma Chan.
They got announced like what, yesterday?
A little further back on that. That's Gemma Chan.
Gemma Chan.
Hello, Game Awards.
Can't say that I'm
I
familiar.
have the pleasure of playing Dr. Selena Tan, head of the tactical simulations for QLab in 007 First Light. James Bond has long had the fortuitous, some might say daring habit, of crossing paths with rather dashing antagonists. And this one is undoubtedly unforgettable. Take a look.
Oh, this is the new James Bond game.
Yes.
So this is
Looks
the
pretty
left.
good.
We're in the lion's den, Bond. Try not to draw attention to yourself. Me?
I've been
Never.
pronouncing it wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
I've been pronouncing it
I
wrong.
am sometimes asked, Bafma, how is it that you hear
That's okay.
every whisper in every
I
corner?
never felt people who
And I answer,
learn,
I built Aleph with my
who try to
will,
learn new words
my
by
blood,
reading them.
my whole self.
It means they're smart.
This
because they
city is an extension of my being.
read. Lenny Kravitz.
Oh
my
dear
body.
God.
Today, it became infected.
Something I didn't think we'd be getting.
Easy, girls. Plenty of meat for everyone.
Girls. Of course.
Please welcome Obama himself, four-time Grammy winner,
Man, that's
Lenny Kravitz.
Man, I'm getting early 2000s vibes with Lenny Kravitz here. Is this where we get the musical guest?
He's actually dressed up as the character.
It's something Lenny Kravitz would do.
Yes.
Good evening. It was a great honor to be asked to join 007 First Light for my first voyage into the world of video games. When IOI invited me to play Bavma, a wild, unpredictable pirate ruler of Africa's biggest black market hub, I knew I was stepping into something special. Where others see chaos, Bavma sees freedom. He rose from nothing, broke free, and built his own kingdom of Aleph. And his story is just beginning.
They did a pretty
Every
good job
world
capturing his likeness. Then
we
again, it's
build
not hard these days.
needs the power
Yeah,
of rhythm through music. These musicians can turn violence into beauty
Okay.
and silence
so he's
into tension.
announcing the music.
Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Okay.
Best Score in Music, leveled up by Spotify.
Well, the pressure's off because
And the Game
Obscure
Award
isn't gonna get
goes
clean
to
sweep, but-
Lorient Testa.
See, look at the contingent of the guys wearing the masks.
That was Laura Testa was singing at the beginning of the show. So, like, she's very beautiful, upright voice.
Evie was playing.
Thank you so much.
Obscure when the game was new earlier this year.
We're so happy to be here tonight.
Adored the music
It was
for, Clear
incredible to play in Viateme in live with you. It's incredible. Thank you so much. I have a letter I would like to read. Sorry.
Envie de. Couldn't read it.
I couldn't see the last word.
I
Oh,
would
please
really
don't
love
make a
to
10-minute
to
speech.
start by thanking all the musicians who work on the soundtrack with us, who give their soul and their hand and their voice to the sound of the music. I also want to thank
Get
you,
on
Alice,
with it.
to standing by my side. It's an immense gift to share this journey with you. Thank you for carrying each note through within you
composers are
and for letting
Lorient
Alicia's
Testa
lost voices
and Alice
resonate in the world of
Dubois-Peltier.
Clair Obscur. Thank you, Guillaume, for lingering on one of my songs on that night when our story was aligned.
Puff glasses.
And thank you to all my loved ones for their love and their support during all these years.
Yeah.
And to all our players, thank you for letting Clair Obscur and our music find a place inside you. You are the lumière that makes us want to keep painting, keep loving, and keep dreaming. Thank you for reaching out your hands to us. We don't know the colors of tomorrow, but we are ready to paint them with you. Thank you. To the Uncharted Tomorrows.
I would like to say something too. We are so grateful to receive this award tonight. It's a wonderful recognition of our work over the past 5 years. A hug thank you to Lorient, who made this world adventure possible. And a big thank you to Centfold Studio for their trust and unwavering support. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow comes.
For a limited time only, Prime members can go to Amazon.com/The Game Awards to save up to 25% on select gaming hardware and accessories from brand Turtle Beach, Lenovo, Samsung, and
they
more.
had to move the show along.
Please welcome from Warframe Community Director Megan Everett and Creative Director Rebecca Ford.
Hello, Game Awards! Hello! Reb, how many registered users is Warframe at?
No, that's an inside joke for Warframe Twitch chat, Megan.
All right, hi Twitch chat, hi Game Awards. We're here for Warframe. We launched our biggest update of the year, the old piece, just yesterday, and all things considered, the update went smooth. So we're not here to finally announce that we're coming out of open beta 12 years later.
No, we're still in beta, 12 years, and you know, in those 12 years, all we have learned is that Ben Starr will do anything for money.
But in all seriousness, we have an amazing community of Tenno and Warframe, and now Envoys with Soulframe, and we truly wouldn't be here without them. So Reb, why are we actually here?
We are here to outsource the question of what is Warframe. We have completely given up answering it ourselves. Warframe was once Ninjas in Space, which it still is, and we clung to the tagline, Ninjas play free. But it's time to let a legend tell you what is Warframe.
What is Warframe? Cursed to walk through this senseless universe in living metal. Haunted by dreams. Excalibur. Mag. Volt. Names that echo an ancient purpose now lost to them. The war they were created to fight is long forgotten. And yet, they wake. They stir. What drives them? Their residual instinct or some separate conscious force? We may not know, but there's one who does. They hear her voice, a blanket against the horror. They insist blindly upon humanity and its worth, even in the face of ultimate indifference, but with so little understanding of what they have taken, what they still owe.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Not really much information at all.
Wake up, Tenno.
I mean, it looks
After
cool,
a
but
1,000-year-long epic battle ended, the world
I know.
finally
This
regained
is Seven
peace.
Deadly Sins.
However, the Book of Stars disrupted the flow of time,
My
and a
nephew
new
got really into
darkness
Seven Deadly
awakened.
Sins.
の不思議なアイテム
I
ね
was gonna say,
何度かトリトリに懐いているみたいな
so
の
many
この魔物って
make
一
for
体何なんだ
excellent
ろう
action games or would be excellent fighting games if they were
言
given
ったでしょ
like Capcom
こ
or
れは
System.
ただの冒険ではない
I don't need these janky ass
Now,
arena fighters.
a new
I just
destiny
need a good
calls to
old-fashioned
us.
one-on-one
For the
fighting
new
game.
tale we are about to create.
And that's it. You know,
Together we run, bound by destiny.
just give every combat
A
anime you
co-op
can think of a Street
open world
Fighter game,
RPG
and
for
you would be
everyone. The
perfectly
7
fine.
Deadly Sins
Co-op open
Origin.
world RPG. PlayStation 5 console exclusive 7 Deadly Sins Origin.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah, I can see it. Sure, it's perfect.
Okay, can commercial time be over?
I am going to
17 free games.
I'm gonna take another bathroom break here.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go online tomorrow and look at all the video game stores online and see what they have for free. Share the gift of gaining with friends this holiday. Holiday sale. A key. 3, 2, 1. Hogwarts Legacy. It's free until December 18th. Gosh, I wonder why. I wonder why.
That's right, Hogwarts Legacy is
It's also
free on the
free
Epic
on
Game
Amazon
Store right
Luna,
now.
I believe.
And there's even more Harry Potter fun coming later this month to Fortnite with customizable Hogwarts house outfits. Play Hogwarts Legacy on EGS before December 18th and unlock a Harry Potter chocolate frog back bling in Fortnite. It's the world we live in, guys. All right, back in
People aren't really
2023,
sharing all that
Lords of
much.
the Fallen surprised and impressed players with its brutal combat, dark fantasy world building, and stunning dual realm design.
Agreed, Digi,
Tonight
agreed.
we have your
Yeah, I
first
don't-
ever
do
look
need the
at
help
the
to avoid
gameplay
Fortnite,
of the
but
sequel.
thanks.
Lamp bearer. One must travel many paths. On the
Is this what I
road
think it is?
to salvation. Paths through light.
That may be something else that looks really cool.
Through shadow. I will walk them with you.
This looks really cool.
Wherever they may lead.
Oh, this almost looks like a vow.
No matter the cost.
Okay, actual gameplay could be another Souls one. I gotta say, I was there when Demon Souls came out back in 2000. Atlas, Atlas had the publishing rights here in the US. And I was like, this looks very much like the kind of game that this would be. I don't think any of us ever imagined that
Father.
it was going to turn into a whole new genre that everybody was going to hate. Lords of the Fallen 2.
Interesting.
Lords of the Fallen version 2.5.
It looks
with
cool.
New veteran mode out today.
I've heard of Lords of the Fallen. I just never have played it.
This next set of awards recognizes a diverse set of games across a variety of genres. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game. EA Sports
Best
FC
sports
26,
racing game?
Yep.
F1 25, Mario Kart World, Rematch, and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
I'm not a big
And the Game Award
sports
goes
video
to
game
Mario
player.
Kart World. Congratulations,
World. I
Nintendo.
called it.
Here are the nominees for Best Community Support.
Best community
Baldur's Gate
support?
3, Final Fantasy 14,
Helldivers 2.
Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. This year, the Game Award goes
Maybe
to
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
I won that last year. All right, here are the nominees for Best VR AR game.
AR game.
Alien Rogue Incursion, Arcan Age, Ghost Town, Marvel's Deadpool VR, and The
Was an
Midnight
adventure game
Walk.
from 2010.
The Game Award goes to The Midnight
I've never
Walk.
played any.
Congratulations.
Never heard of the Midnight Walk.
Now,
I
nominees for
basically can't play
Best
anything
Role-Playing
VR because I get
Game:
seasick.
Avowed,
Best RPG. Wow, they're
Claire
not
Obscure
really that
Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, and The Outer Worlds 2. This year, the Game Award for RPG goes to Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Could it have been anything else?
And
I'm actually surprised
finally,
they didn't give it the big thing.
here are the final
Player's Voice,
5 nominees
Hollow
for
Knight.
Player's Voice, a 100% fan-voted
This is the
award.
Fan vote
Claire
probably picks
Obscure
something like
Expedition 33, Dispatch, Genshin Impact,
I
Hollow
feel like
Knight
Dispatch hasn't
Silksong,
been out
and
long enough.
Wuthering Waves.
But
This year, the
Silk Knight-
fans
Silksong
selected
has been out
Wuthering
just
Waves as the winner.
Wuthering Waves,
Congratulations.
wow. Well, that's the Player's
All right,
Voice,
and
that doesn't-
now
that's
we've
like,
got something great for you. Please
they'll
welcome
pick
actor
something to be as
Rahul
contrarian
Kohli.
as possible.
Oh, Carl Cully.
What's he done?
So much stuff.
Good evening.
A
I
lot of
play
stuff.
Arjun Devraj in the upcoming Saros
Saros.
from the amazing
Looks like
teams
the name of
at
the
Housemarque and PlayStation.
Maybe.
For the last 30 years, the Housemarque name has been
Saros.
synonymous with thrilling action,
Housemarque.
satisfying
Housemarque made
gameplay,
some
and of
really
course,
good,
bullet hell.
small games.
It's been an honor
back
working
in
with
the,
them, not
back
just
in
as
the
an
PS3
actor,
and PS4
but as a fan of Stardust, Returnal, and literally everything in between.
Bullet hell. Yeah, that's
We
about
cannot
right
wait
for
for you all to play when Saros lands
yeah.
next year. And here's the debut of our new story trailer.
I've heard of none of these.
He's been in all. I was telling you about the Haunting series
Yeah,
on
The sun
Netflix.
is forever.
And iZombie. He's really good in that.
Yeah. It's a Housemarque.
We promised we'd never be
Oh, wait a minute. Did Housemarque make Returnal? Because if they did, I gotta double check that. Because if memory serves and they did make Returnal, then this may be something.
I need to know that I just made the right
Housemarque
decision.
made Returnal, so yeah, if it's
boss.
anything like
Wait, how-
Returnal, then it's gonna be pretty
How
damn
long
good.
since the last time the sun died, mate?
You left us here. We've lost people. There's no way to get home, and you.
This is what it does. It gets in our heads, and it twists, and it turns.
Yeah, this looks like another. Looks like a
break
follow-up.
our promise. I will make everything perfect again.
It looks just like Returnal.
I know you're here, and I will find you.
Saros. April 30th, 2026.
Saros looks great. It's coming next April, and I'm very excited that Rahul is starring in it.
Depending on how many
To
more
present our
reveals they
next
have,
award, I am honored to welcome a previous TGA winner. He's the
just did
writer
3
and
of them.
director of some of the biggest and most critically acclaimed video games of
So
all
we still
time.
have best multiplayer
Grand Theft
game?
Auto 3, 4, 5, Vice City,
it looks
San
like there's only
Andreas,
4
Red
left.
Dead
So
Redemption
4 or 5
1 and
left,
2,
so
and
best
Bully.
multiplayer game,
He's
best
the
narrative,
co-founder
best
of
game
Rockstar
direction,
Games and
and
now the founder of a new studio, Absurd Ventures, where he is busy writing and creating novels, comic books, animated series, and yes, 2 big upcoming
Absurd
unannounced
Ventures.
open world games.
I
It is my
love
honor to
how
welcome to the TGA
creative
stage for the
everybody
first
gets with,
time
like, their game
an industry
studio names.
icon,
Mm-hmm.
Dan
Like,
Houser.
looking at my games list, it's like, oh, that's certainly a choice. Oh, that's certainly a name choice. Oh, that's certainly a name choice. That's most certainly a name choice.
Definitely falls with a lot of music groups like Bare Naked Ladies.
Yeah, exactly. My parents wouldn't let me listen to Bare Naked Ladies just because of the name.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a real pleasure to be here. In the 29 years I've been doing this, we've seen games emerge as the premier art form of the 21st century. More than any other medium, video games have the power to take the audience on a journey, both physically and emotionally. Games don't just tell us a story, they let us live it.
It's just
The
Pepsi
story
or
becomes
Coke.
the experience,
No.
driven and shared by the player's
It's
choices.
Dr. Pepper.
It's a level of
We
shared
can share the
authorship
intellectual
that's
experience
unique
that
to
is
video
Dr. Pepper.
games. And when that all
Have you ever
comes
seen
together,
that from,
it's almost magical. And so here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Steins Gate?
Best Narrative.
One stroke, and everyone of that age vanishes into nothingness.
This thing between us, it was a mistake. I will
find every last member of the Yote Six, and I will bring you peace.
I always dreamt of leaving this place, becoming more than a peasant.
I hate it all. I'll destroy it all!
Best narrative. Okay.
Ooh, that's tricky.
And the game award goes
those
to
games are really good.
Claire Obscure, Expedition 33.
It's about as clean a sweep as you can get so far.
7 first, same as the worst. A little bit louder and a little bit less. Thank you, honey.
Panda Hero, you just subscribed
You
with
do the
Prime.
same for me.
I have.
Wow, there are a lot of people here. Hi. There are so many people
Now, is
to
that
thank.
like a symbol of
but
artistry in
first
France,
and
I think?
forever is my husband.
He is
my
just the way
light
they're
in the
dressed.
No,
darkness.
No?
I think it's
Thank
just
you
it's
to
just
our beautiful
kind of a play
player
on
community.
the stereotype of
Thank
what
you for
French
welcoming
people
our
dress
characters
like.
into
with
your
berets
hearts.
and
In games, a
horizontal
story is a
stripes.
shared
Yeah,
creation.
yeah.
It starts with words on a page,
Again, I'm
but
not
the
spoiling
player
anything. The list was
experiences
still running when I
it
posted
through the work
asking
of
for the
each of our
wild
teams.
yes, but I've played the game.
Character and environmental
No, like
design,
Claire Obscure
quests,
legit is that
combat,
good from everything
UI,
I've heard. So-
cinematics, acting, music, VFX, and through localization into other languages. All of that is supported by our producing and our technical teams. The last ingredient is our players, who interpret the story in the context of their own lives, and who keep our story alive through their own creative expression and discussions. The marvelous thing about games is that we create that experience together, our team with our players. Thank you so much.
I mean, I'm happy that that Claire Obscure is winning so much because it shows that the JRPG formula isn't dead and can run and can be done by people.
For a limited time
by
only,
studios
Prime
that
members
aren't
can go to
in Japan.
Amazon.com
Well, I
slash
also
the
think
Game
it's
Awards
important
to
to
save
note that
20%
it's an indie
on the
game.
new
Yeah.
active play system, Next Playground,
With all the
bundled with a
talk we've
12-month
had
play
about,
pass and travel case.
AAA games.
Next, I have the honor
being
of announcing a
little
world
tone deaf
premiere.
sometimes.
The next game from a small studio in
here we
Uppsala,
have
Sweden.
an
Neon
indie
Giant,
game
known
making
for the
a near
Ascent.
complete
This
speed.
is
Yeah.
No Law.
Uppsala, Sweden. Neon Giant.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to
All
anyone.
footage captured
but
in game.
everyone wants peace. No laws.
I appreciate
no
that.
oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people.
Live the good life in the off-world
The mayor
colonies.
stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress.
Anytime I
won't let
see
me
a
go.
bonsai plant, I think of that episode
It
of
won't forget my
Cowboy
name.
Bebop where Jet just goes,
I
"Oh,
asked for nothing,
I'm butchering
and they
it."
still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.
It's just anger with guns.
It's a pretty game with guns.
You reap what you sow.
No
La.
law. I do like how he kind of
We'll all
looks
be
like
looking
Charles
forward to that,
Bronson.
and good morning to everyone in Sweden and Europe. I know it's a late night. We got a lot more show for you, but coming up, we've got more awards like Best Game Direction. Todd Howard is here to present that from Bethesda, and more announcements, including one I promise you that nobody could have anticipated. But right now, Game Awards, get ready to get on your feet. Earlier this year, Netflix's Devil May Cry brought Capcom's
Probably
iconic game
something
franchise to life as an exceptional
Kojo's
animated
there, so-
series nominated tonight for Best Adaptation. The show also featured a #1 single from our next performers who just announced their 2026 world tour.
It's music
Here to
now.
perform Afterlife, please welcome Evanescence.
Evanescence, oh god. Right now, the kid of a Hot Topic doc just went, "My mom's dad's band," and that parent is crying.
So Amy Lee left Evanescence and they replaced her with somebody who was on one of those voice competition shows, and then I think she came back. But I don't.
Show. Says Amy Lee piano since
I know.
1990.
But I think she left for a time. So I guess they left their label. My mom's dad's band, and that parent is crying.
Still looks good. Seizure Vision. Looks like they just announced a second season. They're gonna try right here and there.
I watched like the first couple of episodes and they were decent.
So good. Talk about a performance. Devil May Cry Season 2 will
sorry, I'm
premiere
still
on
just
May
thinking
12th,
back to the Devil May
2026,
Cry
only
anime
on
that they had
Netflix.
back in the
Give it up one more
2000s
time
when
for
Devil May
Amy and
Cry was first
Evanescence.
out.
That was incredible. All right, there is more Game Awards ahead, including more new game announcements and, of course, Game of the Year, presented by last year's winner. Which game will take home the trophy this year? Stick around to find out. Lauren Balfe and the Game Awards Orchestra are tuning up.
Why does this look familiar? Oh, it's
Prometheus me. Yeah, that's right. It's a Busha game. Mary's been playing it. Switch 2. Kinetic Games.
Game Awards Best to Be 2020. Oh, it's Phasmo.
Phantasmagophobia.
Phasmophobia.
Yep.
They have added so much to Phasmophobia. It's crazy. Oh, they're bringing it to the Switch.
If you give a gamer a game, they're gonna want to play it. If they play it, they might love it. If they love it, they'll want to play other games they love too. So you'll build them a place to discover more cool games. More than that. Perfect. But then they'll want to play those games anywhere and everywhere. Like here, here, or even on this beast. And if they can play everywhere, they're gonna want to keep tabs on those games and everything else they love in one place.
Yeah, I have
So, you'll
Phasmo.
give
I
them a
played it when
U-tab,
it first
a
came
home
out,
base
and I
that
really
tracks all
liked
their
it.
play, no matter
but,
how they play. With one souped-up
I would
profile
not
to
mind
rule them
playing
all.
it some more because I haven't played it in a long
So,
time. And I know
if you
it's
give a gamer
changed
all the
so
games,
much.
the freedom to play anywhere and everywhere, and a U-tab to keep it all in one place, they're definitely gonna want to go play.
47. An urgent threat has emerged in Dartmoor.
One that can have catastrophic consequences on a global scale. Careful. One touch can be deadly.
Hitman World of Assassination.
Please welcome the actress behind Hitman's next elusive target, Mila Jovovich.
She has not aged.
Mila Jovovich?
Yeah.
She looks exactly the same.
She looks exactly the same.
Hi, Los Angeles!
Given she is a
And
former
hello
model.
to gaming fans around the world. I'm thrilled to be making my debut in a video game as the next elusive target in Hitman World of Assassination.
She's 49.
The hunt
Wow.
February
That's crazy.
2026.
That is crazy.
Now, I'm happy to present the Game Award for Best Multiplayer. Modern
Yeah, and I'm
multiplayer
gonna get a good look
represents
at her.
a
Yes,
monstrous
she's,
challenge in game
obviously
design.
a little
I mean,
bit, but
imagine
she's
having to
still
develop games that account
looks
for the
really
absolute
good. Yeah, like-
unpredictability of
Was she in, The Fifth
thousands
Element?
of live opponents.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or even worse, the
Lulu.
persistent
Yeah.
dumbness
Legal
of
Dennis
his
And of course, she was
teammates.
in all the Resident Evil
It's
movies.
no easy task.
I knew her from
And
the.
tonight's nominees
think she
all
was in
pull it off in their
Ultraviolet.
own inspiring way. Here they are.
Best multiplayer game.
They said the world above had ended.
This is the youngest player.
The Six.
It's so weird to not see a Call of Duty. It's so weird to not see a Call of Duty.
You have to do a sprint jump. Careful, careful,
Split
We
fish.
shall cause a lot of explosions.
Wow. I see people have a lot of favorites out here. Who do you want? All right. I got it right here. And the game award goes to Arc Raiders!
They went to the Johnny Company.
Congratulations!
Wow, incredible. With this list of nominees, who would have thought? First of all, thank you all. And on behalf of the Arc Raiders team, this incredible team, we'd like to thank our loved ones for supporting us and cheering us on along the way. Embark Studios as a whole, because as we all know, it takes a village for the fearless leadership of our dear Patrick Sutherland, the partners in Nexon, whose unwavering trust in us took us all the way here and made it all possible. And of course the players.
There comes a time when
love and engagement
you just run out of things to say.
means
You've
the
already
world
said
to us.
everything you could possibly
Thank you
say.
Congratulations, Arc Raiders. You know him from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Stranger Things. Please welcome to the Game Awards, David Harbour.
David
David Safe Harbor.
For 25 years,
Creative
Assembly
Total War.
has entertained millions of people all around the world with the Total War franchise. Today, I'm here to help announce where Total War is going next. And it'll be in a universe that is so close to my heart.
Pretty prestigious
I'm
to put it this
excited
late in the show.
to reveal
Is it going to be in Stranger
Total
Things?
War is headed to the grim, dark future
Oh,
with
it's gonna be
Total War Warhammer
Total War Warhammer.
40.
Yeah, it's not the first
K!
Warhammer game.
Total War Warhammer 40.
Some of you may know this, but some of you may not know this, but I am a huge fan of tabletop gaming. I've painted endless miniatures, spent a crazy amount of time dropping dice under a table. Of course, as you might expect, I'll be in the game. It connects to some of my favorite aspects of the universe, but more
I just want
details
to see
on
if they
that
say
later.
anything about Medieval
Let's
3.
take a first look
It's in
at
very
Total
early
War
development, so they probably
Warhammer
can't say anything.
40K.
But
In the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread. Mankind is beset by endless tides of aliens, traitors, and demons.
this is basically Warhammer 40K on the show. Although I feel like I like the lore better than I like actually playing the tabletop game.
Across countless worlds, battles rage.
Although this one would be nice to have, because we haven't really had any Dawn of War. Those are really old at this point. Those are like 20-year-old games at this point, the Dawn of War series.
Lead your armies. Conquer worlds. Fight on as the galaxy burns.
So if you want to know anything about like the factions in
For there is
Warhammer,
no
watch Ricky's
amongst the stars.
videos
There is
explaining all the
only
factions in Warhammer 40K.
war.
He's a big Warhammer guy. Oh, yes. Total War Warhammer 40K. Hell yes.
Gameplay footage captured in engine for pre-alpha.
cannot wait for this. I will learn Total War just to play this. Actually put things together?
Says the guy who hates character creation.
This is different, honey.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Like, there's something about putting together your own little miniatures and then painting them. Like, you know, you have to select action and stuff like that, but, you know, I'm not customizing the face to a ridiculous degree. I'm not customizing every little fold of skin, you know?
What a sight to behold.
Like, it's there for me. Like, I can have all the little pieces, I can glue all the little pieces together, and then I can paint in painstaking detail. That's not character creation.
First
Not
of
like
all,
you're
thank you for joining us on this ship.
Right.
Hello there, my dear newcomer.
It's
You
different,
were very
I
lucky.
promise.
Yes,
It's
we are
different.
critically
Ooh, I wanna
undermanned
remember.
on this ship.
Except I don't
Don't
eat
worry
red
at all.
meat.
The man in front is Jan Rexco, the wings of
Black
Thief.
Beaver.
You're riding shotgun with the legendary Ace of Aces.
He's a mass delusion fabricated by the rumor mill of social media. Radar contact. We think it's the shadows. Our lone target is Wings.
I'll draw his fire.
Roger that. God damn it.
We haven't had a new one in a long, long time.
Start swimming, soldier.
Talk to me, Goose.
Make it home alive.
Now I need to get Ricky.
Let's keep at it, Rex.
Ray, heads up!
On your orders, Rex.
To keep Hope alive, Wings of Thief must stay on the mission. Must fly on.
I can make up your kill count to be whatever. Right. From now on, you'll be the greatest ace pilot this war will ever know.
I still have a hard time getting past this combat for because it's so good. Wings of Fed is combat heat. I'm excited for it. If I ever had the desk space for a HOTAS, I would be all
Yes,
over.
that's right. Ace Combat is back in 2026. Thanks to Bandai Namco for that. Over the past
Now they're
few
actually
weeks,
showing
fans
games
have
I'm
been
interested
visiting the Game Awards vote in Fortnite to help us select the best creator-made island of the year, and Genesis Squid Game came out on top. Congrats to that team, and head over to the Game Awards island now live in Fortnite to play all the nominees with the island code that you're seeing below. All right, next, from the creative minds at Fuse Games, some of the key folks behind Burnout and Need for Speed, comes an all-new racing experience.
Fuse Games, okay? Oh, Burnout.
I want it back.
And it's another Star Wars game. Oh.
The way
Is
it
it Star Wars
was
racing?
before the Empire shut it down.
We haven't had a good
Massive
one since
engines.
Star Wars Episode 1 Racer.
Lightning fast. Lives on the line. The pilots were incredible. Best of the best. United by one beautiful dream.
It's not hot racing. What could it be?
The galaxy
And yes,
needs
Digi, I am very
racing.
glad to see Ace Combat.
So it is intentionally racing. Literally says the galaxy needs racing.
It's not hot racing from Episode 1. So, it almost looks kind of like F-Zero.
Galactic.
Star Wars Galactic Racing. Is that something?
Pod racer with a dash of NOS burnout.
Yeah, Need for Speed or Burnout. Yeah. I'm definitely into that. I am definitely all over that.
You? What were your names again? Well, I can't call you and can I? I shall give you names. Naomi. Name or Naomi? Yes, Naomi! And you, Backboy. Yes, children, I have a feeling. It's a feeling of destiny. Follow me, Naomi and Backboy.
Like, Kubo and the Two
Destiny
Strings.
awaits.
It's stop motion though, which is interesting.
Yeah. I don't see many stop motion games. Co-op Adventure for 2. Probably from the same guys that made like A Way Out.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. Out of Words.
Such a beautiful
I'm running
game that
out of
was
words,
Out
too.
of Words,
It's
a
10:30.
stop-motion co-op
We probably
game
got another
being
30
developed
minutes in the show.
over in Denmark, and it's a great game coming next year. And now I'd like to welcome back an icon, a legend who pushes entertainment forward with each of their new projects. Someone I
really
consider
starting to
a
show
dear
them-
friend and
show
a friend
their
of the show.
stuff in the gaming,
Please welcome
in the gaming
Miss
industry.
Piggy.
Miss Piggy.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry, everyone, but I will not be performing a song this evening. No. So sorry. It's all because
Also, big
of
shout
my
out to those
accompanist.
puppeteers that are
My accompanist.
still keeping the Muppet
This
spirit alive.
dog was late, as usual.
Hey, sorry, I lost track of time. I was out taking myself for a walk.
Oh, ha. Same old excuses and jokes.
Hey, they liked it. Let's go. It's time for you to sing, Pig.
Sing? Sing what? We haven't rehearsed anything. And where's the grand piano, huh?
Yeah, wouldn't fit in my hatchback. Listen, what are you worried about? You know, we'll just, we'll wing it.
Wing it?
Sure.
Wing it?
Who knows? Maybe it'll all work out. How about, something like this? In a world where gaming games are so exciting, waiting all year long until the time will come. Your turn.
What? I can't just make up any words without some meaning.
Pretty good.
This is stupid. This whole thing is really dumb.
Hey, you got it. So if you're looking for some friends, just stick around. Oh yes, the Game Awards will...
Never let you down?
Good luck.
Excuse me?
As we all now come together across the Great Divide.
Oh, from Tokyo to London, we're all watching side by side.
So if you're looking for some fun, the time is now. Here we go. Oh yes, the Game Awards will never let you down. Yeah, we'll see.
What?
Go ahead.
It's a night of magic and online chats galore.
Exactly. It's a shame that host Jeff Keighley's such a bore.
Hey!
Kidding.
All the trailers and celebs and big awards.
Really rigged.
Oh.
Don't forget about all our friends on Discord.
Oh boy, I'm getting so excited about this wonderful world of gaming.
Well, here's some awesome titles you simply can't ignore.
You mean the names of all the games that I'll be playing?
Yeah, now let's get ready, let's get set. You guys keep score.
Let 'em have it.
Oh, there's Mario, Minecraft, Legend of Zelda, Nominee, Donkey Kong, Bonanza, Kingdom Hearts Peak, Shovel Knight, Fortnite, Overcooked, Tomb Raider, and Tomodachi Life, Indiana Jones, Marvel Robinson, Shenmue, Fall Guys, XCOM, Undertale, It Takes Two, and I know you've all been waiting so long for the delayed release of Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Oh, glad I didn't have to do that.
1, 2, 3.
So when I'm Princess Peach wearing my super crown.
Oh yes, the Game Awards will always let you down.
Stop it.
Your turn.
Oh, I can't think of anything now. I need to know.
Oh, the Game Awards will never let you down. But the pig just did.
You'll have a place to wear your sparkly gown.
Everyone.
Oh yes, the
Game Awards will never let you down.
The Game Awards.
I'm really curious how they got Miss Piggy.
Gotta love them. The Muppets, everybody. Thanks, Miss Piggy and Ralph the dog. It all worked out in the end for them.
He just
All right,
called him
the
Ralph.
Game Awards
It's
will be
Rolf.
right back after this new look
Yeah,
at
that
Duet
felt like
Night
a Muppet
Abyss.
song. Oh yeah, we need some Muppet mayhem, you know? And more stuff. Yeah, this is basically what E3 was for a long time. Pretty much we've only got two things left. It's just,
Why is it taking very long time?
It's a 3-hour show. There's only two left. There's Best Game Direction and Game of the Year. That's it.
It's been 3 hours though.
Just about. check out the free show. Yes, it's been 3 hours. Is it propane too? It might be. It might be. As the art style. I need Ricky's reaction. I'm sure he'll post it on his YouTube channel. Maybe Ricky's reaction to the world. Duet Night Abyss. They only showed that for a fraction of a second.
The Wind Awakening.
Yeah, the Wind Awakening. I thought that was the name of the game, Duet Night Abyss.
Okay, we get it. They showed AMD like multiple times. One Republic.
Switch the light, crack the door, started wishing.
Is this another Ixion style?
Found a mission, break a glass, ring the bell, superstition, but I've been wishing for someone that I can see with my humanity in the mirror, just a little clearer. So sick of the warning signs, I see the good eye, yes, nearer. I won't shed a tear. I look for gold, then it turned to rust. I'll look for faith, if it leads to us. Give me something, someone to grab.
Yes, that's actually the creative assembly probably has the most exciting slate of games for me. Because they've got Total War Warhammer 40K, Medieval 3, Total War, and an untitled sequel to Allies.
Tell me lies, make it up.
I'd love it if they could show more of Witcher 4, but if they don't, like, I get it. I think it's really underway right now.
Yeah, I think they've ramped up the full development, but they just don't have a lot to show for it right now. I really don't think that game comes out
Right.
at the earliest.
Right.
Give me something, someone to go, someone that I know. I'm chasing the glow. Give me something, someone to love, someone to count these stars above. Give me something.
Okay, so Enfield. Oh, Arknights Enfield. Okay.
That was the announcement of One Republic's partnership and a new song with Arknight Enfield, which arrives January 22nd, 2026 on PlayStation 5, PC, and mobile. You can pre-register now and be the first to join the frontier. Okay, here's another world premiere only for you here at the Game Awards.
Baby.
I don't know, the baby's handling it pretty well, considering everything that's going on around him.
Yeah, baby's chill.
Ooh. This is also pre-release, so this isn't actually in the game. Unless this is the new... No, it's not a world premiere. Oh.
It is.
No, I meant like the world premiere of a new PS5.
Mix of gameplay and
I was thinking maybe it's Onimusha?
But you like darkness.
This game? No, that's not Onimusha. I'm saying it's not a world premiere of Onimusha because that had been revealed last year.
I knew it. You'd never break so easily. But why did you come back?
The Order's blades are coming. They failed once. They won't fail again.
haven't seen QTEs in a very long time. But there's a reason why they're dead.
Please, take it. Save our people. The girl's nothing but a shell now. She'll never be the same.
Getting Silent Hill F flashbacks.
Right.
My blade.
But we broke your spirit!
Phantom is movement, striking from where none expect.
It is looking real Silent Hill.
Yeah. It is looking pretty Silent Hill.
Blade
If
is
Silent
breath,
Hill was a balls to the wall
channeled
action,
into steel,
that was kind of like
turning any
that
blade
looks kinda like,
into a divine weapon.
Sekiro. That, where winds meet. That's the I like the premise of where winds meet. It's a Musha game.
When Phantom and Blade unite,
If they made a Crouching
no
Tiger, Hidden
enemy
Dragon game,
stands.
like I feel like it would work like that. Probably be where winds meet. I'm loving all this game.
Right.
Would that every game reveal is like this?
Yeah, I really appreciate when they actually show me play, because then I know what I'm looking at.
Blade Zero. Okay, this is gonna get wishlisted. This looks fun. Who are you? I'm Geralt
Geralt of
Rivia.
Rivia. With a mask. Wait, where's the baby? What happened to the baby?
9926. Okay.
The baby's gone.
Yeah, I'll wishlist that. I'll wishlist that.
Phantom Blade Zero looks incredible, and I cannot wait to play that on PlayStation and PC when it comes out next September.
Go to just announced.
Now to present our next award, few
Sounds
creators
cool.
have changed the landscape of games the way this man has. From the Elder
But I don't
Scrolls to
want
Fallout,
Nagoshi to just
his
be
games
like,
have
"Oh,
helped
that's the
define
only
our
game I can
industry
make.
and
That's the
shape the
only
way
game I
we
can
explore
make."
digital worlds. Please welcome the studio head and creative director at Bethesda Game Studios, Todd Howard.
I just need him to come out and say, right, Elder Scrolls 6 is canceled.
They already put Where Winds Meet in our library.
Yeah,
so-
it's free to play. So. Look at it.
Game development is the ultimate team sport.
Todd Howard's starting to look
And it
old.
doesn't matter if it's a team of 10 or a team of hundreds. Art, design,
face
audio,
looks like-
engineering, and more have to
I
come
can't place his
together
face, but he looks
as one.
like an older,
Game direction
tiny 70s
is
Hollywood
that glue.
Mm-hmm.
And the games that have had them all come together, well, they touch us.
Sees
They
it's
become
Todd
a part
Howard.
of
Half
us.
of him probably went through the floor
And that's
backstage.
why we're here tonight to honor them.
So this is best
Here are the
stunt narrative,
nominees
I believe.
for Best Game
There's
Direction.
somebody from Bethesda talking about game development. What, they
Best
thought
game
Ubisoft would have been on the
direction.
nose?
Everyone vanishes into nothingness.
I couldn't protect you.
I would laugh if Death Stranding doesn't do anything.
Time itself is against us.
Yes, it is. It's gotta be Claire Obscura. It's clear that Claire Obscura is a cut
And
above
the Game
everybody
Award
else.
goes to Expedition
Look at him
33.
looking pretty surly. Claire Obscura. Yep. Kojima was looking a little surly there.
I think everybody's getting really tired of hearing the same music over and over again, though. I feel like I've been listening to the soundtrack of Claire Obscura
Hello.
the entire time.
Yeah, this is
My
quite
laptop's
intimidating.
about to die.
Wow.
1%,
Yeah.
so
Well,
I am not going to be.
Let's get to
I may
it.
not be participating. There it is. I may not be
Yeah,
participating
so back in
chat.
Brussels
For a
in
little
2020, I
bit, so-
received the mail
Fine, it's almost done.
just anonymously.
About another 15 minutes.
Just
There's
yeah,
probably
make a
time for
game. They
another
said
couple of,
it would be fun. They
reveals,
said.
and then
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen,
I'm
right?
tired.
Yeah.
You
guys can't see it,
fast
but
forward
she
for a few
rested her
years.
head on
I'm tired.
And still to this day, we still look at each other of how crazy this timeline
I've been
is.
sitting here for almost 6 hours.
Still don't really
I'm
understand.
jazzed
but
about this interview tomorrow, but I am
it's a
starting to
timeline,
fade
however, where we're
so
eternally
not to be-
grateful for the support and
It's
the love
almost
we've
done.
received
We'll get.
as well.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
All the ones with us tonight and the ones abroad, friends and family who believed in us and made this dream come true. And yep. I love to thank my
you
wife
guys
as
are
well.
still
But she
going,
couldn't
or
make
you
it here
calling it? No,
tonight.
we're still
No, we're
going.
still
I
here.
think she's
We're still here.
watching it.
We're
She's
too
in
close
Brazil,
to the end
so
to not call it
time,
now.
the
to call
time
it now.
difference is
I mean, come on.
quite huge.
We'll
But
survive.
yeah, anyway.
We'll
Thank you
slog
all so
through.
much. Have a lovely
We'll get
evening.
through this together, 5.
We'll claw our way through the dirt and mud and get to the end.
I think I know what the big phrase in these guys' vocabulary is.
Congratulations,
Impossible n'est pas
Sandfall.
français.
A big night for independent games. All right, we've come to a very special point in tonight's show, especially for those of us who have been playing games for
Because
decades.
impossible-
Over the
you
years,
see,
there have been many
impossible
games,
is a loan
characters, and
word in
franchises
French.
we've all wished would return, and certainly many I
And so
hope that we'll be ready to
impossible is
announce at an event
impossible
like
n'est
this
pas
one
français,
day. Tonight, I'm
is,
excited to share this piece of news with all
is
of you.
impossible is not French. That's the name of it. Oh, we got a little orchestra. Game orchestra for all of the Game of the Year nominees. They did this last year. Here's the thing.
Okay. So what is our best game nominees?
Me too again. Claire Obscure.
They're obscure, yeah.
Death Stranding 2. Wait a minute. You said, oh my god. Did you say, oh my god? DLN 001. If he's excited about something. Mega Man! Mega Man! Super Fighting Robot. Ding, 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 ding. Mega Man! Super
Mega
Fighting
Man is so classic.
Super Fighting Robot. Do, 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 do. Mega Man! It's a new Mega Man game! Yay! Going for the hitless run. With the damageless run. Nope, not anymore. Mega Man 12, right? Mega Man 12, right? Mega Man Dual Override. That's always good to see a new Mega Man game. 2027. Okay, so this is going to be a big budget Mega Man game from Capcom.
Finally,
Now that
I've been
I did
asking
not see
Capcom
coming.
for years. This was the year, and 2027 cannot come soon
They
enough.
don't charge
And even got a
$70 for a
very
Mega Man game?
early glimpse
Seriously?
at first gameplay. The team really wanted to share that with you tonight to show the classic 2D style that they're returning to. Coming up, Game of the Year, but first an exclusive new look at the Super Mario Galaxy movie coming to theaters next April.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what are who are the
I'm Bowser Jr., and I'm gonna be taking my father now. Hi, I'm Luigi.
Hi, I'm Luigi. I've always been a Luigi player.
Yeah. So if we play Super Mario Brothers 3 someday on stream, you'll gladly play Luigi?
I can.
I trust you'll be able to rid
Because
us of
I'm
this
not
crucible.
opposed to playing Luigi. I was always player 2 when I was playing
The
with my
light.
cousins.
Who
Oh, is this a
traverses
new
time.
Samurai Warriors? Team Ninja. It's the Spears Mega Man intro. It wasn't a very good cartoon.
None shall interfere with my course! Become a spirit stone!
One of the things that drives me crazy in some video games is I want
Neo 3, this is gonna be good.
I want to see like what the characters look like, and sometimes action moves so fast that I can't really see, and it kind of drives me crazy because I want to see how cool they made it. You know.
Solo leveling it, a solo leveling video game. Okay.
This war has an inevitable conclusion, one that is only a matter of time, and the culmination of my journey.
Didn't Solo Leveling start off as a webtoon?
I don't know.
Arise. Join me in shadow.
One of the cheesiest adaptations I ever saw, the Luigi Spears Mega Man.
I am the monarch of shadows.
Sesame Bagel. Asiago Sesame Bagel.
I'd go with just about
any kind of bagel.
Available now.
I have never met a bagel I haven't liked. I'd rather have a more savory bagel than like one with berries.
Yeah, I never saw the point behind
like blueberry bagels or strawberry bagels.
And even if you don't have the blueberry or strawberry bagels, we're still talking about like,
sometimes our last
what if they
reveal
have,
at
like,
the
a
Game
sweet
Awards
cream
is a
cheese or
teaser
something
for
like that?
something
That
years
doesn't
and
work.
years away.
Yeah, I don't like.
Not tonight.
I don't like.
Our final world
Garlic and
premiere
chive.
comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex
like
Legends and
veggie-
Titanfall.
This is like
4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the
it's from
shooter
Respawn
genre
Entertainment,
forward with a new original game. They've done it in complete secrecy,
it's not
which is
Respawn,
even
but
more
it's in the game.
amazing because the game is very deep into development.
Ochan and I
The
reviewed
power
it.
of
How is Ochan, by
independent,
the way? I haven't
self-published
heard from them in a
studios to
long
push this
time.
medium forward is a growing and I think positive theme in our industry. And so tonight, you're not only going to get the announcement of the game, but also your first look at the gameplay. I've played it, and after you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well.
Like much in the way
Welcome
of like traditional AAA
High
stuff
Guard.
from people like Ubisoft or EA or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Into lands uncharted,
High Guard.
dangers untold. I venture without fear.
Oh crap! I didn't think this through.
Rest.
Oh, okay.
Coin or
So
for
dispensing
cause.
with the mech, with
I
the
fight.
mechs and computers, and we're just the first person on horseback, and Wild Light Entertainment. All these names I never knew. Which Titanfall 2 is fucking fantastic. One of the best first-person shooters I've ever played.
Bringing the heat.
That's your genre.
Not really.
Just like my sister.
Your light belongs to me.
It just, I need more story
Yeah.
to my games.
You are a storyteller.
Moving in for the attack.
I mean, it looks really cool though. Like,
Yeah.
I can respect how cool this looks.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. See, I'm more of the like. I think I'm the kind of person that Kojima makes games for.
Yeah.
You know, like Death Stranding.
Coming in.
I was gonna say, even if you don't play Metal Gear, like at least watch like the cutscenes.
Right, right.
See if you like see if you at least like the story.
Right, right.
enemy is off gate.
Which is something I do want to make sure I do play Death Stranding at some point. And I know Hannah's been talking about that too.
I'm gonna play it, but I've already started the file, so it's on my pledge games for next year as offline off stream.
Okay, so I can play it on
I am the coming storm.
and you play it offline, and we can compare notes.
That idea. I like the potential this has for multiplayer too. This may actually make you spin up a multiplayer server.
I am a warden, and this is my oath.
I go. Then again, that was almost entirely gameplay.
Pretty crazy, that's right.
Okay.
Highguard launches in just 7 weeks
If it's
on
free to
PC,
play, I'll give it a
PlayStation, and Xbox. It is insanely fun to see, fun to play, as you saw in that trailer. And now
PC,
it's time
PlayStation, and
for our final award. Last year, Astrobot took home Game of the Year, and so the tradition
So that
goes.
may be
This
something
year, we're
that
lucky to
MD
have
calls,
that
I
game's director present Game of the Year this year. From Team
Astrobot took home
Asobi,
Game of the
please
Year?
welcome Nico Doucet.
Yep. As well it should. As well it should have.
Astrobot song.
Good evening, or good day, wherever you are. This is it, right?
Oh yeah, I think it's.
So last
it's
year
like
we were
the,
blessed
Astrobot plushie is
with a
coming.
huge honor on this very stage. So it is with great joy that we're back today
time zones,
to
everybody.
pass this
I need somebody
incredible
on stage to
award
say happy time
onto
zones.
another team. Congratulations to all nominees tonight. With your games, you made us travel, dream, sweat, laugh, and sometimes, very often, cry, actually. From kids to hardcore gamers, there was truly something for everyone this year. And have you noticed? The games nominated this year were created by teams from all over the world. This is a testament that our industry feeds from various world cultures. And in this day and age, this is something we should really, really appreciate and celebrate. And also, each of these games had amazing music. So without further ado, please enjoy the nominations for Game of the Year, courtesy of the Game Awards Orchestra. Maestro, take it away.
Nope, Game Awards Orchestra. Game of the Year. Clear screen. No chains, that's what you got. Look at this guy.
He's into it.
Drummers are always into it. That drummer was nowhere near as into it as that clarinetist. Is that
Clear, it's a clear trumpet.
Is that like a crystal trumpet or something? That's fantastic. Watch. This one looks good. It's the flutist, not a clarinetist, but a flutist.
No, that's not a flute. That's an oboe, I think.
Oboe. Shows how musically alive.
Because a flute you play this way.
Play
You
on
don't
this
play it this way. Oboe you play that. When you're not announced yet here, I mean, yes. There it is.
Wouldn't that be something? Kojima goes all this way, and his game wins nothing. Like, literally
Right.
nothing. Look at this guy! What is he
Wait,
not
now
playing?
He's playing
He's
like
playing PVC
pipes. What? Every time they show him, he's playing something different. What the frick?
And he's jamming out like crazy. Like, everybody else is just like, and this guy is just letting it all
Oh,
hang out.
now he's got a flute.
Oh, I'd say so.
That's an interesting looking flute. That's not a traditional.
That guy's having a grand old time. Everybody else is like, yeah, sure. Okay, you know, so with video games, it's like, oh, you know.
Good lord, I loved him for it.
He stole that from
Wait,
him.
he's got another one.
He stole that from
Is that a sax?
I'm expecting him to punch the drummer and start playing himself.
What is? I don't even know. Is that some kind of weird flute?
I don't know.
Because that's not a normal looking flute.
See, I'm expecting this guy to just walk up, punch the drummer out, and then start bashing on the drums himself.
I think he may be my favorite part of this whole show. What's he gonna pull out next?
Is this the flute guy they were talking about earlier?
I think he's playing the harmonica.
Oh, it's the weenie whistle that Judge Weinberg wanted in the Santa Claus. Oh my god. snooze the ad, quick! Buddy, snooze the ad, quick!
I'm
Together
pretty
now.
sure it's gonna be Claire Obscure, but I feel kind of like I want it to be something else. Like
Like,
a lot
I
of
will-
times these things are politics,
Yeah.
you know, and so like
Who
they
is the guy?
might. Yep, with everything.
Mhm.
It's the everything guy.
Yeah.
What even are those instruments? I don't even know. I love them though.
And the game of
And
the
here
year
it is, the winner,
is
Claire Obscure.
mon ami Claire Obscure, Expédition 33.
Yep.
Claire Obscure. Kojima comes all this way and he wins nothing. Like Death Stranding 2 literally won no awards.
Although this makes me happy in that it's an indie game company that has won all these awards.
Yeah, Sandfall.
I think it's going to give the, you know, AAA gaming companies a lot to think about.
Yes. Let's see, Expedition Sweep, not quite. Didn't win Best Sound Design. That was literally the only one it lost. Was in sound design. It lost that to Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 6. Excuse me. Congratulations to Sandfall.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get on my hobby horse and play Claire Obscure like tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. I gotta. Well, we can talk with Evie about it tomorrow on the collab stream.
Yes, you should. Yeah. I think it shows that people want games that are
What
interesting.
a weird timeline
Yeah,
for us.
they're
They
just
don't want the
good.
same shit over and over again.
They just
This
want
was
a
supposed
good
to be a
video
joke.
game.
The Barbarian Narnia.
Oh, he said it was
I have no
supposed
idea
to
what's
be a
happening.
joke.
Well, I want to thank first the incredible team at Sunfall Interactive. They are not watching from home as we brought literally
Claire
everybody
Obscure
here
is the
to celebrate with us. So I love you guys.
And did.
Right.
Yep, there's the team. They said they did it as a joke. So happy. JRPGs are not dead. Now they got one hell of an act to follow. That's the only downside to all of this.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Kepler Interactive, our publisher, but also our localization teams, our playtesters,
you
our
could not
wonderful
convince me it was
cast
indie.
for both
Yeah.
motion
Well, it's
capture and
indie
voice,
in
and
kind
all
of
the
the
people
way
who
that
worked
it,
on this
like, it
game
didn't
to make
have
it happen. It's
big-time
really a
publisher
teamwork.
backing, so-
So just thank you to everybody who contributed. And also, I want to extend a thank to the unsung heroes of this industry, the people who make tutorials on YouTube on how to make a game, because we had no idea how to make a game before. So thank you. And I'll extend a personal thank you to an important man in my life, Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi, who made me fall in love with games and inspired me to become a game dev. So thank you, Mr. Sakaguchi.
Oh, he thanked Hironobu Sakaguchi. Yep. You can tell this is a JRPG very much inspired by Final
And
Fantasy.
finally, just a massive
So
thank
it's
you
of-
to
of
the
course they
players
give
for all your
thanks to,
covers, your fan art,
Hironobu
your
Sakaguchi.
endless arguing about which ending is the good one. That's wonderful to read. Thank you so much. And I think that actions are worth more than words. So if you remember, we promised some content a few months ago. So I'm very happy to say that it's releasing now. And you can just go home and play. It's free. New weapons, new quests, new boss, so just the cool stuff. So just thank you so much. You changed our lives. You changed the studio's life, and it's really wonderful. So thank you,
Oh, is that
and
an
for those who come
expansion
after.
that they just said was gonna be free?
That's not good.
Congratulations to Sandfall, an amazing Game of the Year winner, and that is going to do it for the Game Awards 2025. Thank you all for watching, voting, and being a part of this community. And congratulations to all the nominees, winners, and
that's it.
teams
That
who
is the
debuted
Game
new
Awards
games
for
tonight. We'll see you
2025.
again
I
on
stayed the whole
Friday,
time.
June 5th for our biggest summer game fest ever from the Dolby Theater in LA. We'll be back right here at Peacock Theater for the Game Awards next December. Thanks to our entire Game Awards team and everyone who helped make this show possible. Happy holidays. Good night, everybody.
This is doing very well. Everybody. What can we say? But thank you so much for this 6-hour stream.
Oh my god. It's been something. No, I'm always gonna root for Death Stranding, but I like seeing how much, how it's good to see indie games get this much recognition.
Yes.
You know, and it's important.
Which says, I'm glad there's at least some games. Oh, thank you, Digi. Thank you, Digi. Glad you had a good time.
Yeah.
So now we gotta find somebody to raid, and we already know someone who could raid.
Yes. There, let's check it out. Yep, Amantis Indie. Yeah, Yami's been watching video games.
Yeah, he's been doing the awards as well. There's always Roy.
Yeah, I'll say hi to Amantis.
I like it.
Yeah. Or, you know what, let's do somebody maybe that we haven't visited in a while, because I do have some people, and you know what, Bonecaller is playing Hades too. So that's one of the games that, although, no, he's 3 hours in. Let's go on.
Yes. Okay. And I will see you over on my channel tomorrow for my big collab with Evie.
Yes, and I will be doing a stream at noon Eastern time tomorrow for co-working. Alright, so we will see you.
Yep, we will both be seeing you tomorrow.
Yes.
And, yeah, until next time. Everybody.
Bye, everybody. Bye.